Yeah. Trust God. Trust God. Trust God. I ain't really feeling the day. I'm in my feelings today. Gotta mash on them, gotta smash on them just to go get me some pay. Bust my ass on it, spend my last on it, everything slipping away. I get my earn up before I burn up whenever I'm feeling the flame. You niggas thinking this a game. I ain't playing with them, I ain't staying with them, I ain't friends with them, I ain't mans with them. I'm a cock and let the can hit them. Get the paper, that's the plan, nigga. I just hope you understand, nigga. We can get high, fuck hoes, how the fuck I can't make a band with you? To the Zozos, I told your ass, I showed your ass, I exposed your ass. I'm in my spot, niggas can't take what I got. They can grab what I have, niggas can plot. That'll never make me stop. That's gonna put me on your ass, and I'ma come through in the worst way. And I'ma do you on your worst day. Niggas will come to your visual, but never come through on your birthday. People can't fuck with my spiritual, cause I be in tune with the earth say. And people be calling me lyrical, cause they be in tune with the wordplay. Now me and my nigga, we talk about paper. That paper, we talking about bodies. The bodies be popping up every time we get to talking. Now we get money inside of my youngin', he coming, no talking. He hollering and chalking. We know that he know niggas violent. He put in that work right on the front of his shirt that say I'm about to catch me a body. Ain't what it seeming. I'm heavy, I'm smoking, I'm drinking, I'm popping, I'm rolling, I'm leaning. Eat it, I'm steaming. War wounds still bleeding. I went to war with them demons. I really seen it. I wasn't watching on no zenith. I was out there on the scene. Victim was fleeting. Best friend called him sleeping. Cold world up in Cleveland. I've been stabbed too many times to let my guards down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. It's gonna be the devil in your clique to bring your squad down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. I've been stabbed too many times in the back to let my guard down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. It's gonna be the devil in your clique to bring your squad down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. I ain't really feeling the day. I'm in my feelings today. Gotta mash on them, gotta smash on them just to go get me some pay. Bust my ass on it, spend my last on it, everything slipping away. I get my earn up before I burn up whenever I'm feeling the flame. Now me and my brother, we talk about paper. That paper, we talking about cheddar. That cheddar keep coming in every time we get to talking. So now we get money together. My youngin', he coming, he hungry. We know that he on it. We know that he down for whatever. He put in that work. Now when he go to the store, he gon' copy him 100 or better. Ain't what it seeming. He heavy, he smoking, he drinking, he popping, he rolling, he leaning. Heated, he steaming. War wounds still bleeding. He went to war with them demons. He really seen it. He wasn't watching on no zenith. He was out there on the scene. Victim was fleeing. Best friend called him sleeping. Cold world up in Cleveland. I been stabbed too many times to let my guards down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. It's gonna be the devil in your clique to bring your squad down. Yeah. So I put my trust in God now. Too many times, God down. Yeah. God down. Devil in your clique down. Yeah. God down.
Oh wow, I was muted. I was muted. You couldn't even hear me. Okay, peace, Titan family. Peace, Titan family. Welcome back. Today we have a bold new voice stepping into the spotlight, a thinker unafraid of the big questions, a challenger ready for rigorous debate. Everybody, please welcome King J. Give him a round of applause. How you feeling today?
Peace, peace, peace.
Okay, King J is an agnostic scholar with sharp intellect and a passion for uncovering connections where others might only see divisions. Fresh on the debating scene, he's already positioning himself among the heavy hitters, ready to face every challenger head on. So, you know what that means, Titan family. If you hear something you don't like, stick around and we're going to open the panel at the end. Tonight's presentation asks a deceptively simple yet deeply provocative question. Is the Arabic word for God Allah the same as the Hebrew and Ugaritic God word El? Um, King J will guide us through linguistic roots, ancient Near Eastern history, and theological implications. Get ready, no assumptions, no punches pulled. Let's dive in. You ready today, King J?
Definitely more than ready. I just want to say, man, that was an exquisite intro. That was a Shannon Sharp intro.
Man, I
Yeah,
appreciate you, brother. I appreciate
most
you.
definitely.
I'm
For
sure
sure.
the presentation is going to be just as fire. So,
That's good for sure.
let me go ahead. You know what? Before we get into this, how did you find out about the channel? Because you're new here. You've been around like
Actually,
maybe 2 weeks.
actually, I saw Unc on here. I saw Unc. So
That's what's
shout
up.
out to
Shout out
Community of
Uncle.
Skeptics. It
Make
was
sure
because
you
of Unc.
go give those brothers a subscribe. Community of Skeptics, Unc West over there, making sure
Yeah,
everybody knows that science will always win. Go ahead.
for sure. But yeah, that's how I found you, and I jumped on the panel that day, and I've been here since.
Been here ever since, man. Shout out to you. Um, what originally sparked your interest in comparing the Islamic name Allah with the Ugaritic deity El?
Mhm. It was a conversation on the panel. A brother had tried to make the comparison with the deity Yahweh,
Mhm.
and I thought it may be a better comparison. I thought I could do a better job with the deity El instead, and show straight linguistics and continuism and synchronism and assimilation, and shared culture, through the word El, opposed to the deity Yahweh.
Okay, okay. One more question, and then we'll get right into it. From an agnostic perspective,
Mhm.
how do you approach ancient religious language without leaning toward belief or disbelief?
In an unbiased manner, and that's why I always say my scholarship is unbiased. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just gonna go for the truth. I don't either way, whatever So I'm just gonna report what my scholarship uncovers. So um, yeah, so I think my scholarship is unbiased, from an agnostic, theism type of a point of view.
Shout out Veckel to the stage. Veckel, I'm doing a presentation with the brother here, King J. How you feeling today, Veckel?
Doing good. I just wanted to pop in real quick. I didn't want to interrupt and say, I just recently subscribed to this channel and I'm liking the material so far. So uh, keep up the good
Appreciate
work.
And I
appreciate
don't
you.
mind if the brothers want to stay on the panel during the presentation.
Okay, well, let me
That's
put that link back then because I just deleted them. So I
mm,
guess you got an open
no,
invite, Veckel, to chill and hang out as long as
yeah,
you want.
yeah,
Yeah,
I don't mind.
what's the topic?
It's a continuation of a debate that we had. It wasn't a formal debate, but we had like a 8 hour stream, and they were talking about the connections between the Islamic or Arabic word God Allah and the Hebrew Ugaritic word El.
That's above my pay grade. I tell you that.
Okay,
But I'm willing to listen though, for sure.
okay. I'm gonna pull up his screen right here, and well, I would say time starts when you start, but do your thing. There is no timer today.
Okay,
We're here to learn from you.
all right, here we go. All right, so here we go. So this is a presentation that I put together. The Semitic Haggad continuity from Bat El to Bat Allah. So Bet in the Hebrew in the Semitic, language means house. So the Semitic Haggad from the house of El to the house of Allah. From the Ugaritic Il to the Hebrew to the Arabic Allah. That's actually supposed to say to the Hebrew El to the Arabic Allah. So here we go. I'm going to show 3 areas of continuity. Through linguistics, I'm going to trace back the Proto-Semitic word il. I'm going to show through archetypes, through the house, Bet El, and through Bet Allah. And I'm going to show through theology, the deities, and through pantheon reduction, the oneness in how from the Ugaritic El to the Arabic Allah, it maintains the same. So here we go. Research mythology. I'm going to pair phonological shifts and semantic. It's so small. I'm hard to read on my. That's why I'm struggling to read this. Hold on. Here we go. So linguistically, when we talk about Northwest Semitic languages,
Do you know how to make that full screen so that way you can read it better?
How do we?
You're going to go to view.
Okay.
You're going to go to view, and then you're going to go to presentation, and then from beginning. Then you're going to have to share that screen.
Do I go to fit to window?
No. Okay. I'm sorry. Go to slideshow, not view.
Slideshow. Slide shorter. Okay, slideshow. And then go to present viewer.
Well,
Presenter view.
From
From
beginning.
Okay.
And then share that screen.
Is it better now?
I can't see it. You have to. Okay, there it goes, right there. That's
Okay.
perfect. Can you see it better?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now it's full. I can see now. Okay.
I got the little smooth jazz in the background for you.
All right, here we go.
All right.
So when we talk about West Semitic words, Northwest Semitic, we're talking language groups. We're talking about the Amorites, Ugaritic, Canaanite, Aramaic languages, Hebrews, and Arabic languages as well. Proto-Semitic root el. So linguistic cognates, right? So these words are going to have the same meaning and same roots throughout. So when we look at the Ugaritic, which is going to be in cuneiform, the word is il. The meaning is high God or El Elyon. In Hebrew, it's the same linguistic cognate as with el, which maintains the same word and definition. When we look at the Aramaic, Elah, it's the same word, maintains the same meaning, as well as the Arabic Ilah, which maintains the same meaning and the same definition. Also, keep in mind when we're looking at these words here, we see they're spelled exactly the same. Aleph Lamed. The Ugaritic is spelled Aleph Lamed. The Hebrew is spelled Aleph Lamed. The Aramaic is spelled Aleph Lamed. The Arabic is spelled Aleph Lamed. They're the same words. Once again, we see here the Ugaritic Il, meaning God, deity, or strong one. This time period is pre-2500 BC. We're in the land of Canaan. So this is a Canaanite language that we're talking about here. The Ugaritic Il, 1400 BC. El is the head of the pantheon, of the Canaanite pantheon. In the Hebrew Tanakh, we find the deity El around 1200 BC as a singular proper name used for a deity. So we see here, and we'll see in the next slide in regards to the word Bethel, we see Bet, meaning house, and we see the deity El in the name of Bethel. So that's going to go into another slide that I have coming up when we talk about theophoric words. Theophoric words are words that contain the name of the deity. So we see that here with the word Bethel, which contains the name of the deity El. When we go down here to Allah, we see it's the same, meaning the God. So linguistically, we see that they're tied together and they're the same word. So when we talk about the deity El, so we see here in the pantheon of the Canaanite pantheon, El is the supreme deity. El is the supreme head of the Canaanite pantheon in the Ugaritic text. He bears the epitaph of Abu Bani, El, meaning father of the gods. His function is the creator god. He's a distant patriarchal god. He's a source of wisdom and is the fighter adjudicator. Titles for El consist of the bull, symbolizing strength, and Ab Sin, meaning father of years. So this here is actually a stela of the deity El. We see here he has horns. similar to Baal. Here we have the
Now, how
Bet.
old is this here? That stele?
The stela is probably dating to about 1400 BC.
Okay, and it doesn't say the name of the stele.
This stela would be from the Baal. It's I think it's the Baal cycle.
Okay.
So
Just for the people at home who are wondering where that is and where they can go ahead and
mostly all Ugaritic texts are going to be around the 1400 to 1500 BC date. The Ibla tablets and things of that nature would date a little bit before Ugaritic. So here we have the word bet. Bet in the Hebrew means house. Bet in most Semitic languages means house. El is the name of the deity. So we have here the house of El. So this is going to allude to the worship of the deity El, right? So we see here it says the genesis of a sacred space in the Levant. The house of El is the house in Bethel where Jacob set up. So here's the location. So we see here the historical site of Bethel, the house of El. So it says originally the original name was Luz, so suggesting a local significance, possibly related to a tree. So possibly a tree deity, possibly Asherah of some sort. Location is strategically located on a major north-south bridge road north of Jerusalem. So we see here Bethel is located probably, it looks like it's in the tribe of Ephraim, right above Benjamin, right above Judah, in between the middle of everything, it looks like. It says the renaming retrodirects the worship of El onto a pre-existing local sacred locality. So basically, when Jacob comes to Luz, and it shows here on this next slide here, when Jacob comes to Luz, he has the dream and changes the name of Luz to Bethel. So it says Jacob's dream, the celestial connection, the vision. Jacob dreams of a stairway reaching heaven with angels ascending and descending, the divine presence. The Lord El stands above it, renewing the covenant promise. The Axis Monday. The vision establishes the site as the cosmic center where the celestial and terrestrial planes intersect. So this is the dream that Jacob has, and he calls this place Bethel as the house of the Lord because he says this surely has been, he hasn't encountered the Lord at this location. The naming of the sanctuary Bethel. Jacob's declaration. He recognizes the unparalleled sanctity. This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. Linguistic result. The site is renamed Bethel, meaning house of El, God. The Hebrew term bet, house, is equivalent to the Arabic bet. So right now I'm just establishing linguistic connections with the word bet. The sacred stone, the Masaba, the ritual act. So at Bethel, Jacob takes his stone pillow, sets it upright as a monument, and anoints it atop with oil. This tradition, this stone is a betel, a sacred object symbolizing the dwelling or presence of the divine, common in ancient Northeast. In the ancient Northeast, this is the covenant marker. This stone marks the physical token of the covenant with El and Jacob. And this is the location here. We see it in Jerusalem.
Okay, so you got the map out. You can go back to that map one time for me.
Right here. We see it.
Go ahead.
Yep, in between Ephraim and Benjamin, we see Bethel. So testimony and theophoric El. The continued use of El in names demonstrates the root's linguistic persistence. Ishmael, meaning El hears. Israel, meaning struggles with El. Daniel, meaning my judge is El. The angel Gabriel, El is my strength. We actually find the angel Gabriel in both the Hebrew text and the Quran. We find all these in the Quran, both in both the Bible and the Quran. So now we're going to Bat Allah. We've talked about Jacob in the Hebrew and how he has established Bet El. So here is Bet Allah, meaning the same thing. They both mean the same. They both mean the house of God, and that is the Kaaba we see here below. So Allah before Islam, the high God of Mecca, his status in the pantheon. So it says, pre-Islamic Meccans acknowledge Allah as the supreme creator God, Al-Ilah. So we have the definite article as Al meaning the, Ilah meaning God. So the God. Hierarchy. Pagan goddess Alat, Al-Uzza, and Manat were considered subordinate daughters of Allah. The change was the absolute monotheism of Allah, purging out all polytheistic associations. Right? So, and I did have a more detailed slide I wanted to put together on this, because at this time we have the 360 deities that are worshipped here, and Allah is the supreme, I would say, universal deity. Allah does not have a name at this point. It is referred to as Al-Ilah, Allah, meaning the deity. So that's not a name of a particular deity at this point. The supreme deity, or the Elyon of the out of all of this pantheon of the 360 deities, is a deity called Habal, Hubal. And then we see here that Allah has 3 daughters, right? But at this time, this is before Muhammad has come, right? So the Kaaba literally means the cube, the dwelling place. Tradition holds that the Kaaba was originally built by Abraham and his son Ishmael as the first house dedicated to the one God. So this here is a structure dedicated to the worship of gods, and it's a purified structure. So here is some information about Abraham and Ishmael in regards to the black stone. So the black stone is the stone that is inside of the Kaaba, is not the Kaaba. So the physical role, a dark fragmented stone embedded in the Kaaba's corner. The ritual of the role is pilgrims kiss or touch the stone during the tawaf. Conceptual parallelism. So the black stone functions as the spiritual equivalent of Jacob's Masaba. So Jacob's Masaba was the stone that Jacob slept on. It was his pillow. A divinely given concentrated stone marker divining the sacred precinct. So at this point, I'm showing the parallel in the Bet El and Bet Allah. I'm showing both of the Jacob's Masaba, and I'm showing the black stone in Islam. The Kaaba, and this is something that I just learned a couple of days ago, just researching this particular point that I'm slide that I'm going over right now. So the Kaaba as the Qibla, right? The focal point. The Qibla is the universal direction of prayer, Salat. Early Muslims prayed towards Jerusalem, Bet al-Maqdis. So that basically, I think Madi means just holy. So the shift to Mecca asserted the independence and centrality of the Bet Allah. Symbolism ensures all Muslims face the same point on earth, symbolizing the unity Tawad, Tawheed of God and the unity of the community, the Ummah. So they all pray towards one direction, right? So this is what I learned earlier today. The historic shift from Jerusalem to Mecca, right? So before Muhammad, they prayed to the Bet El, the house of God that Jacob set up, right? So the historic shift from Jerusalem to Mecca. The first Qibla, Bet al Mahdi, it says, for the first 13 years of Islam, including 16 months in Medina, the faithful, the faithful prayed facing Jerusalem, aligning with the lineage of Isaac and Jacob. It says a divine command. It says in the Quran, Surah 2, 144, commanded the change. So turn your face toward Al-Masjid al-Haram, that's Jerusalem. Theological significance. The shift was not a rejection of the Israelite prophets, but a return to the primordial sanctuary, the Kaaba, established by Abraham and Ishmael. So it says restoring priority. By turning to Mecca, Islam claims spiritual lineage to the older sanctuary, the first house appointed for mankind, reconnecting directly with the foundational house of El Allah, predating the temple. So what I did learn was that basically it says 17 months after the Prophet Muhammad made his Hajj to Medina, is when he made the change to stop facing towards Jerusalem and to turn towards the Kaaba in Mecca. Share divine attributes. So correct. So here again, once again, just making showing that basically El and Allah have the same epitaphs. El Olam, the eternal God, the God Almighty. In Hebrew and Arabic, Allah's attributes or epitaphs are the Creator, the All-Powerful, continuity. I cannot pronounce that word. Continuity, the essential character, omnipotent, eternal, and the Creator remains fundamentally unchanged. So we're still showing the same word, same linguistic, same cognition.
It's continuity.
Continuity. Okay, thank you. So here we go. The house archetype. Bet El versus Bet Allah. So keep in mind, Bet El is the house of God that's established by Jacob. And Bet Allah is the house of God that is established by Muhammad. The structure. House plus God's name is perfectly preserved. In the Hebrew, Bet equals plus El equals Bet El. In the Arabic, Allah plus Bet equals Bet Allah, meaning a concentrated structure serving as a symbolic dwelling for the invisible supreme deity. So in both languages, it's the same word and it's the same meaning. So concentrates, this talks about basically the rituals and how they both are concentrating stones. So in the Masaba, Jacob stone is set upright. He's anointed it with oil. In the Kaaba, the covenant stone is kissed or touched. Functioning in both traditions, a unique permanent stone is the crucial element validating the sanctuary's holiness. The theological trajectory from henotheism to absolute Tawheed. Tawheed is basically oneness with God. So in the Ugarit, El is the chief God presiding over a pantheon. That's which is henotheism. In Israel, in Hebrew, exclusive worship of El is recognized as the only true God. In Islam, Allah is the one indivisible God, purified of all polytheistic traces. So the oneness with the absolute monotheism, which is Tawheed. So I'm showing with the cultural transmission and the link through Abraham. Shared terminology. The term Allah was already the common word for God used by Arabs, Christians, Jews, and Hanifs. Linguistic preservation. These groups ensure the survival and ambiguity of the definite article al with the ilah in Allah form. Final link. Islam views the Kaaba's restoration as the final purified link in the chain of the Abrahamic revelation. So let's warming up, get into the good stuff. So the Ishmael link. Ishmael El, Tibet, Allah, name meaning. Ishmael, El hears, confirming the foundational use of El in its earliest Abrahamic traditions. Continuity point. Ishmael, the namesake ancestor, is traditionally accredited with establishing the Kaaba, the Bet Ilah, alongside Abraham. Theological connection. This narrative directly links the high God of the Hebrew tradition El embodied in the name, with the high God of the Arabic tradition, Allah, worship at the site. So these are basically talking about all of these are theophoric names for sure. So Abraham, Hagar, and the prophetic bridge. The mother, Hagar, an Egyptian slave, bears Abraham's first son, which is Emmanuel. I'm sorry, I keep saying Emmanuel, which is Ishmael. Ishmael. The name Ishmael, meaning El hears, confirming El as the deity of the patriarchal narratives, high God. So here I'm confirming, we're establishing that El is, Ishmael is the son of Abraham, and El is the deity that is worshipped by Abraham. And we see this by the naming of his son of Ishmael. Meaning El hears, as the deity of the patriarchal narratives, high God, the covenant. After Hagar's flight, the angel of the Lord promises Ishmael will be the father of a great nation. The Islamic narrative. Ishmael is taken by Abraham to the Hajj, Mecca, where they jointly built the Kaaba. So, according to this narrative in Islamic tradition, Ishmael and his father Abraham are the one who actually built the Kaaba. I didn't know that.
Okay.
So continuity. The high God El, who hears Hagar's distress and seals the covenant with her son, is the same high God Allah worship at the sanctuary found by that son. That would make sense that if his name is Ishmael, and his father and him built the Kaaba, the deity worshipped there would be the deity that they established. The scriptural mandate, continuity of the Abrahamic creed. So in the Quran, Surah 2, 135, it says, rather, we follow the religion of Abraham. It says, rather, we follow the religion of Abraham, inclining toward truth, and he was not of the polytheists. In the Bible, Genesis 28:13, it says, I am the Lord, El, the God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. Both texts mandate the worship of the same high God, El Allah, who established the sacred space and covenant with the patriarchs. So the conclusion to this is Islam views itself as the final perfected restoration of the original monotheistic worship of El. Not a different religion, but a continuation. So the three pillars of continuity, I'm showing the El root persists as the proper name for God, moving from the generic Ugarit Il to the definite proper noun Allah, El Allah, through structural through structural unity. The sanctuary is defined by the Bet plus God's name. So the Bet El in Hebrew and the Bet Allah in Arabic, meaning house of God, emphasizing a physical place dedicated to the high God as the Axis Mundi. So in rituals, the sanctity of the site is marked by a sacred stone. The Masaba in the Hebrew, serving as the covenants in the Al-Asad in the Arabic, serving as the covenant's physical, concentrated marker of divine presence.
Consecrated.
The absolute because I'm having a hard time reading these words. The absolute continuity of the high God, of the Elyon. The theological refinement. This progression represents the ultimate purification of the monotheistic impulse. The ancient belief in the supreme creator God of Abraham moves from henotheism in the Ugarit and monolatry in Israel to absolute uncompromising unity of Islam. Tawheed, it's the oneness. So the journey from Bet El to Bet Allah is not a rupture, but a continuity. The enduring worship of the Semitic high God realized is the most singular and absolute form, establishing the final perfected Abrahamic creed. Let's see, these are some sources. I think I got some more slides on there. No, that's it. So this is just kind of a brief. I wanted to kind of just have some stuff where I can, if I have people on the panel, I can bounce off of, and they have questions, because it's a lot of information. I didn't go over everything for sure, but I just wanted to kind of show linguistically how the word El the word Il in the Ugarit went from in the Hebrew to El here into the Arabic Allah, maintaining the same word definition. Aleph Lamed, Aleph Lamed, Aleph Lamed, Aleph Lamed, both meaning God. So, and in the Abrahamic tradition, we see that Abraham is the father of both traditions. In the Islam and the Hebrew tradition, he's the father of them both. Jacob is the father of Israel, and Ishmael is the father of Islam, and they both have the theophoric name containing El. So I really just, if we notice in this, I can stop sharing now. If we notice A1 in the presentation, we see no, yeah. So Yahweh comes into the picture about 900 BC. 800 BC, we started seeing Yahweh trying to make his way into some different texts, or things of that nature. But indigenous Canaanite worship has always been the worship of El. So, and that's what I'm trying. That's what I believe that I showed. And I think that it's a smooth transition from Hebrew to Islam. So yeah. So if the brother has a question on the panel, I can answer it. Or Jose's on the panel, if he has a question, I can answer it, and we can kind of go from there.
Good night. Hello?
Yeah, A1 stepped away. I'm
Oh
here.
yeah, my bad. I didn't mean to. I keep muting myself out. Any questions for King J on this presentation?
The ultimate point was to prove that Allah and El is the same deity, right?
Same word, same deity. Nothing has changed through the Abrahamic faith. It's not something different. It's a continuity of the same deity, same worship, for sure.
Agreed. I agree with you. That they're definitely, for sure, the same deity. But which language would you say the name originated in?
So the word Il is a Ugarit. Well, it's a Canaanite word. It's a Northwest Semitic language. So you see Aramaic, Ugarit, Amorite, Hebrew. Those are branches of that branch, and they all are the same linguistic cognates, meaning they both all. So in the Ugarit we have Il, and it means God. As a common noun, as a proper name, it means the name of the deity. In Hebrew, we have the word El. As a proper noun, it means a generic word for God. As a proper name, it means the name of the deity. In Arabic, we have the name El, Allah, meaning the definite article, meaning the as a definite article, the deity. Same generic term. As a proper name, it means the name of the deity. So.
Okay, agreed. It was a good presentation.
It was short, but I did want to present some information. I thought if I put a lot out there that people could break down or have some contention with, that we could go from there, because I know a lot of people are going to be like that, believe that, especially the Yahwehs, that people are with the always just Yahweh stuff. They're not gonna but so I just
Okay, I think you got your point across that they are all the same deity.
So did you see did you see about where I talked about the Bet El?
I caught a little bit of it because I was asleep and I just woke up. I caught a little bit of it.
Mm-hmm. So the Bet El, it's I guess it is meaning house of God. So it means in both languages, house of God. And so the first Beth El. So I didn't know this. I just learned this just by studying this, that So before Muhammad, the first the Muslims, well, they wouldn't be Muslims, but the inhabitants, they prayed towards Jerusalem. So that was interesting to me. So so it's like Muhammad was the one person
Because
who.
they were because A1, you watch Titan TV, right?
Yes, yes.
And you know he makes an argument that if that the historical Muhammad was an Ethiopian Christian, right?
Hmm.
So what do you think about that? You think that that's an accurate statement?
An Ethiopian Christian.
What he's saying is there was a historical Muhammad,
Mm-hmm.
but the historical Muhammad was not the person that they're talking about was not an Arab invader. He was actually an Ethiopian Christian.
Hmm. I'm not familiar with that theory.
A lot of people aren't familiar with the argument. That's why I say when you watch his platform, you'll understand how he breaks down the argument.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not of the faith. But that is something that interests him, so he spends a lot of time talking about it.
So
He tells you that
I have to get him up here to interview him because, yeah, I have some questions. Like, I want to know where he thinks Muhammad was born at.
Mm-hmm.
I like to see his outlook, what sources he's using to put this together.
Mm-hmm.
I know he reads the Quran in Arabic, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I believe so.
Okay.
Just from this little study, and I just did. I brought me upon Muhammad's father. They were like from the Quraysh tribe, and it didn't.
Right, but Kalam argues that person didn't exist. His life, he's saying that person's life was taken from part of it was taken from the Ethiopian Abraham.
Of course.
Then it goes into a whole long dissertation that's better for him to explain. Because he said it's a composite of several different people. But I think he said Abraham is the one who mostly fits the description of the founder of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
So he's arguing that the pales that correct person didn't exist.
If you take away Abraham, then that kills Muhammad, and it kills everybody. Yeah, they're all eponymous ancestors. You know what I'm saying?
No. It's not. No, he's not talking about the Abraham of the Bible. He's talking about an Ethiopian king named Abraham.
Oh,
It's not that he's not making the argument that Abraham. It's a totally different historical figure
mm-hmm.
that he's arguing is the prophet Muhammad,
Mm-hmm.
and that Muslims are basically Christians,
Hmm.
and that the original people who they're calling Muslims were Christians. And somebody made up a story about this Arab guy invading and confused the whole history. So he's trying to straighten it out to say Muslims are Christians. He's basically saying Islam is another sect of Christianity. It's not a separate religion. But you have to watch the platform to understand.
They're all the same. They're all the same. They're all the same.
That's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying this prophet that they're following never existed.
Right, Muhammad.
So Muslims are really supposed to be a sect of Christianity, not a separate religion.
And you know what? Because honestly, in the set, so they're not. They didn't change. So when if all Abrahamic faith, they should worship the Torah. Because the law is the same law of Moses. It's not a different law. The Muslims don't have a different law.
And that's the point that he's making. There is no difference.
Right.
There is no difference.
Right.
Islam is a. He basically saying Islam is a false religion. They are really Christians, and the Quran is a Christian book.
They're all Judaism. They're all Jews, or you know what I'm saying? That's the case. So technically, Judaism, Christianity is Judaism.
something like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Technically he's right. That's a fair statement. Yeah, they're all reading from the same Torah, and everything after that is additions. Commentary.
Well, he
Hadiths.
says that too. He says that too, but you have to watch Titans TV to see exactly how he breaks it down.
Titans TV. So that's not this. Titans is not part of
No,
this. Okay. So this is Titans.
no.
Okay.
This Titans Debate League. Titans TV was before this, and Kalam L is the one who runs that
Okay.
platform.
Yeah, he's like the UK version of this, just bigger, but he doesn't do like a debate league. But he did say he was going to come over here and do a presentation, so hopefully we see him soon. Shout out Kalam and Titans TV. Everybody make sure that you go over there and subscribe. He's doing amazing things over there. That's Titans TV on YouTube, and his name is Kalam L. Positive brother. Go ahead, check him out. Tell him A1 sent you. Titans Debate League.
Well, yeah. Fair point. Yeah, I can see how that could be true. Just from a little research I just did, but definitely the Ethiopian argument is clearly. Yeah, I don't see the Ethiopian Christianity argument. But yeah, there were 360 different. They all were worshiping. Different little deities. So it took Muhammad to come along and say we want to go back to the worship of the Abrahamic faith, and so that's the deity that he chose to worship, which wasn't so I don't want to say that it wasn't the Elyon, but it was the Ilah, the deity, the universal, the one over everything. The chief deity was the deity of his father's clan, the deity Habal. So, and this Habal is a deity I think is like a Moabite deity. These are all like Canaanite deities, and they've made their way down, and it's just I think these are like traders. I don't know where. So was Mecca like a area of trade? I'm sure.
No, Mecca, according to the story, was the homeland of the Prophet Muhammad. That's where he came from. So that is why they tell you to pray toward Mecca, something along those lines. So, and then there's an argument that that people who are Islamic are not worshiping Allah, they're worshiping Muhammad. They're praying to Muhammad.
Yeah, it's Mohammedanism because, it's almost like they fanned out, and that's exactly the point of the presentation that I presented today. Is that they're all still just worshiping the deity El? It's all El worship.
No, but I'm not saying it's El worship. I'm saying modern Muslims today are worshiping the Prophet Muhammad, not just Allah.
They're practicing Mohammedanism, which is just like basically kind of just like what Christianity is, because it's like they're worshiping Jesus to a sense in Christianity. Like, because if you don't believe in Jesus, you can't believe in Christianity. Is that a tenet?
That's the tenet of
That's
Christianity.
the tenet. Yeah.
But in Islam, they tell you shouldn't have pictures of prophets and you shouldn't worship the prophet. But because most of them don't know Arabic, they are worshiping the prophet. And their religion says you're not allowed to do that. Allah is the only one worthy of worship, but they don't speak the language. So they don't understand that they're worshiping Muhammad. And people who know Arabic have been telling them for the longest time, on and off YouTube, that they are Muhammad worshippers and not worshippers of Allah.
Right.
But they don't know the language, so they don't understand that when you deal with things like Moorish paradigm, they tell you they are Mohammedan sect. So what does a Mohammedan do? What do Mohammedans do? They worship Muhammad. And if you talk to some more, the A1, Am I incorrect in saying that some more say that
Mic check,
they're
mic check.
Mohammedan?
We hear you.
Did you hear me, A1?
Say that again, Jose.
I
Have
can't
you
hear
ever heard?
nobody.
We can
No,
hear you.
we're hearing you.
Yo, y'all there?
Yeah, we
Oh,
I can yeah.
Okay,
are
I'm
you
gonna drop
hearing
back out.
us?
Come back in.
All right. What I'm saying is, have you ever heard any Moorish groups say that they are Mohammedans?
No, I've never heard that. Mohammedans?
Yes.
No, I've never heard that.
Yes. Yes. Have you heard the word Mohammedan?
No, first time I've ever heard it.
You've never heard the word Mohammedan?
No.
Can y'all hear
Mohammedan
me?
is a word that is
Yep.
used.
Can you hear us?
Mm-hmm.
I really can't
Mohammedan
hear y'all. Okay, hold on.
Mohammedan is a word
Let me
that
see
is
what I
used.
gotta do.
Mohammedan is a word that is used. Maybe derogatory. Maybe Muslims think it's derogatory, but it's a word that's used to describe Muslims who are worshiping Muhammad
Mm-hmm.
and not Allah. So you have to look up the word, and then some. And when you look it up, you'll see it. You'll see it connected to North African Moors as them being
Mic
called
check, mic
Muhammadans.
check.
Mm-hmm.
We hear you.
And
It says
Okay, bet.
it suggests Muslims worship Muhammad himself instead of the God in Islam.
but they do,
Mm-hmm.
they do.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is,
And
no, but they do. And you hear a lot of people using the word Mohammedan, thinking it's the same as being a Muslim. And the term Mohammedan means a worshiper of Muhammad. It doesn't mean Allah. So if you describe yourself as a Mohammedan, you're describing yourself as a worshiper of Allah.
so these so what you say the hadiths are no good?
Hadiths are considered part of the Quran, but the problem with the hadith comes in when you start to question them and say, are they first-hand information? Are they second-hand information? Are they third-hand information? Are they fourth-hand information? Because some of these things come from people who are supposed to be around. But then now when you question people, they say, well, this one wrote it, that one wrote it, this one wrote it. And the people who wrote it
Exactly.
were people who we're not sure if they were close to him or not. Then you find out some of them were burned and destroyed too,
Mm-hmm.
to bring for other people to have control of the faith.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a whole nuance that that sometimes when you're Muslim you're not aware of.
Mm-hmm.
And then when other people point it out, you end up, either looking crazy or agreeing. And then now what do? After you agree that yes, Muhammad is being worshipped, yes, there are lies about these things, how do you reconcile it as a Muslim? Do you keep practicing? Do you stop? What do you do as a Muslim now when you spend 30 years of your life in this thing and you find out something you're saying is not true?
Because the
You
hadith
deny it and you keep moving on, or do you accept it and do something else?
because the hadiths come what like 200 years, 300 years after Muhammad.
Probably something like that.
So it's like, how could they be reliable?
But they're not reliable. A lot of these things are just hearsay, allegedly written by people who we now know were not there.
That's why I just think Islam is just a take on on the Bible.
Right. And this is what some of the texts say.
They
They
wrote
have texts that say Muhammad had Jewish friends. They have texts that say Muhammad swore on the Quran. They have texts that say when the book was revealed to Muhammad, he was told to read the Torah
Right.
and other writings that we now know as the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
So why are Muslims who admitting this arguing? What is the argument now? And this is the point. This is cognitive dissonance for them to say it's not true. Because you can show them, and the people who read the language can show them in the language, this is true. You're praying on Muhammad. You're praying to the Prophet. You're worshiping the Prophet along with Allah. So how do they reconcile that in their head now? After they spent 40 years doing this.
Mm-hmm.
How do you reconcile it when your whole life is based on something that helps you, but you find out you don't know the history? Do you accept the history and move on, or do you just not accept the history and move on? And that's the question. What do you do when your whole practice is a lie? And none of us here can answer that question because none of us are Muslims. So we can't answer that question. So it was a good presentation.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate you. And in the future, I would try not to have unnecessary contention. I don't think that helps anything. But it was a good presentation.
I appreciate
and
that.
I was presently surprised that you went into so much of the history. I thought you were just going to deal with the word and that's it, but you went into a lot of the history of it.
It's a lot more too, Joey. For real,
yeah. I know there is.
Man, shout out to King J and shout out to Jose, man. Shout out to A1. Peace to the panel.
Peace to you. Can you hear us?
Yeah,
you should do a part 2, King J.
Oh, he is. Yeah, he definitely. He said he had more slides. So about
let him do a part 2.
Yeah, I want him to expound on it, and I have more questions. I'll save some of the better ones to see if he answers them in the second one.
For sure.
But
yeah.
Hold on, let me go back. Go ahead. Somebody can jump in real quick.
Yeah. You know what I want to see? You know, I like to see from you, A1. I would like to see a lineage from you. I would like to see you do a genealogy. I would love to see that.
My genealogy?
Yes, I would love to see.
I'm not gonna show my family tree on here.
Okay, cool. All right. If you don't want to do that, cool. But I would like to see after you do it, talk about how you feel about it, even if you don't want to show.
You know what I will do? I will do an episode on that. How to look at it, how to read, how to use the app, and see what the studies say. And I'll show where my DNA traces to. But I'm not about to do it like Brother Reggie did. Got my whole grandfather's name, my great grandfather's name. All that.
Okay, I'm with you on that.
But I will go into see where my DNA traces from and what ancestry I do have. I will make that public.
I didn't know Reggie was from a bunch of scholars like that, though. For real, though. Whatever his name was, Calvin, whatever his cousin or uncle was a good researcher.
That's what's up. So yeah, I got a couple questions.
What up?
So you practice Islam? I want to clear that. Or you just teaching it?
No, I'm just making a connection. I don't practice any faith.
Okay, that's cool. All right, but you know the history pretty good, right?
For sure. I'm researching. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. So
y'all got a couple minutes. I got to step away from the computer for like 3 minutes. Go ahead, do y'all thing. Keep it respectful, gentlemen.
11:01. That's crazy.
What?
Nothing. Well, go ahead, brother.
You got it. Y'all can go back and forth for a second. Ask him all the questions you need to get some clarity, because he actually is looking for a debate. So if
I got one with him.
Contention, press him.
I got one with him. I already had one with him.
Tell me when I come back. I'll be right back.
All right, for sure. Yeah. So what's the history with the Birmingham Quran? Because I see that it conflicts with I guess the Islamic timeline or history of Islam. What do you think about the Birmingham Quran?
The Birmingham Quran? I'm not too familiar with that.
Well, the Birmingham Quran was a Quran found in Europe, right? It's been in one of these English museums for a while, and it's dated back to BC era. And the Quran wasn't supposed to be given to Muhammad till way later, and then it wasn't supposed to be written by his scribes till later after that. But yeah, we have a Quran that's written in red ink, which was supposed to be against Islamic faith and stuff like that.
I see.
Yeah. Okay, so you don't know nothing about that. Okay, and then
568, 645 BC, AD, 95.4% accuracy, Oxford University. Looks decent for sure.
Yeah, so that's like a Quran that destroys the Islamic narrative.
Mm-hmm.
As far as how it was received,
of course,
by Allah to Muhammad. Okay, yeah, all right.
I should have put that in my presentation.
Yeah, well, I mean, just look over, study it, and see what's up with it. You know what I'm saying? Because you just met it just now, so a lot of the contention Well, yeah, I'll let you like look at it. But a lot of the contention, people say what I guess is to test the ink because the pages have been radiocarbon dated and they go back to the BC era. So people who have that Islamic faith is like test the ink or whatever. But it's been in their possession for a minute, for a while. And then you know about the 700-year war between the Persians and Romans, I believe.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Okay, and after that war, those Arabs, those Persians, Islam comes about historically, and then they go start taking over all these African kingdoms or African lands.
Okay, okay, I'm back. I'm back.
Yeah. So did you check out the presentation? Did you have any contention with the presentation?
About the language, no, the language is pretty clear cut. It all goes back to Canaan, and then it goes through its version of Arabic. And yeah, no, I don't have no contention with the language. I didn't hear anything
What about
crazy. No.
about the deity?
About El being Allah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, basically all these are the same gods. El,
Hmm.
Allah,
For sure.
Yahweh.
Yeah.
All of these are El.
Type
You
shit.
know, yeah. Through different cultures, it's just depending on which one is controlling at the time. But I
Hmm.
think Islam is like a late baby to the game. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? But
Yep.
they were willing to murder to get their narrative across, so they did what they had to do.
To the
You know?
sword. For sure.
Yeah. So I don't got no contention with that.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you.
Now, King J, let me just point something out here, right?
Hmm.
Notice how different people responded to you when you put together a presentation and came on the platform,
Hmm.
right?
Hmm.
As opposed to just arguing, right?
Yeah, and so I was on side last night, and they brought that to my attention, and I was like, "Yeah, I need to stop just being so." But I'm just so used to being on a debate league, so I'm just so used to being debative that yeah, I do understand. So I apologize to dude. I was on there with Smash and Reggie yesterday, and I was like, "Yeah, let me just humble myself because we all are still learning." You know what I'm saying? I'm still learning. I don't know everything, so you know, but
All right.
yeah.
So you might have a little discussion about the debate topic that we were supposed to have. Is that including?
Go ahead.
Uh, you remember what the topic was?
Was Black a Nation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How you doing? All right now.
I think I still got my
You,
notes for that. I might got my notes for that.
so what's your contention with black being a nation?
That we have to, that is prerequisites for having a nation. Land is one. A population for sure. I mean, we feel the prerequisite for having the population size. Having land, I would say no. Let me see. What was the other ones? I wrote them down. All right. So here we go. I think it was three or four of them. A permanent population. We got that. A defined territory. Uh, Probably not. A government. Probably not. The capacity to enter into relations with other states. Probably not. Because we're not one political body. We can't even define on who we are. You know what I'm saying? So who's gonna speak for us and what are we gonna identify under? You know what I'm saying? We don't know if we pan Africans, Indians, or West Africans, or Muslims, or Moors, or Hebrews, or you know what I'm saying. So, yeah,
Okay, understood. All right. Well, yeah. I don't hear nothing that. I'm still in conflict with that. I just believe that black people are a nation, and we do meet all the prerequisites of a nation. And
What swap? Let me let me stop you there for a second. When you say black people, do you mean black people in America?
yeah. Yeah, I'll limit it to America. Yeah.
But Suave, you have to see where that is not entirely true. And let me explain to you why. A nation is a political term. So if we're in this country, we don't have any political power, then well, I'm not in America, but I was in America, and I'm from America. But if black people are living in America and they have no autonomous political power, then according to the laws of America, we're not a nation.
Okay. Well,
We're
I'm saying
legally
despite that we are.
So
nah. That can't be right when you're talking politically.
Well,
so
You
that's
have
why
no
it's a
political
debate. One
power.
person think they're right, both people think they're right, and both people think the other person is wrong. So that's why I would like to debate it because there's a clear conflict there, and I'm just not going.
mhm.
I I
So
I see what you're I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't debate you on it. I think I would sit down with you and have the discussion on why you think so. I wouldn't debate you
Yeah, I'm not headed
because I don't
for
think we
that.
need to debate. I think you and I can sit down and hash out why you think so.
I
Matter
mean,
of
it's
fact,
pretty
I don't even
simple. I
think
get
you.
your reasoning why. I get your reasoning why. You know, it's pretty
I
simple.
don't
I get
even
it.
think. I don't even think you should really debate that.
Okay.
I think. I think we need to understand that if we're black, if the black
1991.
people in America are not officially a nation. I mean, we could discuss why we should be a nation, but
But
politically speaking, no.
I'm thinking he gonna try to come with some slick way of be like. 'Cause I thought about it too. I'm like, well, what is he gonna try to say? They're a black nation? Like, is he gonna try to bring up like Haiti, like you know what I'm saying? Like, I was trying to figure out.
You have to ask him the question. I'm not making
Yeah,
the argument.
trying to figure it out.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, it's I don't be having nothing slick about my debates, bro. I'm very open about my discussion. I come straight up the middle. I just believe that black people meet the criteria for a nation, although we're not recognized by the powers, by certain powers.
Okay.
Um, yeah, like nah, I'm coming straight up the middle, bro. I go by the
Okay.
definition of nation that I brought up before, and I see that we are more correlating with a nation with each other than we are with any other group of people. You know
Mm.
what I'm saying? So it's
Okay.
like we meet the standard for a nation more than America meets the standard for a nation. Like America is a recognized nation, but it's just not in harmony with the definition of nation like we are by ourselves. So yeah.
Okay.
Do we have
I'm
any
with you.
outside trade with any other countries?
Not as a
No, no,
whole.
no, 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 no. King, hold on, King J. I think we're about to go off topic here, because if he thinks America, black people in America meet the criteria for a nation. Hold on. Let me hash this out for a second. If he thinks that, right, and we don't have the political power, then are you advocating that we should come together to be like the indigenous people and say we should be allowed to be live autonomously in America? Is that what you're trying to say? Suave, is that what you're trying to say? Because I want to get where you're going with this.
I
Are
think
you
you
there, Suave?
might have stepped off.
I don't know what happened with Suave there, because
Mm.
I want to get
But
where you're trying to go with this. Because I
I
think
mean,
that's where you,
yeah.
Suave, are you there?
He
Now is the
probably
worst possible time for Suave to fall off.
he froze.
Now is the worst possible
That's
time for
crazy.
Suave to fall off, bro.
He'll be
I
back.
know he not running, man. I'm sure he'll be. Suave, you muted if you still talking over there. You might be in the
Nah,
middle. He
Suave,
might be in the middle
no.
of something.
No, Suave. Now is the worst time. Now is the worst time A1 for him to fall off. This is where I thought the conversation could get juicy now, because I want to see where he's going with this.
Mm-hmm.
If you see what I'm saying, A1.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been
I
trying to get
wanted
this debate off for a second, so I already knew
I
where he was
wanted to
with
see
this one.
if he's advocating that we should be a nation within the United States, so we should have autonomy. But
Are there
what
are there any example of sovereign nations within the U.S.?
apparently the indigenous Americans are considered to be a sovereign nation
Of course,
within the United States.
they're the only ones. The Native American tribes.
Apparently,
Mm-hmm.
and therein lies a very important and interesting argument, right? When you deal with the indigenous peoples of this country, right, and they have those agreements. A lot of time, those agreements are very pigeonholing in the sense that they're kind of like leasing them, but they might be just leasing them. Some of those they just leasing back the land. You know, they're telling them you have to do blood, just like the brother was saying before. They're forcing these groups to do blood quantum tests,
Mm-hmm.
which means if I have 0.00001%,
Mm-hmm.
and I get they give you a card that's a membership card into some of these nations, and it has to state your blood quantum on the card, and that comes in where now, when people who are of African descent want to come in now, and they've been accepted for 2, 3, 4, 500 years now. When we're having certain arguments now, they're forcing some of these tribes to put these African people out because they don't want to pay reparations. They're forcing these tribes to say, after 200, 300 years of us living together, being accepted now, because of a legal struggle, because of legal loopholes, they're forcing these people to put these people out. And some of these tribes should be ashamed of themselves. Because I was looking at a woman who said she's of African descent. She knows that she has former slave roots, and she was living with this nation, her people for about 300 years.
Mm-hmm.
Going to church, speaking the language, that's the only culture she knew. And now they want to put them out and separate them because of reparations. Well, I mean, maybe not reparation, but she said she doesn't understand why they're forcing them out of the tribe, because that's all they know. They grew up with the tribe, and everything was okay for 300 years. Now all of a sudden, when reparations come forth, you're making them homeless because that's the only home they ever knew. They never had a problem until recently, because of these reparations argument. People need to be aware how these things affect people. We are having a YouTube argument. There are people who live these things and are now about to be homeless and cultureless, and they don't know what to do. They only know one life. They only know living alongside these people. So is it fair now for them to be put out? And these are arguments that some of us are not aware of. It's a serious real life argument that affects people's real lives every day. We just have an able is Africans argument, but that's just an argument. There are people who really are in certified indigenous people. And because of the way the argument is carried out on YouTube, we can't get them to come in and give their perspective. They don't want to be involved in it. So you have to tell these abos who are talking crazy, if you are serious, you have to change the way that you're talking. If not, we don't want no parts of that craziness. We don't want no parts of people, the Dane Calories and the Top Cats. We don't want to have conversations with them.
I was just gonna say it. Dan Calloway is the biggest one right now.
Right. But
So
these
King
are
J, I'm
but these
sorry, I
are
know y'all having a discussion, man. I just want to get this in so I can move around and y'all continue teaching. So King J, you still interested in that debate, brother?
Yeah, we set it up for next Thursday.
A
What
face off next Thursday?
Yeah, next Thursday for sure.
Next
What you
Thursday, I
know?
got you two locked in. I'll have a flyer out tonight, and I'll send that over to you two. Thursday, 8 o'clock next week.
Let me see. Can we well, Wednesday or Friday? Because I mean, I could do it over the phone, like right now. I'm at work, but I'll be at work.
Let's,
You know.
let's do it
But,
Wednesday.
but now here's the thing. Before you guys agree to a debate, I asked a question. Are you advocating for Black people in America to be given sovereign rights?
So about here is I just want to know the price of it. If I could do that, these things right there first.
Okay, you just want to price check on that? Okay. You say, am I asking for sovereign rights?
No, what I'm saying is, are you advocating that Black people in America should be given sovereign rights?
Yeah, I advocate for that.
Right. So
No,
now if you're advocating for that, What do you suggest we as Black Americans can do to come together to make that a reality? What should we do? What is your plan for that? Do you have a plan that you could show us? Do you have a written plan that you think we could follow? Suave?
Yeah.
Do you
Okay.
have a
Yeah, I
written
believe.
plan that you think we could follow?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think we had it. Yeah, it's nothing new. It's nothing different. It's how every other group of people became a nation and got that right to sovereignty. Like it ain't no new blueprint we need to create. We just need to stick to the guns on the one that's already established.
So here's what A1, here's what I'm suggesting you should do. Before the debate, let him present his plan, let the plan be scrutinized, and then do the debate.
Why?
Why? The reason why I'm saying to do that is because I think people might agree with you, and you might end up starting a movement that's worthwhile. So you should present your idea to the community and let the community
Just need
scrutinize
to know the price of
Okay,
before you do the debate.
I'd rather
Because you
present it in the
don't
debate.
know, sometimes you're thinking, I'm gonna present this and nobody's gonna listen to me. But at least present it first, so then you'll know how people view it, and then you should know if it's a realistic goal or if it's not a realistic goal. Because I want to hear it, and I want to see if it's something we can get behind and actually make happen. You understand? Or if we can actually put together a plan based on Swab Boss
96.50.
leading the way to the Black, to the African American indigenous nations. We don't know. So put it forth and let us scrutinize it first. At least we
Real
have something
quick,
to kick around.
gentlemen, real quick. We have two new additions to the panel. We have Ben Eaton and Allah's Gracious Warrior. Let's give both of these gentlemen a round of applause for being brave enough to step into the Coliseum of arguments. First, let me go to Allah's Gracious Warrior because he's the one that got this whole conversation started. If you go back and check out his Prove Me Wrong last week, he said that Allah and Yahweh were the same deity. Jesse, did you catch the presentation?
Assalamu alaikum. I'm just coming in. I definitely still stand on what I was saying, but no, I didn't catch nothing prior to this.
Okay, walaikum salam, peace, barakatuh. Did you have any questions for? You can go ahead and ask King Jay some questions and see where he stands on this.
And I did want to clarify it too, because there's some people who believe that Yahweh is like some type of has like a father or has a son. So we believe that it's the same God in the concept that the God who talked to Moses in the burning bush, the God of Abraham, the God of the children of Israel. But we do deny the concept of that deity having fathers or sons. So it's, to us, Yahweh and El could possibly be like one, but I don't accept that El is the father of Yahweh or anything like that.
Okay, so just right there, where is your creation story or origin story for Yahweh? Because I would agree in the Ugarit, the Ibla tablets, the Ugarit tablets. It doesn't say that Yahweh is a son of El. It doesn't. So
Doesn't mention Yahweh.
where is your origin for Yahweh?
So Allah or Yahweh is going to be eternal, and there is no beginning and end for Yahweh or Allah.
Is there a historical first time in history where we may find the Yahweh?
Is there a historical what for?
Or even a origin story, like in a culture, or where we can go and say, hey, this is the origin of Yahweh. Even an origin story, like in a
I'm not sure as far as origin stories, but I do think a lot of these origin stories where they say things like God having a father or a son are going to be a deviation. So like it's something that's not approved by the Creator Himself.
Because if we go to Deuteronomy 32:8, so that's where Yahweh portions the land to the nations, right?
Right.
So, but he's in that instance portioning his sons, portioning to Jacob, correct?
Right.
So that's the first instance. So if we looked at the presentation that I presented earlier, it mentions it doesn't mention Yahweh at all. It doesn't mention Yahweh at all. It mentions El. So like in the pantheons of the, so there's El is the Elyon, is the Most High, and most of the pantheons. He has sons, he has Baal, he has daughters, but Yahweh is not mentioned. So what I'm saying, origin stories. I don't know of any culture that has an origin story of Yahweh, a deity called Yahweh.
Right.
Do you?
So I have Quran verse 112.
Quran?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm gonna pull it up. So this is going to be Quran verse, and I'm starting at the beginning, 112. Say, He is Allah, one and indivisible. Allah, the sustainer, needed by all. He never had an offspring, nor was he born, and there is none comparable to him.
So where do you see? You didn't say Yahweh at all. So where do you see where is Yahweh?
Well, this is with the understanding that Allah and Yahweh are the same God, and
How do you-
also. I'd also even say El. I would say El and Yahweh are just different names to address the same creator.
So I'm trying to get to where you. So it's like you have a conceived notion of Yahweh. So that's why you keep sticking it in there. That's why I'm trying to get to where are you getting it from? Like, did you read that and just believe it? Because
King J, you have to understand, he is strictly dealing with the Quran. He's not going outside of the Quran.
I'm going by the Quran because the
But
Quran doesn't say Yahweh at all. It doesn't mention Yahweh. When he's saying Allah, the whole presentation is on what he just said. El as Allah Aleph Lamed as the definite article, and then you're saying Ilah, the deity. So you're not saying Yahweh at all. Yahweh doesn't transliterate to etymology at all to that. So where are you getting it from?
Well, it's the concept.
Just say where you're getting it from.
The Quran.
You're not getting it from the Quran because it's not saying Yahweh. So where are you getting it from?
Well, you have to use.
Who told you that Yahweh in the Quran, when it says Allah is really Yahweh? Who said that?
I said that.
It's going to be based. It's going to be based off of the stories. So if you can, just the biblical stories regarding Yahweh. So it like Quran never says El. It doesn't say Yahweh. But we know that it's the same God. We know that it's the same God based on the biblical stories that have been told to us.
Can I show my screen now?
Can I add something?
Allah clarifies that He's the only one. He's the only God. There is no other God but Him. And then if you take some of the Bible stories regarding like Moses talking to the burning bush, if the God that Allah is that God. If we're talking about Moses and how he
Allah
made a
predates that
mistake.
God.
But hold on, but hold on, King J. He is making an argument based on his religious book, and
No,
according to
no, he got a valid point. He has a valid point, by the way.
no, but
And
hold
he
on.
made
I'm
that
not
up.
arguing. Hold on. I'm not arguing the validity. I'm pointing out he is a Muslim. He's making his argument based on the book. You are not a Muslim, so you're making a different
No, he's not
argument.
making that. He's
But
not
you're
making
both
that.
But
saying
he's
the
right.
same thing.
He's not making that argument based on the Quran. He's making that argument because the Quran doesn't say that. The
But
But he's
Quran
Quran
does
doesn't
telling
not.
say
you
what?
that. But what he but hold on,
There's
hold on,
nowhere in the Quran does it
but
say
hold
that
on, King
God
J.
Allah is really the deity Yahweh. It
can I?
doesn't
I'm
say
with
that.
But
you.
it
I'm with
is.
you.
But
No,
it
no, hold
doesn't.
on, no,
But
hold
it's
on,
not.
hold on. Before we
Can
go
I?
there,
Let me. Can
Let me
I?
show my screen again.
I'm with you, King J. But what I'm saying to you is your argument is based on doing pure scholastic research. You both of you are coming to the same conclusion. But his argument is, like some Muslims, the Prophet was given this, so he should respect the books of the Jews and the Christians.
Correct.
That's it. That doesn't make him wrong.
Correct.
He's
And
just coming from a different point of view that either
No,
you
it do
respect
make
or
him
you
wrong
don't
because
respect.
you never no, I do make it wrong because that's not what he said, and so I'm asking him specific questions, and he has no answers, Joey.
No,
So
he
I'm
said
asking him.
Allah. He
I
said
No, I
asked
said
him.
he
Allah
get
and
no,
Yahweh,
no. Hold on. He
according
gave
to
you
the
an answer.
Quran, are the same, and he is absolutely right.
No, it's not, and he's not right.
Because the
I
term, listen, the
agree.
term.
I agree with whoever said he's absolutely right. But I think we're going off now, and we're gonna go on a tangent. Before we go off on a tangent,
No, Joey, how about you just let me just do this,
King
and then
J,
you
you
just
see,
mute
hold on,
out.
King J,
We don't
King
need an
J, you see what
narrator
we
right
do?
now,
Hold on, King J.
so I need
We're
to
doing well. Hold on,
head.
King J. We're doing well. I'm just trying to point something out here before you make your argument. He is going on religion, and if you're disagreeing with him, you're disagreeing with him on a religious basis. You're not disagreeing that the two deities are different. Is all I want to point out before you continue. He is not making a scholastic argument. So
right.
you are just not coming in and saying, "This is where I know."
He's not making a
I don't
religious
believe.
argument
No, no,
or a
no.
scholarly argument.
King J is
The religious
distinguishing
argument that he's
Allah and
making
Yahweh.
is
He is
this.
making a difference.
Let's let Ben Eaton get in here. Want to say that again, Ben?
Peace. No, I think King J is making a distinguished difference between Yahweh and Allah. I think that is his case. But
That is
yeah,
by
I think that is
that's
his
that's
case.
my whole presentation is
Yeah.
of that.
My bad, my bad, King J. I
However,
apologize.
it is
I apologize.
incorrect to think that way when you're talking about the Quran, because Allah, or how he describes it, Ilah, is a West Semitic term. It's a generic term for God. Essentially, it's more generic term for power, actually. And the term is used in the Quran to denote Yahweh as the epithet of El, which means which is a generic term for God. But they are talking about that Bible man, Yahweh. They're talking about the same God.
Oh, we're cooking. All right. Okay.
And I'd like to read this Quran verse. This is going to be Quran 3:3. It says, "He has sent down upon you the book and truth, confirming what was before it, and he revealed the Torah and the gospel." So this Quran verse highlights that it's the same God who sent down this book of truth, sent down the Torah and the gospel, and that being the Old and the New Testament.
Okay, well, let me apologize to King J because I didn't know King J was making a distinction that they're not the same deity. So I
Let me
apologize.
rescreen my screen real quick, A1.
I really didn't know.
I'm
I
finna
wasn't
get
aware.
off.
So I apologize. So let me shut up now because I didn't know that.
It's all good, but I'm asking them questions and they can't make an argument.
So, brother,
King J, your argument.
Where is
Fallacious,
your first mention of Yahweh?
it does not mention Yahweh in the Quran.
It's not mentioned in the Quran. Where's the first mention in?
This is going to be a Bible term.
Bible. Okay. Is there any historical mentions anywhere?
Possibly,
the first
but
time
I'm not
the
familiar with all
term
the
was
historical.
used. was
So
around.
you're basing your entire argument off of a biblical mention of Yahweh, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that that's
And
associated with 8, right?
and I wanted to point out that this term
Wait, no,
Yahweh.
wait.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's be clear that your argument is only going to start at the best. I would give you after Solomon's and the nation's kingdom split. So I'll give you 900 BC, right? Before that, you won't see in the Bible Yahweh, right? 900
Well, brother,
BC. So you do
I'm
know.
not arguing for Yahweh.
Wait, listen. So that's why I'm telling you that your argument is Johnny come lately. Listen, just listen. Your argument about Yahweh is a Johnny come lately argument because 900 BC, the deity El existed way before then. Everybody in the land of Canaan was worshiping El. There was no Yahweh. When Yahweh comes, he takes on the epitaphs of El, right? Through assimilation and through pantheon reduction. So when I told you about Deuteronomy 32:8, this is how Yahweh gets into the Bible, right?
So
this is how he gets into the Bible and claims himself, right? As a child of El, and through the pantheon reduction becomes the top as the Elyon, as the of the people of Israel. So he's only taking on the epitaphs of El. Is he El? No.
So my view is
Was
that
El worship before Yahweh, before 900 BC?
Yes.
So my thing is this. I personally
was
believe
Abraham before 900 BC? Yes. So was the worship of Abraham El or Yahweh? El. Was it in the land of was Abraham worship in Canaan? Yes. Was it in Edom?
So I don't have no disagreement.
Midian is Abraham's son. He sent them off somewhere. They started worshiping Yahweh.
So I don't have no disagreement with maybe this
It's
term
fine.
El
We talked about theophoric
can you
names.
respond? Can you
We talked about
real quick?
And Ishmael means what?
Yeah, we talked about that. Yes.
What is Ishmael?
And brother, I don't have no disagreement with you on that. But
and why are you where do you keep getting Yahweh from? Because if Ishmael means what?
Because Yahweh is just another name. Huh? Yahweh is just another name that they have for the same deity. And I want to point out,
why are you saying Yahweh?
I said this with the concept that everybody's in agreement that this is with the understanding that everybody would be in agreement that Allah or the Creator is one God, and that God has multiple names. Now, I look, Yahweh to me is a tetragrammaton. So literally they thought that God's name was too holy to say out loud, so they came up with this term Yahweh, and they have different spelling for it. The one with the 4 letters is going to be the tetragrammaton. Yahweh is just an attempt to pronounce that tetragrammaton, but it still represents the same creator.
Because the difference is in history and in the Bible, they tell you that there's 2 different deities. You have the Elohist and the Yahwist. That's in the Bible. In history, you have the Highland, the Transjordan tribes from the Highland that comes down into the Levant. When they come down from Edom and Midian and those areas, Moabite, they bring Yahweh with them. That's how that goes.
You do know, you do know King J. Technically, he's not disagreeing with you. He's just not familiar with some of the sources that you're talking about. So he can't properly express his argument. You have to familiarize him with your sources. And if you do that, maybe he will agree with you. He's not familiar with the sources you're talking about. He's only familiar with the Quran and the Bible. He can't address what he's not familiar with.
And something I want to address is that my belief is that Allah is one God. So this concept of El and Yahweh being two different gods, the Quran comes through and corrects that situation.
What does Allah mean? Your name is Allah. What does that mean? What does Allah mean?
The
The
one and
God.
only God.
No,
Huh?
it means the God. It means
No,
the
I'm
God.
asking him.
But
I'm asking him, Joey.
the one
It
and
literally
only
means the
God.
God.
Joey, I'm asking him. What does Allah mean?
I would say it's the one and only God.
Where are you getting those extra words from?
Google.
That's brother. You can't Google what
Now, Google
definition.
doesn't say that.
I'm telling you,
And
if you Google
so,
Allah and
so
the
listen,
meaning of Allah, it'll
the
say the
word
one and only
etymology, right?
God.
Allah.
But listen, Kenjay. If you
Joey,
Google,
listen, brother, quit filibuster. I'm talking to them. I'm talking to him. I'm trying to get where he's coming from. I'm trying to talk to him. His name is Allah. So I'm asking him, Allah, right?
Yeah.
The word etymology behind Allah.
I'm not.
The definite article is the A and the L, right? That means the, right?
Sure, but to be real
Yeah.
with you, Jay. To be
Yeah.
real with you, Jay, I'm not
Allah,
really into
Allah,
etymology like
Allah,
that.
the Allah is the deity.
So my arguments are not going to be based off of etymology.
So you just making up shit.
You heard what
No,
you
brother,
said, King
I'm
J?
saying I get
You
my
heard what you said?
understanding. I
Define
get my
Allah again.
understanding from
The definite
Google,
article
you know what I'm saying?
is the Aleph Med, the
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Al, and then the Ilah is the deity. So the deity.
Yeah.
I'm not a linguistics person, you know what I'm saying? Like so I'm not going to be too focused on
Is
linguistics. And you know, I respect you for your linguistics expertise, but
I'm not a linguistic, but it's just the basic.
But I'm just saying, like, that's not. I'm not even gonna even argue linguistics. That's outside of my realm. I can argue Quran.
How do you
I
come to
can
the
argue Bible.
conclusions you come to then?
What that they're the same God, based
Just
off of the.
in general, if you don't deal with linguistics or chronology or things like that, like how do you come to conclusions?
Based off of the stories. So like if you recognize the God who took the children of Israel out of Egypt, that's Moses, you know what I'm saying? Moses' God, and Moses took the children out of Israel, his God, we call him Allah. And that God declares that he's only one God and there's no other God outside of him. We also believe in the Quran that Allah has 99 names. So we're not just stuck to this idea that there's only one name for our Creator. We have 99 names, different names for him.
Mhm.
So Yahweh, El, these can all be his names, but our belief is that he's only one.
Are you familiar with the 360 deities at the Kaaba?
I totally am.
So, what was the Elyon of the Kaaba, the supreme deity of the pantheon of the Kaaba?
The supreme pantheon, the supreme one.
Yeah.
Now, I would say
that is L. That is L.
so. I want to point out that the Prophet Muhammad did away with that concept and left only one God to worship. Just as a reminder, not all those deities
Muhammad stopped the worship to
of the pantheon.
and he stopped the worship of the Qibla. He stopped the worship of them worshiping to Jerusalem.
Correct. But I just want to point out that there was a pantheon of gods associated.
He chose the one. He chose the Elah.
Right, but now
The deity.
I want to point out
The deity was the deity of Abraham.
Right.
And so the point I made in my presentation earlier, Abraham has a son named Ishmael. Ishmael. Right?
All right.
Not Yahweh hears. So that's the deity of Abraham.
But it's the same deity. Allah, El and Yahweh are the same deity. It's just another name for him.
Does Abraham encounter Melchizedek?
See, but what you're failing to realize is that God has multiple names.
Epitaphs.
So I don't think you're wrong if you say El or Yahweh.
The God only has Allah doesn't have a name. His name is supposed to be so holy that you're not supposed to speak it. So it's not Allah.
It is Allah revealed His name,
So it's
and,
not
and,
Allah.
and the people who said that were the Jews. The Jews, it's not God who said His name was so holy that you couldn't say it. It was the Jews who came up with that conclusion.
Exactly, because the Muslims are following the same God of Abraham, of the
Right.
Muslims.
But he
Right.
just
No,
said that about 10 minutes ago,
Christian.
KJ. He just agreed with you about 15, 20 minutes ago. He said they are the same deity. And he's saying, based on his book, based on his understanding of the book, they should not scorn Christian beliefs or Jewish beliefs. He is not familiar enough with the language to make the linguistic argument that you are making.
Exactly.
You are saying you are more familiar. Hold on. You're saying you are more familiar with the study of the language. And he's admitting to that.
Try real quick.
So he can't make a linguistic argument because he wants to be honest about what he's saying.
Thank you.
I agree with Joey. These are two
Right.
different conversations
So now-
being had, by the way.
So now that you know that, and you're agreeing on that point, let's say you're agreeing on that point, and you're going to go into the language to show him where historically they're the same deity, and historically they have been worshipped as the same deity, and he's going to say, that's pagan, then the argument's going to get confusing, and he's going to say what he just said.
Watch this.
So he's not wrong according to his religion.
Watch
He's
this.
not wrong according to his religion, and you're not wrong according to history.
Watch
But there's
this.
a center point where you're going to diverge based on his religion.
I
Watch
agree.
Allah.
And this is where the argument comes in, and you have to.
There's no.
I think,
I agree. Y'all having two different conversations. He's having
and
a
I think if you're going to argue, you have to
Quranic
pick which-
conversation. You're having a
you have to pick
historical
which
conversation.
argument you're going to have now. And if you're going to have a religious argument, he's right. If you're going to have a scholastic argument, then at certain points he's going to be wrong on.
Exactly.
Which argument do you want to have?
Exactly.
I'm having a both of them, and he wrong on both of them.
You
Allah.
can't have both.
Right,
No,
he's right on his aspect. That's what he's right.
But hold on. What I'm saying is, based on his level of study, you can't have both arguments with him. You have to pick someone else to have those arguments with, because he doesn't speak the language. He's not familiar with some of the history that you're talking about.
Exactly. So I'm not even going to go into a
So for you argue with him,
scholastics argument.
With you arguing with him, that's the wrong opponent for the scholastic argument. You could argue and say, well, the Bible don't say this and the Bible don't say that. But in fact, you're agreeing that the Bible says exactly that. So if you're having that argument, you can have that argument with him and you would basically agree.
Yeah.
You can't bring up the scholastic part with him because he's not familiar.
Right. Because
he can't have that argument with you.
The academic answer is different from the biblical Quranic answer.
Whoever said that. Whoever said that. Thank you so much.
No, it's not.
Yes, they are, brother. They are two different conversations.
It
So
was
watch
certainly
this. Let me
is.
ask you brother one question. Just watch this. Allah. Who built the Kaaba?
Abraham.
Listen,
Abraham
bro.
and who?
Abraham
And his son.
Ishmael.
And who?
Ishmael.
Ishmael.
We agree, but King J, we are agreeing with you.
Right.
that you
That's
have a
the
scholastic
Quran.
argument.
The
But
Quran
he
is not
can't have the
history.
argument with you because he's not familiar with what you're saying. He can't argue that with you. You are essentially agreeing with him on the religious sense, everything he says. You are agreeing with him, so there's no argument on the religious side. So if it was just a strictly biblical argument, you would basically agree with him that yes, there's a basis for you saying they're the same deity. But you don't think that the definitions and this and that line up. That's a whole nother argument that you probably shouldn't have with that particular brother.
Allah.
And
Well, pick someone else.
the Quran is different because the Quran don't really understand why it describes God the way it does. It comes
Yes, it does.
from
They do.
no,
They do.
it comes from the
They do.
Hebrew Bible. But listen, in Genesis, understand in Genesis, based on the documentary hypothesis, you have different texts being written at different times in different text traditions. You have different text traditions, meaning you'll see El at one point of the text, and then it just shifts to Yahweh because these are
I'm with
two
you.
different traditions. It
I'm
later
with
gets
you.
conflated. King J just described it. Later gets conflated during the redaction of the biblical text. But so to the brother Allah, he
Oh, that was gracious.
he conflates all of that because that is how he perceives the text.
No,
Because
no,
historically,
it's not.
all of
It's
these
not a
deities are
conflation, man.
different.
Ben, it's not a conflation. He's not
It
familiar
is. It is a
with the
conflation.
scholastic end of it, like some of us are.
No, I'm
So
saying
he's
that
so he's
I'm
just saying
saying
he
the
can't make that
deities.
argument now. He
I'm
can't make
saying the
that argument.
deities later get
That's what he's
conflated,
saying.
like King J said.
No. I'm not disagreeing with you. But the brother who we're talking to, Allah's gracious messenger, is honest to say, I can't honestly make that argument because I'm not familiar.
No,
I'm not
respect.
well studied.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And this is where I want to make the distinction that if you're making an academic argument and a linguistic argument, maybe that brother is not the right brother to have that particular argument. You can argue the religious side, and you do have some points on the religious side that we can get behind. But he's just not going to agree with you because he's a Muslim. He thinks in his mind he can't say certain things because it's blasphemous.
He's not an Orthodox Muslim. Saying Yahweh is
You know you're correct in what you're saying. You are correct in what you're saying. But there's a whole nother scholastic.
What type of Muslim are you, Allah?
Stating.
I just declare to be
said.
Muslim. I just declare to be Muslim. I don't divide my religion into sects as the Quran would say, but I am close. I'm closely with the Sunni Muslims. So like Sunnis typically believe in the Quran and Hadith, and I believe the same way. I just don't call myself that.
Right, but this is where the waters get muddied now, where people are going to say you have a certain argument about what you're saying. When you get into the history, there's a history of redaction and sectarian battles that you maybe don't want to or not comfortable with addressing, where you can address it in a different way and be right and have a better discussion with someone else. That is not your forte. Is I believe in the Quran and I'm not going out of the Quran, and that's okay. I'm okay with that because I don't agree with everything you're saying either. But I wouldn't put myself in the position to have a scholastic argument, a linguistic argument, because number one, I'm not familiar with the language. Number one, I'm not familiar with all the scholarship myself on how this goes. So I can't make that argument with you, Jesse. I can make that with someone else and probably be right and wrong and possibly make a fool out of myself. But I'm not going to do that. And I think you don't want to do that either. You just want to stick to your belief because that's what you know.
Exactly.
And that is what
I don't want to say nothing that I don't know.
For.
I fear my Lord, so I don't want to be caught up lying or saying something about my Lord that I'm not familiar with.
No, I'm with you on the topic.
I'm with you too. I'm with you too.
I'm thinking if you are a super duper Muslim and you're scared of going to wherever, then you shouldn't make that argument. Until you decide you don't want to be a Muslim anymore, then you can make that argument. But until then, I'm not going to argue scholastic with you because you're just coming from a belief system, and that's okay. It's okay to have that belief system.
Yeah, but King J got a point. I never heard of a Muslim that identifies Allah as Yahweh. Do you really believe that Allah is Yahweh? And if so, why are you Muslim? Why are you not like Jews?
So
you know what, Ben? That's a great question.
So, Ben, they might not say directly Yahweh because we refer to Allah as Allah, but I'm saying off of the biblical stories and teachings of the previous books, because we believe that our God is the same God of the Bible and the the Torah, the Injil, which is the Bible. Right. So with that being said, like Allah is, if y'all call Yahweh the God of that book, or if you call El the God of that book, then Allah is that God. Right. We don't think that Allah is we don't think that there was ever other deities. We think that our Creator is only one.
Gotcha. So why are you Muslim? Why are you not Jewish?
Because
it's not a religious argument, but that's not a valid
I'm
argument.
Muslim. I came from Christianity. You know what I'm saying? I started out in the Bible. I've read the Old Testament and I read the New Testament, and then when I received that Quran, I recognized it to be a final revelation from the same God. So
and you would be correct. And in your faith, based on the original tenets, you would be correct. You should respect the Torah and the Bible. But other Muslims are going to attack you and say, no, you can't do that because you're blasphemous. And that's a sectarian argument that if we're not Muslims, we can't engage in an argument with you because we don't believe the same thing. We can agree with you based on you having that argument, but we can't agree with you that that's correct if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I totally agree. I totally agree with those Muslims being that. So, a part of a part of Islam is like we respect the previous books, but we also acknowledge that those books have been altered. So of course we think
But the
there's going to be
Quran
some
has
deviations.
been altered as well.
We would say that there's some deviations that the Bible has made, and wherever there's a conflict between the Quran and the Bible, we're going to say that the Quran is the one that is correct.
And that's
Do
a
you not
fair.
do
And
you
that's
not
a
accept that the
okay.
Quran has errors and inaccuracies as well, like the Bible? And
No,
He's not gonna say that. He's
I'm
not gonna
so
not.
say that.
so
He's not gonna say that.
you don't see the Quran as having errors
No,
or
I don't
He's
see
not
the
inaccuracies.
gonna say
Quran.
that.
I don't see that
He's
the
a
Quran.
Muslim. He can't say that.
See,
I don't see
that's
that
a great
there's
debate. We should set that up.
I don't see that there's no errors. I don't, because like I said, the Quran is a correction of the previous books. So if it may seem like an error to you, it's going to be a correction to me. You know what I'm saying? There's
No,
some.
okay. I'm saying if the Quran does the Quran has any type of error, historical error, contradictions, you see that as no.
No.
Okay. See,
And he's right. And guess what, brother? He is correct based on being religious that he should think that way. Because if
no,
he
that's
doesn't
fine.
think that way, that means you shouldn't be a Muslim anymore. Not,
Right.
not, now, if we
Absolutely.
can point out to him these things that he decides he doesn't want to be a Muslim, then we can have that other conversation. As long as he's a Muslim, we can't
Allah.
have a conversation with him at all. We can't. He's
Allah.
never going to agree. He's never going to agree with any of us.
Hey,
Allah.
I agree.
you gotta say you gotta say that Allah's warrior or Allah's person, because I belong to Allah. I can't take the name Allah. That would be
AZ. Call you-
okay. That
I'm gonna
works.
say you got a nickname, player.
Can you give me?
I can't be called Allah, because that would be blasphemous and disrespectful to my creator.
I respect that. Can you give
And
me?
he's correct. He's correct.
Give me-
According to the faith, he can't do that.
Can you give me?
Absolutely correct.
Can you give me Surah 2:135?
Oh, I would love to. Give me a second. All right, it says, this is Quran 2:135. The Jews and the Christians each say, follow our faith to be rightly guided. Say, no, we follow the faith of Abraham the upright, who was not a polytheist.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
That means we are to follow our faith. We are not to be associated with polytheism in any manner.
When it says we follow the religion of Abraham, what does that mean to you in that surah?
That Abraham was a monotheist.
And when it says we follow, who are the we that follow Abraham?
The followers of the Quran.
The followers of the Quran are followers of Abraham. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So is it safe if the followers of so would it be safe to say if the Muslims strictly just follow the Torah, would they be in error?
Yes, because this would be following the ways of the Jews.
So what did Abraham follow?
Now I think if I'm correct, was Abraham before Moses?
Yes.
He's a patriarch of Moses.
Okay, so he followed Allah. He got guidance from Allah the Creator. But as far as like a book, I don't think he followed a book.
He didn't.
Right, it wasn't a book, of course.
And yes, right.
Yeah,
And absolutely, you're absolutely correct. But once again, we're entering into a area where we should get someone who's more familiar with the language to make the argument. And we're disagreeing as opposed to any of us on here trying to do.
Yeah, he don't believe in the language at all.
No. He can't speak the language.
He
can't speak the language to make the argument on whether it's right or wrong.
Exactly.
So we need to
I
bring
totally
someone
believe in
on
the
here
It's
who's
fine,
fluent
AG.
Arabic.
Nobody on here is fluent in Arabic, so it's fine.
That's a fact. None of us are.
His name is Allah.
And I want to point out, I actually have a commentary because I prefer to go by the commentary on what these verses mean. So this is going to be the commentary on that verse. It says, inclined to the right option, orthodox in the literal meaning of the Greek words, firm in faith, sound and well balanced, true. Perhaps the last word, true, sums up most of the other shades. The Jews, though taught unity, went after false gods, and the Christians invented the Trinity or borrowed it from the paganism. We go back to pure doctrine of Abraham to live and die in the faith of one true God. That's it.
So what's the doctrine of Abraham?
The doctrine of one true God.
What's the doctrine? What doctrine is that?
It's not going to be a book. It's just he taught that there was only one true God.
And what God was that?
As a matter of fact, Allah.
Yahweh or Elohim.
No, Joey, shut up, please. Please. Can you just follow? You can miss the whole. I could have been there with him. What's the what? So I asked you earlier. When Abraham meets Melchizedek, are you familiar with that?
No, I'm familiar with it, but not probably not as not on the level that you are.
Melchizedek is the God, is the priest of Elion.
And I want to point out too.
El Elyon.
I want to point out too that I have no problems with the name. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to call him El, that's fine. Allah has the most beautiful names according to the Quran. But I mean the main thing is
that's how they're pronouncing that word. Even then, when they're saying El, they're saying Allah.
It's a dialect because it's simply dialects. That's all.
Ilu, it's the same. Allah, Ilu. It's
all generically the same terms.
Right.
Depending on how they're using it, it can be used as a generic word for God if it's used in that way. If I say Il Allah, then I'm using it as the God, the deity. If I'm using it as Il, I'm using it as the proper name in reference to it. If I say Il Malek, that means I'm talking about the deity, the king, and referring as the epitaph.
Well, I have no argument on that, but I still would say that Allah is going to be the most proper way to say it.
To say what?
The name, the proper name of God. If El and Allah are the same, then Allah is going to be the correct pronunciation.
No, that doesn't even make common sense.
Yeah, no, that's
well. Let me explain.
That's not how it works, brother.
Let me explain. So in Islam, we don't believe that this message came from the Prophet Muhammad. We believe that God sent the revelation to an angel Jibril who gave the revelation to the Prophet Muhammad. So with that being said, there's going to be some corrections, not only on his name, but the name of the prophets. And
you said the angel who? Gabriel who?
The angel Gabriel or the angel Jibril?
Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel or Jibril, the one who.
So that name represents what deity?
It's an angel. I wouldn't call it a deity.
Gabriel, the angel.
No, the name Gabriel represents what deity?
We don't.
El.
Jibril.
Gabriel.
Jibril, but yeah. His name is Jibril, but like I said, brother, like Allah.
So you do understand that if El predates Yahweh, the worship of El, there's a deity El. The deity El existed in order so that it was so common that it is used as a common noun now. Right? That's how Yahweh was able to come assimilate into the pantheon as a son of El.
So you already know my Islamic beliefs would go against that son of El concept. Just I know that's not what you're saying, but I just gotta.
No, I'm saying Ben Elohim, yeah, Ben.
But sons of El, yeah, Ben Elohim is in the Bible. So I mean, Yeah,
But
I mean,
we received the Quran
Oh,
for a reason to get us away from that deviation.
Elohim is not in the Bible.
okay, okay. You saying that's a deviation? That's not.
Sons of
That's not.
Israel is in the Bible.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the term is actually sons of El.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and that's in the Ugaritic. And see, that's
And,
how in the
and
they
we
talk.
we in Islam don't believe that Allah has sons, or God doesn't have any sons, or you know what I'm saying, that concept has been done away with in the Quran.
Yeah,
And he's
he
correct.
does have children. That's
Muhammad,
historical.
so we talked about Mohammedanism. That's what he's talking about because
No, but King J, here's what here's here is what you're doing. You're talking about the deity El being a deity that is considered pagan, which means before Christianity, because Abraham would have dealt with certain deities that would have been considered pagan, and we understand what you're saying, but he's saying he doesn't acknowledge that because he's a Muslim, so he's not going to acknowledge that, even though you might be right. He's not acknowledging it because that's considered pagan worship.
Oh, he's
He
absolutely right.
doesn't know that
El
argument.
is
He
a
doesn't
pagan
know that
deity
scholastic point.
that they are worshiping, and they don't know that they're worshiping it.
And this is what I'm trying to explain. He doesn't understand that El was really before Abraham, and Abraham, when he converted, absorbed that deity and possibly merged it with Yahweh. And both of those deities go back before Abraham. So according to their tradition, he took two pagan deities and merged them into something where they don't belong. And that's the argument that Jesse is not familiar with.
And I don't think Abraham did that. I think maybe the followers of Abraham have did that.
No, he did it too.
No,
he definitely
Quran
did it.
The Quran
Because
teaches
those
us
deities predate. Those deities do predate what we're talking about. So according to your faith, they are pagan deities.
the
They
Quran
don't belong there.
the Quran
But you
tells
don't
us
know that argument.
the Quran tells us that there's that during the time of Abraham, there was paganism going on. The people used to worship the sun, the star, and the moons prior to Abraham, and Abraham.
So did Abraham. Abraham
Yeah,
started
yeah.
out that way. He started out that way. And
He
our
started
argument,
exactly. He started out that way, and then came to the one and only true God.
right,
And he left those other people in their false practice of worship.
right. But our argument is that El and Yahweh would be considered pagan deities that predate your faith.
Just El. Yahweh isn't pagan.
No. Yahweh was the son of El.
No. Well, I mean, listen, that's not historical. I don't know if that's in the Quran or in the Bible, but that's not historical.
Yeah,
There is a historical argument that Yahweh was the son of El.
Oh,
that is the argument that these people
Not appear in any pantheon in the Ugaritic text at all.
no, Yahweh doesn't say that at all, Joey.
He does not appear in any Canaanite pantheon in any primary text we can identify. He does not exist. That's where the theory arises about where does this deity come from.
Exactly. That's my whole argument.
Okay, Ben, Big J. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that one. There is an argument on where the deity actually comes from. So I'm with you on that. And I'm not qualified to really argue exactly to put that together properly.
But El is definitely a pagan deity.
I'm of the view from listening to other people that there is an argument that there are texts that predate what we're talking about, where they are one and the same. Which text I'm not familiar with. I don't want to lie.
Kind of conflated about 1,500 years right there, Joey. That don't come. The text don't come until about 800 BC.
I'm not arguing with you.
Abraham is 2000 BC.
But hold on. I'm not arguing a timeline with you. I'm saying there is a valid argument that El and Yahweh are pagan deities that came from somewhere else. And I think it's a valid argument.
Not El and Yahweh.
Yeah, it's a valid argument. Yeah.
I think it's definitely a valid argument.
El is indigenous to the Levant, and Yahweh would be the one that comes into the Levant.
But
I'm not
technically,
arguing with you.
Yahweh might be indigenous to the Levant too. We just don't know. We don't
We
really
do
know.
know.
Exactly.
We do know. So what we're not going to do is just make up stuff. We
No,
can.
no, no, no,
All
no,
right,
no, no.
what do we know, King Jack? What do
King
we
J,
know?
we're not making up stuff.
Tell us what we know about Yahweh.
We're having a valid argument, but we have to
I've
structure the argument
asked. That's why I
to know
asked the
what text we're
brother.
talking about.
I asked the brother earlier, where's his source reference for origin story of Yahweh? He had nothing.
Well,
So
okay then.
that's why
Because
we
there is no origin
We
story
don't
of
have one
Allah.
anyway.
I can't engage with him because he's just gonna
I'm
say.
fair. I'm with you.
We don't
I'm with
have
you.
an
I'm with
origin
you.
story for Yahweh anyway. So
But I also want to point out there's no origin story for Allah because Allah doesn't have a beginning
why-
nor an end.
That's how he wrote himself into the epitaph of El.
that's biblical. That's biblical stuff. That's a different argument. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but
And
I
that
just want to
only,
point out that
only
Allah is
comes
eternal.
like 900 BC. So that's what I'm saying. Like when we talking about indigenous worship of Israelite, it's El.
Yeah, no, I agree.
we're with you on that argument. But there's an argument that El is the father of Yahweh, and that is what.
Not an argument, Joe. We know where the merging came about 800 BC.
Listen, I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying in the religious and the scholastic arena, there's an argument over the origin of El and Yahweh, not in your mind, not in my mind. In scholarship, there's an argument. Even today, Hebrew Israelites do that. Hebrew Israelites argue over who is the supreme deity, El or Yahweh. They have Elohist and Yahwehist. Mm-hmm. That is a real argument in scholarship and in this community. Mm-hmm. Which you may not be aware of because you might not frequent certain platforms that we do. We're not saying you're wrong. We're saying you're not aware of an argument that's taking place. So you're coming from a perspective of not being aware of that argument. We're not saying you're right or you're wrong.
Joy, the documentary.
I can't say that. I can't say you're right or you're wrong. But it is a valid argument in scholarship and in religious circles.
It's not an argument. It's really not an argument, just
You don't have an argument, but other people do have an argument. And it's very valid to them.
It's not an argument.
I have to agree with Jose because like the reason why I had to make that clarification as far as like El or Yahweh not being a father or a son is because I've been in this religious arena where some Hebrews or some people of the book believe that El is the father of Yahweh.
And where do they get that from?
Brother, I don't know.
That's the
question. They just pull it out of nowhere because
listen. I like to set a standard. If you say something, I don't like to have conversations to where people can just be like, if you ask them something, God did it, or just you know what I'm saying? Like I don't like those spooky conversations to where there's never going to be something that we can fact check, look it up, verify. You know, that's it. I don't like and Joey, I don't like the I agree with you, but maybe no, he wrong. And that's it. It's pseudo or it's just like I don't like that. And, either source up or shut the fuck up. I mean, no disrespect.
Now, I will agree with you that you're correct. But I'm just saying this is the wrong forum to have that argument because you're not going to resolve that here.
We on the debate league, Joey. But hey, Joey, are you a referee? I don't like you.
No, I'm trying to tell you something. I
agree that it's not fair.
Are you getting away, Joey?
It's not fair to do it.
No. I'm arguing. There are 5 people on this panel, and none of us are going to resolve that argument here.
But Joey,
you're not pick another opponent
in the argument. You're not in the argument, and you don't understand the argument, and we don't need you to mediate the point.
I do understand the argument.
That muddies the water and confuses the whole point.
What's the argument, Joey? Just to make sure.
Here's what I'm saying to King J. The waters are already muddy based on the fact that we're having the argument. So all we're doing here, based on not having all the information and not having proper presentations by everyone, is we're muddying the waters more. So let the brother bring forth the presentation on how he knows it, then you can argue with him better. he has not brought forth the proper presentation. So if he hasn't done that, then where's the argument? We don't really know what he believes.
Now,
And you're correct in saying that. We don't really know what he believes.
A presentation, Joe. I just wanted to talk to him. That's all.
No. You did a presentation. And we can agree with your presentation, but he hasn't done what we don't know. So we don't know what he believes.
Listen, Joey. If I'm talking, I don't know you, Joey. If I'm talking to somebody, let me talk to that person. I don't need your meditation. Just mute out.
Well, other people need people. Need.
Somebody's asking for your
other people who didn't ask. Yes, they did because I'm here and I wasn't put off the panel. So they're definitely asking. They definitely want my input.
So from this point on,
you don't.
From this point on, can I be able to speak without you commentary or filibustering and cutting me off? Just
no.
I promise, Joey.
No, not this time. No, not this time. Next time, but not this time. No.
Why are you on the panel? This is my panel, Joey.
Okay, well then,
you can do that. You can't.
Hold on.
Maybe you shouldn't be here, Joey. Maybe you can do your own show.
Hold on. I'm with that.
Oh, Joey, when you did your presentation,
hold on.
Had a PDF. Hold on, Joey. Your presentation. You read a PDF.
I'm not doing that.
You went and got Brother Reggie.
King K, I'm not doing that. You want me to leave? I'll
come back and get him again.
It's not a problem.
So, Joey,
it's not a problem to leave him.
Don't leave.
No, hold on.
I don't even want you on my panel right now, Joey. So you're causing more problems than you're getting. Helping.
It's not a. Hold on.
So maybe if you could respectfully mute out and let me dialogue with the other brothers about my presentation that I presented today, that would be very helpful.
Okay, let me.
Thank you very much, Joey.
Can I answer the question?
It's no question. It's a statement.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Can I make my statement? Let me make my statement. A1, my statement is if I'm being disruptive, I should leave the panel and let the brother say what he has to say. If I want to come back, I could come back later. Is that fair, A1?
Nah, go ahead and stay on, Jose.
No. I'm not doing that, bro.
Go ahead and stay on.
And you know I'm not gonna do that.
Your dialogue has been.
Let me tell you why I'm not gonna do that. Let me tell you why I'm not gonna do that. Because if he feels disrupted and this is his show, he has the right to tell me respectfully that he thinks I should leave because I'm disrupting what he has to say. I'm okay with that.
No, stay in, Joe. He just want to talk to the guy.
No. Listen to me, Ben. I understand where he's coming from, and I'm okay with what he's saying. I'm not trying to be disruptive. I'm really not trying to be disruptive. But at this point in time, I don't think that I have the self-control to do what he's asking. And if he feels disrupted and I'm being disruptive, then I will leave the platform and I may come back and do another presentation. It's okay. It's all right. I don't have to argue with him. He has the right to say that. So let me just come off of this panel and I come back and do my own presentation. And maybe we can have a better discussion later. Is that fair, A1? Because I don't want to disrupt the brother's platform. His show. So I'm going to leave and I may come back and do a presentation later. So you gentlemen have a good night. A1, thank you. I'm dual streaming. I'm going to go and get some rest, right? You guys have a good night, right?
Okay. Y'all done ran Joey off.
And I'm not trying to run Joey off, but it just seems as if every time I'm always in the middle of a sentence and he's like cutting me off. I can never get a sentence out. I was really trying to dialogue with the brother, Gracious Warrior, just to see where he was at. You know what I'm saying? Just have some common build with him. It's not a right or wrong. And just throw some ideas out there to him to see what he thinks about this. I wanted to ask about like the Bet Allah, right? What do you think about that? Like the word, what does that mean? Bet Allah, house of God.
I'm not sure, brother. You said Bet Allah.
Bet Allah.
Yeah, brother. I'm like I said, man. I'm not like a linguistics expert like that, and I don't really know Arabic like I should.
I believe bet means house.
Yeah, I can't say either or. I can't say if you're wrong or right.
So when you're reading the Quran, you're reading it in English.
Yeah, I'm reading it in English.
So you're not even getting the true meaning of it in English. Is that correct?
No, I think the true meaning now it might be better in Arabic, but I still think that the true meaning shines forth within the English translations that we have. And then there's not just one English translation; there's multiple. So I can review the multiple translations to come up with a fair assessment.
So you're not required to know Arabic to be a Muslim.
Required, no, but it's highly recommended. Like to be real, you don't really have to know. How do I say? Islam, like the main thing is believing that Allah is one God and that the Prophet Muhammad is his final messenger. So you don't have to be like perfect in the religion for you to come in. You come in and then you grow in that religion.
When you recite your Shahada, do you do it in English or Islam?
In Arabic.
So you do know Arabic.
A little bit. I know a little bit, and I can't even tell someone how to recite the Shahada without having a brother who speaks the language come in and correctly say it. But I do know how to say my prayers in Arabic.
Mm-hmm. So you just kind of like memorize instead of you're not memorization of the language.
Yeah, like I memorized the prayer in Arabic.
I don't have any problems with Islam, actually. You know what I'm saying? If anything that can make you a better person, a better man, you know what I'm saying? I'm with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been practicing the faith?
10 years.
10 years. Before then, what was your belief?
Christian.
Is there a difference?
I almost became Hebrew Israelite, but I got the Quran right in my transition. Because you can't go backwards. You know what I'm saying? Like,
what would you say would be the difference in Christianity and in the way you were practicing it?
So I think in Islam we actually practice a lot of the things that are said to do in the Bible, and then the major difference within Christianity is there's no room for calling Jesus God. But there's differences like the crucifixion of Jesus. So in Christianity, it's believed that Jesus was crucified. We in Islam believe that Jesus was saved from crucifixion. It was made to appear that he was crucified.
I've never. It seems like sometimes you have your own little takes on the Quran. I haven't heard that angle before. That Jesus wasn't crucified.
Oh, the Quran says it directly.
What does it say?
All right, let me pull up the surah.
Don't they believe he was taken down and rescued?
Really?
Have a family and children?
Or when he returns. So we also believe that Jesus is going to return in the clouds, but when he returns, he's going to come back and have a children and pass away like a man.
So
as far as that Quran verse, go ahead.
So
that was crazy.
He did die on the cross, and he's going to come back in the clouds.
No, we don't believe that he died on the cross. We believe that he was taken up. So he was Allah raised him to himself.
As a man, he died though.
No, we don't believe he died yet.
So you don't believe he was resurrected?
No, we don't believe in the resurrection.
Okay.
So was it like Moses and Elijah how they were taken up?
Yeah, Elijah. I think Moses died. I don't think Moses was taken up.
I'm sorry, Elijah.
Elijah or Enoch.
So Elijah didn't die, isn't dead, didn't die.
I can't say Elijah, but I think Enoch hasn't died. God.
So you don't subscribe to the New Testament?
To an extent.
To an extent.
So I subscribe to both the Old and the Newer Testament
You just
until
pick what
it
you
deviates
subscribe to.
based off of my Quranic belief. So if the Quran says something that is contradicting the Torah or the Gospel, I take the Quran as the supreme authority.
You take the
So the
hadith.
Quran doesn't say that Jesus died.
No, I'm about to pull that verse up right now. Give me a second.
I'm interested in that one.
Yeah, it's like part three of the. Well, it's like the third book of the trilogy, but it makes some substantial changes to the narrative.
Mhm.
Adds a few characters as well.
What would Jesus be now? 2,059 years if he didn't die?
Damn.
Yeah, but
55? My
he's
math
only been
might
up
be
there.
off.
I think he's only been up there for like 3 days, or like it, you know what I'm saying. It's not going to seem like that to him.
We're not talking about to him. We're talking about to us,
Oh
to
yeah, yeah,
humans.
yeah. And it says, and for boasting, we killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, but they neither killed him nor crucified him. It was only made to appear. It was only made to appear so. Even those who argue this crucifixion are in doubt. They have no knowledge whatsoever, only making assumptions. They certainly did not kill him. Rather, Allah raised him up to himself, and Allah is almighty, all wise.
So he was raised up to Allah.
Yeah.
So that's a word. This word is semantics, right? Well, he didn't die, but he left the physical. He left Earth, right?
Yeah. But it's not semantics, because we also, like I said, we also believe he's going to be coming back. So like he didn't die. Like Allah raised him physically up, and then he's going to return. He's going to during the end times he's going to return from the clouds, and then he's going to fight like this holy war. And then, like I said, he's going to have children. He's going to do the things he was meant to do, and then he's going to pass away.
Interesting. I'm not familiar with the Quran like that. I've never heard it.
That's going to be in Hadith, where it talks about
So
him
wait,
returning.
return from the clouds means that he died, right?
No, brother, it just means that
So
he's
how
going.
does he get from Bethlehem to the clouds?
See, you have to. The verse says,
I'm listening.
and for boost killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, but they neither killed him nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so. So it appeared that they killed him, but he did
So
not
the
die.
Quran info was Jesus. They claim it's a government conspiracy and he never really died. That's what the Hadith says.
It doesn't say that directly, but yeah.
No, you cut the hadith short. It says he's taken up, right? He said they didn't kill him, but he said Allah took him up.
Yeah, so I'm gonna read it because that's the next verse. But it says, "And for boasting, we killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah, but they neither killed him
So it does
nor
say they
crucified
killed
him."
him.
No, it says they neither killed him nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so.
Wait. When you started, it said they killed Jesus, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then it
So
says,
this is what
but they
this
never
is what they
killed
used to
him.
boast. It said this is what they used to say, like, and they were boasting when they said it. And it says, and for boasting, we killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. And then it goes on to say, but they neither killed him nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so. Even those who argue this crucifixion are in doubt. They have no knowledge whatsoever.
That's
only
not what
making
the Hadith
assumptions.
says, though. The
This
Hadith
is
says
the
they
Quran
killed
verse.
him.
No.
The
Hadith doesn't
Hadith
say
says they boasted about killing him, but they neither killed him nor crucified him. That's what the Hadith says. So
This is
it
the
does
Quran.
acknowledge they did kill him.
No. It's saying that that's what they said in boast. They used to boast about killing Jesus, but they neither killed him nor crucified.
So from what
Yeah,
I'm
you mixing up the
understanding,
word. You mixing up the Hadith, bro. Because
he's
the Hadith definitely recognizes that they did kill him.
No. First of all, this is the Quran. This isn't the Hadith. This is the Quran, and the Quran says they said that they killed him.
Read it
So
word
so
for
this
word.
we killed. Okay, it says, and for boasting, we killed the Messiah, Jesus, son of Mary, the messenger of Allah. But they neither killed him nor crucified him. It was only made to appear so. Even those who argue this crucifixion are in doubt. They have no knowledge whatsoever, only making assumptions. They certainly did not kill him. Rather, Allah raised him up to himself, and Allah is almighty and wise.
So there you go. So
Uh-huh.
that's basically the Christian argument,
Uh-huh.
right? His physical body died. That's without question. You
We
don't
don't
come back from the skies. My question is, how do you get from Bethlehem to the skies, right? It's acknowledging a physical death.
it's
It's
not
not, the Quran
we
isn't
don't believe
even
that
disagreeing with that.
yeah, the Quran is not acknowledging a physical death. We believe that Allah raised him to himself alive.
But see, I see what
Not
you're.
raised his physical body, though.
Yeah.
It's
Raised his
the
physical
Quran
body.
is saying something.
No,
The
no,
way
no.
I've been taught, the Quran is talking about his overall soul, his spirits, his essence, whatever you want to call it, something outside of the body. But it does recognize the death of the body.
No. So Jesus's body was physically taken up.
Was it? Did Elijah die when he was taken up?
I can't say Elijah, but I know Enoch. I don't think Enoch died when he was taken up according to the Bible. Those two stories are not mentioned
Are
within the
they in
Quran.
purgatory somewhere?
Huh?
So are they in purgatory somewhere? If Enoch didn't
According
die when
to
he
the God,
He
was up,
brought the Catholics in
where's he at?
it.
Huh?
You brought the Catholics in it. I see where you going.
Where is he at? So he's where is Enoch at? Why
Je- according to the Gospel of Saint Barnabas, Jesus is on the third heaven.
I've always been taught that Quranic verse was more about a separation between the physical body and the soul, the spirit, whatever you want to say it is. So while they killed his body, they didn't kill his soul, his connection to Allah, his spiritual being.
Well, let me read the interpretation provided for in the Quran. Okay. So it says, the end of the life of Jesus on earth is as much invoked in mystery as his birth, and indeed the greater part of his private life, except the 3 main years of his ministry. It is not profitable to discuss the many doubts and conjectures among the early Christian sects and among Muslim theologians. The Orthodox Christian churches made it a cardinal point of their doctrine that his life was taken on the cross, that he died and was buried, and that on the third day he rose
He died.
in body with his wounds intact,
He died and was buried.
and
I heard
walked
that.
about. See, this is what it says. The Orthodox Christian churches make this a cardinal point of their doctrine.
Right. And so
But hold
now
on, hold on. But
here
you gotta let me.
becomes
You
the
gotta let it finish,
question.
brother.
Here becomes the question, though.
Let me finish. Let me
Go
finish.
ahead.
I'm gonna reread that part. It says the Orthodox Christian churches make it a cardinal point of their doctrine that his life was taken on the cross, that he was died and buried, and on the third day he rose in the body with his wounds intact, and walked about and conversed and ate with his disciples, and was afterwards taken up bodily to heaven. This is necessary for the theological doctrine of blood sacrifice and the vicarious atonement for sins, which is rejected by Islam. But some of the early Christian sects did not believe that Christ was killed on the cross. The Basidians believed that someone else was substituted for him. The Dakate held that Christ.
Substituted for him.
Yep, the Dakate held that Christ never had a real physical nature of body, but only the apparent or a phantom body, and that his crucifixion was only apparent, not real. The Marcionite gospel about AC 138 denied that Jesus was born and merely said that he appeared in human form. The Gospel of St. Barnabas supports the theory of substitution on the cross. The Quranic teaching is that Christ was not crucified nor killed by the Jews, notwithstanding certain apparent circumstances which produced that illusion in the mind of some of his
So
enemies.
here's the problem there, right? Let's say, like, to keep it simple, right? Like with what the audience can identify with, right? Tookie Williams. Tookie was a blood. I mean, was a Crip, right? Tookie was put to death by the LA government. He was sentenced to death, right? The Crips acknowledge he died. Now they say he came back for the redemption of our sins. They say everything else, but they do acknowledge that he died, right? Then the Bloods come along and say Tookie never really died. You understand what I'm saying? Like when it comes to the Jewish faith and the Christian faith, it gets a bit more difficult with the Jews because everyone doesn't even acknowledge that he was the Messiah. But those that do acknowledge, well, whether they do or they don't, they do acknowledge the character of Jesus died. On that side, like people with his set, if Jesus was a Crip, all the Crips recognize, yeah, he died. Then the Bloods come along and say he didn't die. Because in this conversation, the Muslims will be the Bloods, right? They're not, Jesus never subscribed to any ideologies of Muhammad. Why? Because Muhammad came way after, right? Like Jesus never claimed to be a Muslim. He claimed to be a Jew. The Jews acknowledge the physical death of Jesus. Christians acknowledge the physical death of Jesus. Why should I take the Islamic word? It's a legitimate question. I ain't even trolling.
Well, the Islamic word is supposed to be a revelation from the angel Jibril. So it's this is not a like even though a man delivered this message, this message is supposed to be from God Himself. Whereas as what the Christians have are going to be eyewitness accounts. So it's based off of what the people saw.
And they say the word of God as well. Everyone says they have the word of God. So
But I'm saying
Muslims say it, Jews
we
say it.
we believe it's the infallible word of God, like God produced
So
these
do
words.
they.
No,
They
no, no,
believe the
no.
same thing. They believe the burning bush provided the infallible word of God.
And we
They
believe
all
that
believe
too.
the same thing.
And we believe that too. But I'm saying as far as the Gospels are going to be written from the standpoint of human
Let me
beings
put
and
it to
what
you
they
this way,
saw.
right? If Christianity made a claim on Muhammad, I would take the view of Islam over the Christian view because he was Islamic. He was a Muslim. He was connected to Allah. I'm going to take the word of the sect that he was a part of, right? Jesus was a Jew. Most Jews that do subscribe that the character of Jesus even existed, they all agree he died a physical death and he was resurrected on whatever day, the third day or Arotisius, whatever the FBA holiday is, right? The Jews even agree. The character Jesus died and was resurrected. Why would I take, if I wouldn't take the argument of a Jew, right, on Muhammad over the recollection of a Muslim, why would I take the word of Muslims over Jews when it comes to Jesus?
Because this is supposed to be
Legitimate question.
this is supposed to be a revelation straight from God. So it's a revelation that um where the Jews and the
But y'all have
Christians
two different
differ.
gods.
No, we have the same God.
Allah and Elohim, Yahashua, however you want to name it, these are two different gods. Let's be
Based
very clear.
based on the biblical story, these are the same God. If you
Based on the
believe,
Quranic story, because the
yeah,
Quranic story came second.
all
Based
right,
on the
but that's the
biblical
whole point,
story,
brother.
there's only one God, the
And
Elohim,
that's what we
Yeshua.
believe as well.
But I'm
We believe
saying the biblical narrative is there is no Allah. There is no Quran. Muhammad was not a prophet under the biblical narrative, under the Jews, right? Under the
So
Christians.
according to the Jews, they didn't think that Jesus was a prophet.
That's fair. But the only reason why I would rely on their opinion more is because in the story, Jesus subscribes to being a Jew himself. He doesn't say I subscribe to the Hadith. He doesn't say I revere the Quran. No. He is dealing with the Torah and creating what we call the New Testament today. But he was a Jew. If you asked him, he was a Jew.
This
So
this is
it,
this Jew term is a term that they put on Jesus, but Jesus himself doesn't directly say that he's a Jew in the Bible. And
so you
then but
no, he absolutely does.
he does say
No,
that.
he absolutely does.
What verse?
By subscribing to the Jewish tenets. He
That
recognized the Jewish holidays, the Jewish traditions. Jesus was a Jew. Let's not get that twisted.
so I agree
I
with
would
you.
I would probably say he was a Nazarene. Would you say that that's
I
a Jewish
I
set?
would agree with you
They was all Jews
I
Right.
would agree with you that
at that
Jesus
time. Yeah.
followed the Torah, but we don't subscribe to him being a Jew.
That makes him a Jew.
It doesn't. A Jew is a
If you
term.
subscribe to the Torah, if you
We,
subscribe to the Old Testament, right, you are subscribing to the Jewish faith. You
a
are
Jew
definitely
is
not a Muslim. If you're not a Jew, you're definitely not a Muslim. This is my point, right?
now. What if I told you I can prove to you that Jesus said he was a Muslim in the Bible?
Ooh, I'm interested.
All right, let me pull up this verse. Give me a second.
And I'm gonna keep it a band with you. Like, I've read my Torah, I've read my King James, I've read my Quran, right? I have an individual relationship with my Sky Daddy. That's nobody's business but my own. But I have read these different texts
Yeah,
and I know
he tripping because ain't no way. But we
that's
do
my Sky
find
Daddy.
we find
That's an individual relationship.
we find prostration all across the. That's just something that they did. Period. So I'm just going to try to see how you gonna play it.
So this is going to be John 6:38. It says, "For I have not come down from heaven not to do my will, but to do the will of him who sent me." So to be a Islam literally means submitting to the will of God, and Jesus did the same.
Does that mean submitting to the will of Elohim?
Yes.
Okay.
Elohim, Allah,
Okay.
God,
Okay. So you're
Yeah.
making them all the same person. All right. I
it's the
got
same.
you.
It's the same deity, same creator.
I got you. Now you know there are people that would argue they weren't the same God.
I'm
There are
quite
Muslims
aware.
that would argue that.
I think there's Muslims that would argue that with the
Right.
concept that you know what was previous has been tampered, but when we put the stories together, it's obviously the same God. Because if Jesus, if y'all worship the God of Jesus, and there's only one God of Jesus, then and we worship the God of Jesus as well, then it's the same God.
No,
Many
you know what? We
Christians,
worship God of
many Christians
Abraham.
don't believe. Many
Not the God
Christians
of
don't
Jesus.
believe that Jesus was
Okay,
God. He was the
you don't
Son of God.
you don't think that the God of Abraham is the same God that Jesus worshipped?
Yeah, but
The
you
same,
said it.
but they're not the same
Not what
person.
they say. The Quran says the God of Abraham, not the God of Jesus.
Correct.
But
Okay.
the God of
No,
Abraham
but
is
I
the
get
God of
his point
Jesus.
though. The God of Abraham and the God of Jesus were the same God. But Jesus was not God to a lot of Christians. Jesus was the Savior. He was the Son of God, but he wasn't God.
We view him as a savior as well. We view him as the Messiah. And in Islam, we reject him being the Son of God, but we still believe in his miraculous birth
As a prophet.
as a prophet, Messiah,
So if he had
Not
a
savior.
as a
miraculous
Messiah.
birth, who was his father?
No, we recognize Jesus as the Messiah.
So if he had a miraculous
Huh?
birth, who was his father? You said Muslims don't recognize Jesus as the Son of God. My question is, if he had a miraculous birth, who was his father?
Jesus was born without a father.
Hmm?
So, so implied in that would be that his father was God, right?
See, maybe prior to the Quran, that would have been a something to say, but the Quran says that Jesus is the Word of God, made into flesh. So the
New
similitude
Testament says he's the Son of God.
the similitude of Jesus is that of Adam, where God said be and he was. There was no male intervention. So we call him God's creation. We don't say we deny the concept that God had sons or daughters.
But their God wasn't Allah. Their God was Elohim. You're saying they're the same person. I get your argument. But I'm saying Jews don't believe that argument.
Jews
Christians
don't,
don't believe that
of course they
argument.
don't. Otherwise they'd be Muslim.
That's what I'm saying.
But I
So if
mean,
I'm dealing with Jesus, I have to deal with him in the context of him being a Jew. If I'm even gonna accept the story, right? I
and
have to
it
deal with him in the context of being a Jew.
and if you think Jesus was a Jew, why are you not a Jew? Or
There's
why
a
why aren't Christians Jews?
So when you look at the New Testament, it focuses on an individual relationship with God. It says that the Messiah came and broke the old covenant, right? The old laws. The old laws don't apply no more. Now, I've been the conduit to create a relationship directly with you and God. You don't have to go through a Sadducee, a Pharisee. You don't have to go through nobody. You go to God directly through me as the Messiah, right?
I would disagree. I'd say that Jesus said that he did not come to change a dot or a tittle in the law. He came to fulfill the law.
Correct.
So he came to do it. He didn't come to change it.
Correct. So he's not changing the law. All the things dietary, all the things, all the laws of the Torah, they still apply. But he came to fulfill the law. So my sacrifice was for you to have a direct connection with God. You go to God through my name. I'm with Jesus. I'm good. Right? That was the fulfillment of the law. The law always talked about the Messiah. That was always the prophecy. And so he was the fulfillment of the prophecy.
Well, I'm pretty sure you're aware, but we don't recognize Jesus as being a sacrifice.
The Muslims, nah. Before I say that, let me think about it.
Yeah, the Muslims don't
Um,
think that Jesus. So first of all, we don't think that he died. We don't think that he was crucified.
The Muslims think Jesus was a prophet. But
And
if you're
look,
saying
but
that he didn't
Messiah,
die, Jesus will be 2,059 years right now.
yeah,
2,000, let me do the math. My math is a little off, but he'd be about 2,000 and change.
right.
Where's
Can
Jesus?
can we, gracious warrior? When you say like you throw slick words out, I don't comprehend definitions. Messiah. Can you give me the definition of a Messiah?
Savior.
A savior?
Yeah,
Savior.
Who's savior?
he's going to be a
The
savior for the
Jewish
entire
people.
world.
The
Huh?
Jewish people.
He's going to be a savior for the entire world.
For the Jewish faith. I believe that's the Jewish faith, right?
Mainly the Jewish
No,
faith, but
no, because
outside of that,
I think
those that
ultimate.
subscribe to the law, those that subscribe to the Torah.
That's a fair
He's
answer.
their savior.
So during the time when Jesus was walking the earth, he came
So
specifically for the
you
children of Israel.
when you say that the Quran, you believe that Jesus was a Messiah, I would say no. I would say they only strictly believe he's a prophet. They don't believe he's
No,
a Messiah. The Jews didn't even believe he was a Messiah. So what are you
well,
talking about?
The Quran calls him directly the Messiah. He's the only one mentioned to be the Messiah in the Quran.
In the Quran, okay, let me see. What story is that?
Where does it say that in the Quran? Because I
Even
never got
even
from my
in the
reading of the
verse,
Quran that Jesus was a Messiah.
even in the verse that I read regarding the crucifixion, they said that we killed the Messiah, the son. You know, the verse that I just read, it called him Messiah, but there's other verses as well that call him Messiah. Like the Quran doesn't even talk about the Prophet Muhammad in this manner. Jesus is the only Messiah referred to in the Quran.
Okay.
But I'm gonna pull up another verse that regards Jesus as being the Messiah.
It says key points about Jesus as the Messiah in the Quran. It says title and birth. The Quran names him the Messiah.
Did he cut out or was he done?
Yeah, you cut out, King James. Can't hear you. I know I had a question though, because it's the consensus of most mainstream Christian scholars and Jewish scholars. Well, I won't say most Jewish scholars, but most Christian scholars and historians that Jesus was resurrected. So it's like, how does the Quran go against all the eyewitness accounts and all the evidence that they have for that?
Well, that the Quran verse says they neither knew what they were they didn't know what they were seeing, but they follow conjecture. So that Quran verse in that same verse where I was reading, and they say in both we killed the Messiah Jesus, they neither killed him nor crucified him. In that same verse it says that they did not know what they saw, and then there's also verses in the Bible where it points out that the people did not know what they were seeing or completely understood of what they were witnessing.
So if the people didn't know what they were seeing, his own mother, the disciples, the Roman soldiers,
Was it made
uh,
to appear so?
how are we supposed to trust any, like, what reliable historical basis do we have left to verify anything if we have to throw all of that out? Like,
Well, the
Good
Gospels
question.
the Gospels are eyewitness accounts of Jesus. So those people are the people who watch Jesus directly. The Quran is supposed to be a message revealed from God. So it's supposed to be like it's supposed to be clearing up the story based on God's view.
so God was wrong with, when he put out part two of the trilogy, he was wrong. Like, so
No,
he had to come back and update his own work.
no, it's more to say it, it's it's more to say that the people who wrote down part two were wrong.
Okay, now evidence for that. Can you give me some evidence for that, or is that just how you feel?
I can give you the evidence that what I'm smoking on right now, I'm the most high at this particular point in time. Like, I can give you evidence.
Wall Street Willie is the most high today.
So I mean, like the Gospels are eyewitness accounts. You know what I'm saying? So it's from the perspective of what they were seeing, and it's not to say that what they were seeing, that they were lying or anything. They wrote down exactly what they saw, but you know, 600 years, God came down with a messenger to reveal what really happened.
So do you believe that the New Testament is divinely inspired word of God?
Yeah,
It was just wrong. Even though God inspired these people to put down misinformation and spread it to the masses.
yeah.
Okay, let me go ahead and drop a bomb on that. That was a little
Yeah.
loud. Get your gong on there and rewind that for the people in the back. You said the Most High did what?
So I agree. So the Quran says we sent the Torah and we sent the Injil. The Injil being the gospel, but we also believe in the Quran that the previous scriptures have been altered, and that this final revelation is going to be like the perfect version of everything. So like I said, wherever there's a differ, we think that God cleared it up with the Quran.
Okay, I mean, I hear you. I hear you. I was asking for evidence, but it's all right.
Oh man,
I'll let you go ahead.
the evidence is going to be in the Gospel of Saint Barnabas.
I've never heard of the Gospel of Saint Barnabas. Is this a what book is this in the Quran?
No, this is going to be a apocryphal biblical text.
So not only do you dabble in the New Testament,
That's
but
before the
canon, you
Quran.
dabble in the Apocrypha, the Quran. You deal with the Hebrew,
Right.
but don't
Right.
you deal
All the
with?
previous texts.
It's a lot.
All the previous texts regarding our Creator. It's just the Quran is going to be the final authority on all of them.
Were you trying to share your screen, King J? Okay.
But in the Gospel of Saint Barnabas, it talks about Judas being crucified in the place of Jesus, and it goes into detail as far as like it says that there were some disbelieving disciples that declared his resurrection. But that book of the Gospel of Saint Barnabas also says that the people who were witnessing the crucifixion did not know what they were witnessing. They thought it was Jesus, and in reality it was Judas getting crucified.
Oh, so okay. So it gives a different account because in the Bible it says that Judas, how does he die? His head explode. He was hung or
It says two different ways. It says that he died but from a fall. Where you said like his head burst open, and then it said that he was crucified, or not crucified, excuse me, he was hung on a tree.
So when it comes to okay, which account to choose from, do we go with the earliest account or just the one that which account we say will be accurate?
I'm going with the account that the possibility that he died in crucifixion according to the Gospel of Saint Barnabas. I think the fact that they have two different deaths within the Bible of Judas kind of points that there might be an incorrect the understanding of Judas's death might be incorrect.
Right. So instead, it was Judas who was crucified and not Jesus. But it doesn't. The Quran still says that he was taken up. So you're saying that.
I'm saying that Jesus was taken up physically, and that he will return during the end times as a sign.
So just said that Judas was.
Jesus,
so Judas
I'm
was
saying
crucified.
Jesus. Yeah, and Jesus was taken up.
So they crucified Judas, and Jesus' body was taken up.
Yeah. And then the hadith say that Jesus is going to return on the end times in the land of Tel Aviv, which is in Israel, and he's going to come back and like fight a holy war. He's also going to kill the Dajjal or the Antichrist.
You should do a presentation. You have a lot of the Quran. Would you be opposed to doing a presentation on some of the stuff?
I would love, brother. I'd love to make dawah. I would love to talk about the Quran. But it's a lot, man. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to go over. So it's just like, what points do we want to focus on when I do that presentation? I can definitely make a presentation regarding the crucifixion of Jesus and how he's going to come back during the end times and things of that nature. And I can bring Quran verses and Hadith regarding that matter.
The Quran in regards to what does he say about Jesus and being taken up?
Yeah.
But you said it was It was a physical death.
I'm saying it wasn't a physical death.
You're saying it was not a physical death.
It wasn't a physical death. Jesus. I'm saying Jesus hasn't died yet. He's going to die when he comes back, and he's going to live a full life, and then he's going to pass away.
So when you say he hasn't died yet, you're saying that he's just still in the purgatory, and he's in the third heaven with Elijah at this point.
Yeah, according to the Gospel of St. Barnabas.
Okay, and you can show this through your Quran. I would love to see it.
Yeah. Yep. I can also show it through the Gospel of St. Barnabas. I can use all those references to bring my point together.
So get up with A1.
Oh yeah, he got some stuff coming up. He got a show every week. He got a debate coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Preliminary on the 13th. I'll pull up that flyer so y'all know when to check it out.
Yeah, I love it.
Are you trying to get in there with him?
No, I'm listening to him and I'm looking up, what he's saying. He has his own, little thing. So I'm like, maybe he can present. It does sound interesting.
Definitely got his own demo on the Quran.
Yeah, man. I came from Christianity and I got really, really deep into the Bible. And then when I picked up that Quran, man, I really recognized the connection. To be real, like the crucifixion of Jesus was a hard one for me to digest when I initially reverted. But like I started to receive more information regarding it, and it made it easier.
What's this called? What's this?
This is the preliminary where they're going to come together to lock in an actual date for the debate.
Oh, okay.
Lock in the actual topic. So,
and I got to be real with you, bro. I'm this preliminary. It kind of got me. I'm a little nervous just being on the fact of this brother's character, because the debate is one thing, but I can already I'm already imagining this brother just coming with straight insults.
Talking about Slim Reaper?
Yeah, he's talking about Slim. I don't think the debate's on the timer, so he can't cut you off. It's negative points for ad hom attacks and cursing.
Yeah, but that's the debate. I'm talking about this preliminary where I don't know what to expect from the preliminary.
Prelim can go crazy.
Prelim can go crazy. Yeah.
And to be real, I don't want to have to hear him call me out of my name and all that nature.
Yeah, I'm sure he's not.
Brother, I'm guaranteed. Like I'm every time I talk to this brother, he calls me out of my name.
I don't know. He's usually got good decorum every time I see him, so I'm excited to see this one right here. The dojo, December 13th, 8 p.m. Make sure you're all tuned in for that one. It's gonna be lit. As you can say, he sounds like he's already shaking in his boots, man.
It's
confidence,
brother,
man.
I prefer like good dialogue. I prefer good conversation. We might disagree, but I'm not going to stoop down to the level of calling somebody out of their name. Yeah, exactly. And that brother's not the same. You know what I'm saying? Like
I don't know. I think I'm attacking him right now, making assumptions. We have to show up and see how he does. I've never seen him show up to a preliminary or a debate and act out of character for anything professional. So, we have a standard here on Titans Debate League, and I'm sure that he's going to show up and meet that. Back to you, gentlemen. No.
Did you guys have a point of contention, or you trying to find one?
We have a bunch of point of contentions, but we haven't screwed down one that we're gonna debate about. And that's why this preliminary kind of gets me on edge, because I just know like just in talking about our differences, like the brother kind of goes a little far. You know what I'm saying? Like it can get real offensive the way he dialogues.
Yeah. Is it all based on the Quran?
Back chat banter though. Back chat banter. You know, big stage.
we had a point of contention about the what was it we talked about, the Earth shape.
I don't know, man. When I tell you this brother is like, I almost feel like it's something about Islam, maybe that just like maybe gets him out of. Or I can't even say out of character because every time I have a dialogue with him, it's pretty much him shooting homonyms at me or like insulting
Is
the
he a
prophet.
Christian?
Yeah.
He's a Christian. Okay. So maybe it may be something Christian versus Muslim type of deal. Islam versus Christianity.
Yeah, but he just takes it to another level. I try to remain respectful of his beliefs and just have a respectful dialogue with him, and that's just from my point of view. I haven't seen that back in the same manner.
Well, just be prepared for the preliminaries. They can get a little aggressive. Of course, you want to, and then you want to sell the show. I mean, you want to sell the debate. You want to make it a little excitement around it, maybe. But at least it gives you a chance for the debate to get your information out without being able to be cut off. And oh, that's A1 got cut off without being able to the ad hoc. So.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I'm concerned about. Like, what I'm saying? I'm just concerned. I'm a human being, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not the type of person to just like curse people out, talk crazy or something like that. So to be on the side of receiving that type of talk, it can kind of get my blood pressure going. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, to the intelligent viewership, like dad harms only make your opponent look goofy. So I would say don't concern yourself with that. Just focus on your information.
Yep. Yep. That's all you got to worry about.
Yeah. I keep that in mind because the debate I'm ready for, you know what I'm saying? Like he told me we were gonna have our chance to to speak. It's gonna be timed and stuff like that. With like in my conversations with him, man, it's just been he's just been on the attack. You know what I'm saying? Like he's the attack and I'm just giving the information, but he don't really he doesn't
You made me
really
want to pull up one. We got some on the channel. Some of y'all back and forth.
Man, he doesn't really listen to understand. He just listens to. He doesn't listen. You know what I'm saying? Like he's already got his next point before I even explained the first one. So it's like a out talking battle with him, and that's where I'm kind of expecting in the preliminaries.
I think he's going to show up and have his decorum on 10. This is the big leagues. This is the Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here, Jesse. And you sound like you're shaking in your boots already, man.
Man, hey, I'm just saying, brother. This brother, look, I just don't like the ad homs. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't like being called out of my name on any platform. You know what I'm saying? But especially on something like this.
Yeah. So first of all, I resent this being called the big leagues. But two, here's the issue. Like right now, we saw something that was a problem. Like people throw out these logical terms, say like ad hom, right? I'm certainly attacking you at all sorts of points because I think you're an idiot. But there's a difference from me telling you you're an idiot on the way to explaining why you're an idiot versus me simply just saying you're an idiot. Now, Jesse, you are an idiot. Am I making an attack at you? Yes, but it's 100% true and it's 100% valid. It's necessary to point out that you're an idiot in a conversation where it's supposed to be between intellectuals because you're not one. But then I also go to explain why you're wrong, and there's the difference. It's like the opposite of what you do. You just sit and keep saying, brother, my book, my prophet, my book, my prophet, which is what you're going to do right now when I start pressing you in just a second. Just going to keep referring to your book, your prophet, as if that's supposed to mean something to the rest of us without showing anything. So, no, it's really that the first several times you try to have conversations, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a terrible person to try to represent Islam. You don't know the first thing about it. You're terrible at it.
So once again, it's just like I said, brother. I don't like the negative back and forth that I be having with you. I don't want to go into a name calling battle, and I'm not going to do that with you. You know what I'm saying? Like I think one of the biggest things about religion is that it should teach you some type of moral ethic or a moral standard at what you should live by. And for me to hop on a religious debate with you and you're already just calling me out of my name is showing what you are receiving from your religion, which is not really you're not really getting much.
Yeah, listen, I want to make sure that all the listeners pay attention to what he just said about what we're receiving for our religion, because in a second I'm going to make Juicy here. You're going to watch as he won't condemn pedophilia in just a second. But before we do that, A1, because I just saw his picture, do me a favor. I want to can you center me in the thing? I want to do something. Since he has his jihadi picture up, I want to put this cross here, and I want to pull up an AR-15. We're gonna go American on him, and I just figured this would be good. So, I don't even see the cross. I'm not paying your jizya tax, buddy. And this is how we're doing it now. Anyway, Juicy, I have a couple questions for you, man. I think we discussed this on Super Wavy's channel before, but we're going to do it right here on Coliseum of Arguments. Juicy, did your prophet marry a girl who would have been a first grader?
Oh.
And did he consummate the marriage with that little girl when she would have been a fourth grader? Yes or no?
And real quick, just because you're asking a hypocritical stance, I'm going to ask you a similar question. Did Mary not
the word is similar.
Did Mary not have a baby at 12? And did not
Mary was 12.
Yeah. So according to
Rashi and his interpretation on Genesis, wasn't Rebecca 3 when he married Isaac?
Damn.
So I don't know why he's saying damn. You're only saying damn if you're retarded. That right there is called a tu quo qui fallacy. And the tu quo qui fallacy is where you sidestep the question asked to you and try to accuse the other person of hypocrisy. The question I asked still has not been answered. Did your prophet marry a girl who would have been first grade age and then consummate the marriage to her when she was in fourth grader? That's the question. Whether my brother did it is totally irrelevant. I'm asking you.
Not, Leandre. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not.
It 100% is.
It's not. It's not.
Oh my goodness!
Because you attack his religion, he's attacking yours. He's asking you a question.
So he didn't attack my religion.
Are you a Christian?
I am a Christian. I am a Christian.
He just attacked your religion, Leandre.
No, he didn't. You retarded person. He just Rabbi Rashi
just attacked your religion. Answer the question.
So no, he did attack my religion. Rabbi Rashi is a 12th century rabbinical Jewish commentator. What he just made reference to is a 12th century rabbinic Jewish commentator. That has nothing to do with Christianity.
That's attacking a religion. It's a
religious attack. First of all, it is exactly why this is a tu quo qui fallacy. You don't answer criticism with the criticism of the person saying, well, you're the same. My criticism, whether or not
Wow.
The man just told
me. Really doing that?
Why are you talking again?
Really doing that?
Question.
Are we really doing that, Leandre?
Yes, we're doing that because of the two of us.
Let's let him finish, Jose. He was landing his plane.
All right, cool. Let me relax.
Yes, because one, Jose has zero training in logic whatsoever. Because if he did, anybody can Google tu quo qui. It's TUQUOQUE. Tu quo qui. Google the fallacy right now. It's going to tell you that is a logical fallacy. Jose doesn't know it because he's retarded. Jay also doesn't know it because he's retarded.
And
Oh,
neither
really?
of
Really?
biological story. Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. None of you seem to know it.
You really
And
want
you're
us to start to
thinking.
talk about people's mothers now? That's where
Yes.
you want to
In a
go.
second, I'm going to start talking about your mama because you keep coming off
That's
your mic.
really where you want
But
to
I
go,
was
Leandre.
asking the terrorist a question. I asked the terrorist a
Leandre.
question.
No, no, no. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
I was talking to the terrorist.
No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that, Leandre. And if A1 allows you to do that, he's
No. Oh, wait.
No, Leandre,
Wait.
no. We are
A1.
not doing that. We're
A1.
not doing personal
Let me
attacks.
ask you a question, brother.
That's exactly my point.
No. You can't proceed.
That's exactly my point. You want
No.
to
do me a favor.
No.
Dialogue.
You're not going to proceed.
A1, do me a favor.
After you insulted him, no.
Click the graphic with the examples.
No. Mute yourself.
Click the graphic with the examples.
Censor yourself. Balance yourself.
Now,
Balance yourself.
No Googling.
We're not doing that.
Jose.
Yeah.
You kept interrupting him. He got disrespectful. He doesn't like when people keep cutting him off. I don't like anybody being cut off.
So
everybody needs to tighten up on the decorum.
A1, can you enlarge that graphic because look, no Google.
No, it's actually not acceptable.
That's what I'm pointing out. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but I don't want to stop the show because you've been trying to stop the show for about 60 seconds instead of letting him go past.
Okay, I apologize.
Like he already went past it. He kept talking about something else. It wasn't like he stayed on anybody's mom where we had to move him along. He slipped that in there very quickly and kept it going.
That's because he said you're gonna talk about somebody's mom. I said I'm going
that we've been hearing on this channel. That's very light, though.
I'm apologizing, and you guys can move on with the show. I'm sorry.
Hey, and A1, I just want to clarify. He said you're going to talk about people's mom in a second. I said I am in just a second because you keep interrupting me. I didn't actually say anything.
I said the healthy warning.
And I said, okay, you can continue. That is what I said.
And you're talking again, brother. It's crazy how you letting me continue. Now,
you wanted the example. Okay.
Yes. Now, what does it say? Tu quoque, Latin, you also fallacy involves the accusation of hypocrisy against someone instead of engaging with the argument. It's fallacy because being hypocritical does not change the truth value of whatever someone is saying. So again, do you think when your parents told you, right, if your parents came to you or crackhead came to you and said, don't do crack is bad for you, right? If you say, well, you smoke crack, does that invalidate their statement about crack being bad for you? Or the moral statement that you shouldn't do crack? No. Yes,
no. Definitely not.
So if I asked him a question about whether his prophet married a first grade age girl and then turned around and consummated the marriage with that woman, young girl, shouldn't call her a woman, young girl, when she would have been fourth grade age. Him turning and saying, well, Mary did this when she was 12. One, there's no actual biblical statement that says that age. That is certainly the view of certain scholars, but it's irrelevant to the point anyway. My question is, did your prophet do this? And check it. Whether Mary did something would be irrelevant. His prophet, 85 times in the Quran, is his example. They have to copy Muhammad so far down to the fact that in the Quran and Hadith, you have statements about how he used the bathroom, and you have to mimic the way that he wiped his ass. And so he's an example for them. He's the perfect example. So I asked him about his prophet. Him turning around and talking about Mary is totally irrelevant. It doesn't address my argument. Did your prophet marry a girl who would have been a first grade age and then consummate the marriage? Did he have sex with her, which should have been a fourth grader? Yes or no? It's still not addressed. And so for Jay and for Jose and for the bomb threat who all came off their mics trying to make it seem like he made some good point, you don't have your logic together. So please answer the question. Did he do it? Did he marry her at a first grade age and have sex with her when she would have been about a fourth grader? Yes or no?
Yes.
Cool. And is that okay to do? At any time, would it have been okay to marry a girl who was first grade age? So yes, it is okay to marry a girl who's a first grader.
Yes, according to the times and the period that they were living in, yes, it would have been.
Cool. So it would be okay. So if you lived back then, it'd be okay to marry a girl who was a first grader?
Yes.
Cool. Okay. And so why is it not okay now?
Because the law has deemed it not to be okay now.
Okay.
And what the actions of what they used to do back then does not dictate, what we do today.
Okay. So Allah is Muhammad is no longer to be your example?
No, the Prophet Muhammad is the perfect example.
Okay. So you don't want to follow a perfect example?
I don't have to engage in that action to follow my perfect example.
I didn't ask have to. I'm asking, do you want to follow a perfect man's example?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if he married a first grader, right, would that not be a good thing for you to do?
It would be appropriate in those times, not today.
If you lived in a country, right now where they said it's okay to marry a first grader, would that be okay to do? Like for a Muslim to do that today?
I respect the actions of the Prophet Muhammad. I think
That's not what I am. That's not what I asked.
I think that the actions of the Prophet Muhammad were perfectly lawful. They were perfectly, what is that word? They were correct in the time period that he was doing, and I think that they're correct today. But we don't.
They're correct today.
Yeah, they're correct.
Marrying a first grader is correct today.
The actions of the Prophet Muhammad were 100% correct.
Just yes or no. You're doing double speak.
The actions
if you live in a country today, if you lived in an Islamic country today, and that country said today, right? Let's say that there's a caliphate that's established in the United States tomorrow, right? Muslims come in, they take over, and they were to establish, hypothetically, an Islamic state right here in the United States, and they said it's now cool to marry a first grader. Would that be morally acceptable?
Yes.
According to your religion?
Yes.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Now, I'd like to ask you, we've already went over the concept that Rebecca was 3 and that Mary, that God gave Mary a baby at 12. Do you think that those were perfectly acceptable things for your creator to do?
Yeah, so neither one of those things are valid. Those come from 12th and 13th century Jewish commentaries. That has nothing to do with the Bible. On Super Wavy's channel, you tried the same nonsense where you kept saying that it was recorded in Genesis. So that was
just answer the question.
I am answering the question. Answering the question.
Yes or no?
Yes. What I'm doing is I'm showing that you have a faulty premise. So your premise is
yes
faulty.
Yes or no? It's a yes
well,
or no
the
question.
Problem is,
I answered your question straight up.
No, you're asking a loaded question.
I'd like you to
you're
give me the same respect.
No, you're asking a loaded question.
You've been asking.
Question assumes the truth of something that is in dispute.
Jesse, you have to let him finish before you can say he didn't answer it.
Yes. Okay. So your question, A1, do me a favor.
The brother didn't
you get an opportunity. Share your screen again. It's a loaded question fallacy.
To make me redirect my answers.
That I'm disputing is asking me to answer. So, like, if I ask Jesse, when was the last time he sucked a penis? Right? I'm assuming that he sucked a penis in order to say that he did one last time, right? Or we'll say, when was the last time he hit your girlfriend? Right? That question assumes that he's done so. So that loaded question fallacy is a fallacy because of the fact that I'm assuming the truth of something that's in dispute. So when he says, is it acceptable for Rebecca to have been 3 years old? And that comes from a 12th, 13th century Jewish commentary. I don't have anything of saying it prior. That's not anything valid, right? A loaded question or complex question is a type of fallacy where a question contains an unproven or controversial assumption, right? Can you move the little thing? Making it impossible to answer without appearing to accept the assumption. And that's what I'm saying. And see the example, common example. Have you stopped beating your wife? Now, and like I said, of the people up here on the panel, right, who've come off their mics trying to correct me about logic, I'm the only one up here with any training in logic whatsoever. So I'm calling out these fallacies because they're incorrect. So when I'm disputing their age, you can't come and say, was it acceptable? Was their age acceptable? That's in dispute. So I don't accept that Rebecca was 3. It doesn't fit the biblical narrative whatsoever. We know the rabbinical Jews for changing stories and they did so for all sorts of reasons, not to mention the fact that they were just very loose with their texts. So I don't accept the rabbinical Jewish interpretations of those texts, especially in the 12th and 13th century. They have no bearing on the biblical record, on the text of Genesis, which would have existed at that point in time, probably like 4,000 years prior to 3,000 to 4,000 years prior to the composition of that text by my dating. So that to me, that's not valid. Okay, if someone comes 3,000 years or so after a text is written and then they say this was the age, that's not anything valid to me. Telling me that I have to accept those dates.
We have Cosmon to the stage. I'm hearing a crazy echo. That's coming from you, Sergeant Waters. Cosmon, any comments on anything you heard thus far?
That wasn't me. That was King J coming off his mic. But watch, because you're hearing no echo now. But I'll meet up anyway.
Nah, I'm just kicking back listening.
Hey, what's up, bro?
He makes a good point with that loaded question fallacy right there. Let me remove that from the screen.
Hey, if I'm that's every time TJ comes off, it's him. But if I'm like, we're literally, the thing is sit there and dispute, right? So like, you're not gonna say like, yeah, you have to. No, that's stupid, y'all. Like, listen, y'all got to get up on your logic, bro. Got to get up on your logic. You won't sound so crazy if you could just have an ordered thought. I just want to say though that most people might be able to make it through logic. So technical tie, but you ain't gonna be able to achieve it, most of y'all, especially not Juicy. Anyway, I'm on mute now.
And King J, I see you came off mute. Every time you come off mute, though, there's a crazy echo. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, my bad. I'll try to be quick with it. My question to the brother was, I'm not familiar with his theology. It's my first time encountering the brother. So, what's your purpose for bringing that point up? As we see that's more than likely a shared culture. We see in that area in Levant, we see the worship to Molech, child sacrifice. We know that Abraham married his sister. So those practices and things of that nature was just culture during that time. So we know we're in 2025. Those are practices that we don't keep today. We don't practice ritual sacrifice anymore, right? So it's out of date. So I mean, is it really fair to ask him why in 3000 BC they were practicing what they were practicing when everybody practiced it, even the Israelites?
Okay, so before I answer your question, right, I'm going to get to your question. I just want to say that when I'm done, I want you to answer this question. My question is, are you on drugs? And when I'm done answering your question, I would like you to answer that question. One, those are faulty analogies. That's another logical fallacy. The fallacy that you gave, they weren't even they weren't even similar. I pointed out some of the disanalogies there already prior to. Even if he were to say that King David took a man's wife and had her slaughtered, okay, took a man's husband, took a woman's husband and had him slaughtered, okay. Yeah, thank you again. A faulty analogy is a logical fallacy where comparisons are made between two things that are not similar enough in relevant ways to support the conclusion. So the problem is the disanalogy here with your really, really stupid question is that I pointed out that he's told over 85 times, or at least 85 times in his holy book, to mimic the Prophet Muhammad's actions, including the way he wiped his ass. Okay, so that is a perfect example for Muslims to follow. Okay, so they're told to mimic him in all sorts of ways. Like he knocked down 12 women or so in a single night and stamina and all that kind of stuff.
Told to follow, not
so I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question. So anyway, so if you show me the actions of imperfect men, right? Those aren't perfect examples for me to follow. His is going to be a perfect example for him to follow. He is here apologizing, making excuses for the actions of his prophet, saying that those are morally upright. Any of these actions, right? And one, the analogy that you gave, practice child sacrifice. What does it have to do with what I'm talking about? Nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Okay? Doesn't have anything to do with it.
Culture.
There you go talking again. I'm trying to answer your question.
Culture. I answered the question. It's showing shared culture.
Yeah, no. So you didn't show shared culture.
What does it have to?
You didn't show shared culture.
We did. It's practices.
You didn't. You're talking again. When you told me to answer your question, you want to hear the answer? I'm answering all of what you said. There's no point of yours going to be addressed what I'm saying.
It's culture to practices.
There's no point of yours not going to be addressed.
You mentioning that the Prophet Muhammad had a young wife. That's what they were doing back then.
No, I didn't say he had a young wife. I didn't say he had a young wife because we didn't even get to the fact that Prophet Muhammad, according to Hadith, saw a baby crawling through what amounted to someone's living room. He saw an infant crawling through there, and when he saw her as she crawled through there, he wanted to marry that baby. That's an infant. We're having a moral conversation, okay? And so you're vying for right now either moral relativism or something else, or which would have to be moral relativism. I'm not arguing for moral relativism. He says his prophet is the perfect example, and so moral relativism and having a perfect example, those things are incongruent. So you can't hold your position, right? And then he still have his position that his prophet is the perfect example, okay? So because and Juicy was contradicting himself, where it's like it was good for the time. No, it can't be good for the time. He's perfect. You're not perfect for time. Like that doesn't make any sense. He's the perfect example for Muslims to follow. Those are incongruent arguments. Okay, they contradict. One says, hey, you can't really tell people that they're wrong, right? Your argument basically means that as a Negro, I can't look at people, at slave owners, and say that they did something wrong. I can, because I'm talking about a moral absolute, an absolute moral code that says that enslaving people against their will, having committed no crime and kidnapping a person, and they've done nothing, that is a moral bad. Okay, it's mala in se. It's bad in and of itself. Okay, so what I'm arguing is that he's arguing that he has a perfect example in a man who was having coitus with a girl who would have been about a fourth grade age. So my point in bringing this up is that he doesn't have a moral example, and it's why he has a convoluted answer. That's my point. And I come from a Christian perspective. All of your questions answered now.
All right,
King
so
Jay, it's on you. Go ahead.
Let me read this real quick. So in regards to the Prophet Muhammad's wife, Asia, he was about 6 or 7, it says. It says, why did it happen? It says cultural norm, something I mentioned earlier. It was a cultural norm. In that era, early marriage was common, not seen as immoral, and often viewed as a way to protect a girl's virginity and secure her future. Context: marriage ages were generally much lower, and Asia's marriage to the Prophet Muhammad wasn't controversial at all among his contemporaries, including his foes. Significance in Asia's marriage: her closeness to the Prophet from a young age allowed her to witness his daily life and teaching, preparing her to become a leading religious scholar, teacher, and authority on the Hadith. It says, mother of believers, she became a revered figure, transmitting vast amounts of religious knowledge of over 2,000 Hadiths and serving as a model. So this woman who he's trying to bash about being so young became a model for women in Islam. So I don't understand, like, when I talked about cultural norms, that was the practice at that time. It was Israelite practice. I'm sure that, and what was it? As soon as she became of her ministry, they were able to marry her, or it's the same. It's the same cultural norm, the same practices. So I'm just trying to figure out, why is he picking one out of the many?
Cool. So maybe you can answer the question I asked you, because I asked the question that you didn't answer anything you said. Are you on drugs?
What's the question?
Are you on drugs?
That's a real question. Like,
that's a legit question, because I just got to explain to you that I'm making a moral argument. Okay? I just told you that he's saying his prophet is the perfect example. He's not making a moral relativist argument. He's saying his prophet is the perfect example. He's here defending men marrying 6-year-olds today because his prophet is the perfect example. Okay, and I told you that I'm making moral absolute arguments, saying that there are absolute wrongs and absolute rights in certain situations. Okay, there's all sorts of areas where the culture can decide certain things, but I'm saying that someone looking at a baby as she crawls through and try to marry a baby, I'm saying that's wrong. That's creepy. And you're not willing to say that, and you are yourself a creep, and you can probably say 1,000 people listen to you. So
what I'm saying,
the moral argument. I'm still in the middle of talking. So here's the issue. My argument is one about morality. He's arguing for moral perfection of a man who married a 6-year-old, not moral relativism. You can't have those two things; they're incongruent. Okay. So anyway, here's the other problem. Okay. In the 15th century, when the Portuguese landed, I think around 1414 on the west coast of Africa, slavery was globally common. Okay. The practice of castration of slaves was also very, very common, especially around Africa. The Muslims having castrated slaves. In 1414 is when 1414.
I think 1422 is when the first ones came.
1414 is when the Portuguese first went over there and they captured a band of Africans and took them as slaves.
They brought them back.
No, I didn't say. I don't know if you remember brought them back. They captured a bunch of slaves in 1414. Okay.
You gotta mute up when you're not talking, because it makes it hard to hear the other people speaking. They're echoing through your phone. Go ahead.
So anyhow, okay, so that was 1414. Okay, so anyway, but slavery being a common practice throughout the world does not make it moral, and it does not make it acceptable. Okay, and what your position does is it tells our ancestors that they had no right to fight against the sort of things that they fought against because it was so common. Me fighting against it later and still saying that was creepy and wrong of an action back then, whether it's slavery or whether someone marrying a 6-year-old, okay, that right there is me making a moral argument. Okay, I don't care how common a practice was. If I move to an island, right, if I'm living in a country or an island and I'm living somewhere, and 90% of the men who are living on the island are taking booty by force, that doesn't make it okay because enough people are doing it. That right there is called a bandwagon fallacy. Bandwagon fallacy. A1, you can feel free to put it up on the thing. Bandwagon fallacy. Just because a number of people are doing it does not make that thing right. It does not make it correct or okay. I'm making a moral argument. So I don't care how many people were doing it. I'm telling you it's wrong. I don't care if it was a cultural shared practice. I don't care. It was a wrong thing to do. Okay. If it was a bunch of them, if it was a bunch of niggas marrying 6-year-olds, it's wrong. That's a moral argument. Don't tell me that a number of people are doing it. I don't care.
Well, that's by today's standard, not by their standard. So
No. You see that? You see that? I'm making an argument for all times.
You can't make an argument that it's immoral if it wasn't immoral during that time period.
Cool. So it wasn't immoral.
That's the point. It's a cultural norm.
Immoral. I just want to make sure.
You're looking up definitions of.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I am looking up definitions. Did you want me to look up something for you?
Cultural norm.
Got you.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, A1. Well, let me not put it in graphic terms because we're streaming. You were telling me that I cannot say that it was morally wrong for people to grape soda children. Is that what you're telling me? I'm not allowed to say that it's morally wrong to grape soda a child.
Was it considered that then?
That's not morally wrong.
Was it considered that at that time?
I've already told you that it is a faulty. I don't care what the consideration was. It was considered wrong in depending on where you were, but that's not the point. I'm telling you that it is still okay to say that it is wrong for someone to have done something, whether I'm talking about 100 years ago, 5,000 years ago. Okay, if someone took their children and put them on a hot statue, you referenced Molech earlier, which is part of what their practice was, and they had sex in front of the statue, and then they burned their children alive on this hot statue whose arms were sitting out while the child screamed and had sex at the child screams and made sacrifices there. I'm saying that I get to say that that's wrong. If you are not willing to say that it's absolutely wrong to grape soda a child, you're a creepy person who should stay far away from a school. I read a story one time, A1. It's in the book American Slavery as It Is. There's a story of a young girl who I think a lawyer found her hiding under his window. He heard a commotion right outside of his window. He looked outside of his window. He sees a slave girl, according to the account. She was no older than 8 to 10 years old, whose mouth was so dehydrated that her lip was stuck to the top of her teeth. And she'd been beaten so bad that the bones were exposed in her leg.
What?
Okay. And here's the problem, though. During the antebellum era, right? 1812, 1813 to 1863, during that 50-year period of time, that was very common. Antebellum slavery was very, very harsh. And so what this bunch of sticks, what this bundle of sticks here is talking about right now is that I can't say that that was wrong. And that is a ridiculous thing to say. I get to look back on my ancestors and champion them and their causes and say, hey, you did right. It was right to buck against that system. That was a really, really ridiculous, very harsh system. To take children from their parents and sell them off, right? And to totally emasculate black fathers, right? As they had to watch their wives be taken and grape soda in front of their faces, right? Or sold off. That I get to say that that action was wrong on the part of the slave masters. And I get to say that it was noble and a good thing that those husbands, after slavery was over, that they decided that what they were going to do was they were going to go searching for the families. Or I get to praise slave revolts that took place on slave ships because the Europeans were too dumb to chain up the women because the Europeans had a low view of women and children. And so they wouldn't chain up the women on the slave ships. And when the women broke free the men and they took over the slave ships and killed their captors, I get to say that that was a good thing. This bunch of sticks is not willing to say that that was a good thing. And he also can't say that it was bad on the part of the slave masters. That is a ridiculous man and nobody should listen to him.
So when we talk about social norms, we have to talk about how they evolve over time with technology and value and the needs of the actual societies that they are talking in regards to. So that is so the brother I believe he's you're a Christian. So when we talk about the faith, when I spoke about worshiping Molech, right? They practiced that. They did that.
Who
But
did?
we know the children of Israel. They worship. They sent their children to the fire of Molech. Right. They worship all of the deities of the in the Canaanite pantheon at one point or another. So, but that's
what?
that's just what they did. That was normal at that time. Of course, we
And I would like to.
those were the social norms of that time. We won't practice that
So
this time.
what?
We won't cut off a head of a chicken and with the blood and or eat that. Like we just don't. We're not in that. We've passed that.
So
Like
it wouldn't be
it's
wrong
like something
today.
you're not. It's not even like I'm not gonna insult you, brother, but it's like that's a practice that we've grown out of. We've advanced past. We've evolved from those practices, but it's just 2025. It's like it does, we don't even we're not even able to practice those type of things in this day and age. So it's like you can't compare the social norms of 2025 to the social norms of 3000 BC, and that's kind of what you're trying to do.
I am comparing morality. I'm talking about morality. You're just speaking in a tautology. Okay, I'm telling you that it is wrong. Then, like for example, if A1, have you ever seen the movie 300?
And I just like to ask Leandre, did Christians do
why
the same
is it
during
wrong?
this time
A1, have
period?
you ever seen the movie 300?
Yes, yes.
Now you remember at the beginning of the movie, there was the group of men called the Gerusia over in Sparta, and they were getting together. They were examining babies. It's the opening scene of the movie 300, and they were examining the infants, and they were the newborns, and they were trying to see if they had any defects. They were trying to see if they thought they were going to grow up to be big and strong. And according to Greek history, some accounts of Greek history, what you have is if they thought that the infant wouldn't be fit for Spartan society, because parenthetically we should say that in Spartan society, parents didn't have rights to their children. Your children belonged to the state. And so if they didn't think that your child would be fit for war, because Spartan men didn't have occupations, they didn't have jobs. The Messenians, the people in the mountains around Sparta, they worked, and they were basically the slaves of Sparta, of the kingdom of Sparta. But Spartan little boys, if they were seen to be defective, they would take them to a mountaintop and throw them the hell off. So that scene at the opening of the movie 300 is historically accurate, at least according to this, true to the accounts. I get to say that throwing children from a mountaintop is wrong because you think they're defective. This bunch of sticks keeps trying to tell you that if that's what they were doing at the time, that's okay.
Well, brother, you do know in the wild they do that to the animals who are defective. It's called preservation of the gene.
See?
So it's like, why would in the wild the mother or the animal let the defected child live, like they're gonna die?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's called exposure, but yeah, that doesn't make it okay. You're saying
it
that
it does make it okay.
Okay.
It does make it okay.
Cool.
Because,
so if I had an island,
that's your perspective of it. You're not looking at the totality of the bigger picture of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like
So
just like this. If I give you the example of a volcano eruption, right? We may look at the volcano erupting as destruction, right? But the whole time we do know that the volcano and the lava, they form new land. They form islands.
Right.
There's a bigger. It's not destruction.
Right. Yeah. So if I'm understanding,
it's a bigger plan. So it's the totality of it.
Right.
So if we look at that,
yeah. So you're telling me so if someone is graping children, that could be a good thing, right? There should be some good to come from that, right, King J? Ain't that right? Like we can't just judge it off that. There could be some good to come from that, right?
If that's the social norm, that's the social norm during that time.
Right. But just say yes or no. There's some good that comes from that, right?
Who decides social norms?
Just answer the question. So that could be a good thing, right? Graping children, that could be a good thing.
Social norms are developed.
Can you say yes or no? Because your volcano example, right?
We don't practice that during this time.
I didn't ask you to practice that during this time because according to you, if tomorrow, by your standards, if I set up an island, right? Mm-hmm. Let's call it Epstein Island, right?
Okay.
If I'm on Epstein Island, right? And on Epstein Island, I run Epstein Island, and me and my people right there, we're the majority, and we bring in a minority of kids, right? So we decide on this island, on Epstein Island, we're just gonna call it that. I just made the name up from scratch, right? But on this island, we decide we're gonna get real freaky and frisky, right? With a bunch of minors on this island. According to your framework, that would be morally okay. Why? Because that's what they do there. That's them. That's their people. That's their society. It's their country, right? It's their little place, right?
Mhm.
And if jurisdiction over it, that makes it okay. And you're saying that there could be some good that comes from that. We can't judge because just like that volcano eruption, right? Where we look at it as destruction, because the analogy that you gave was in reference to us talking about children being raped. So according to you, there's some good come from that. We can't judge, right? If we're on Epstein Island, hey, when in Epstein Island, do as Epstein would do.
So what you just described was this. So a norm becomes established when a significant proportion of a group shares and understands or understanding of the behavior as appropriate and expects others to follow it, backed by social feedback, whether approval or disapproval. That decides the social norm. So during that time period where whatever practice is the social norm, it was voted on, basically.
Yeah, right.
So during 2025, it's not the social norm, brother. We ain't voting for that now.
Right.
So it's not even a fair question to even to bring up, to even ask when during 3000 BC, that's what they was doing.
Oh, that's the other thing I meant to point out. I don't know what the hell you're talking about 3000 BC because Islam is like 6th and 7th century AD. I don't know what the hell you keep talking about that. Anyway,
600.
Medieval period.
I'm talking about the shared culture that's been that practice in that land since 3000 BC, probably a little bit before then. They've been doing this.
So we know, like in that ancient world, right? So let's say in biblical times, right? Lots of people, they would take babies and they would go sit them on trash heaps. And so if that was good, if they thought that was good, enough people. Remember, I pointed out to y'all earlier the bandwagon fallacy.
That was the practice,
and it's correct and it's good because a number of people believe it. You got a large number of people to believe it. Must be true. That right there is not how you establish truth or morality. By the way, this man's an idiot.
And I have a question.
And let me
too.
say something.
Real quick though. Let me ask King Jay something. Are you under the assumption that cultural norms and morality are supposed to run parallel? Because he's talking about how the Quran and anybody who believes in these practices is morally bankrupt. And you're saying, well, it wasn't a cultural norm back. Like, what does that have to do with God allowing these things to happen? Because God is supposed to be above what a cultural norm is. So is he just going with the times? And is he following what the people think is okay? Or are the people supposed to be following what he think is okay? But go ahead.
Well, the different gods during the time set the cultural norm. So, for instance, the god Molech, that was the god of child sacrifice.
Oh my God!
God sets the cultural norm.
Hey, bro.
That's the cultural norm. So, what I just read here, where it says the cultural norms are backed by social feedback, whether approval or disapproval, right? If you got enough people to believe in the same, whatever practice this may be, right? That is their cultural norm. They're
enough people or God establishing it. What are you talking about, bro? A1, I want to fight.
Yeah,
bro.
I see what you're saying. He's split on that, and he just again described a bandwagon fallacy and tried to say because it was a cultural norm, it's not fallacious. But I don't know. I see what you're saying. I see what he's trying to say, but I had a debate on this already. The Bible's morally bankrupt. What he's trying to do is anachronistic. He's trying to say it was a different time back then, but the same things are actually happening now. Arranged marriages, all of that. People still believe in this today. So it's not like it was.
But it happened back then. It's not the social norm now. That's why it's taboo now, because it's not the social norm. So
what does the social norm have to do with morality?
With everything.
That's what I'm saying.
The social norm sets the tone for the whole environment of the nation.
Cool.
Whether it's acceptable or not.
Cool. So if tomorrow, right? Just think of this.
And I'd like to point out
if tomorrow we voted and said, so you think about something like the Holocaust, 6 to 10 million people killed. Okay. That would have been okay because the majority of Germans, they had 90 some odd percent votes for the Third Reich. Okay, 90 some odd percent. Okay, so that right there, according to him, would have been okay. If you want to kill 6 to 10 million people, majority voted for it. That makes it okay. This is not how a moral conversation goes. Okay, whether one person believes it and 9,999 people believe otherwise, right? What's morality transcends the people. He's saying morality derives itself from the people, and he's offering nothing to that effect. And again, and then look at the absurdity of what that means. I mean, certain
Everybody's
times
morality is
agreed upon
different.
it. If enough people agreed upon it, it'd be okay to go upside your wife's head. If we voted for it tomorrow, it becomes okay. If black people are a minority in America right now, think about this. If black folks are a minority in America right now, and the majority turns around tomorrow and says it's okay to enslave us again, he has no basis for saying that they're wrong. Okay, which is how it happened the first time. Okay,
So
and so
you mind if I say
everything
something after
bad,
him?
everything bad that you could possibly think happened, according to Tardo J. If enough people agree on it, that makes it okay. And this is why he should stay 1,000 feet away from school.
Foundational morality. So I'll tell you how social norms.
Oh my God.
Well,
affect
before you
morality.
go into that, King J, because I think I see the problem. I think that we're arguing
Hey,
with
let
you
me
as if
put something in
you
too.
are a. I would right after me, but I actually cut him off though. I don't know, but we're arguing with you as if you believe in religion. So I actually agree with you. Actually,
No,
now that I think
no,
about
no,
it,
A1, no, A1. You don't, A1. Listen, if
because he doesn't believe in religion. So
yeah, but the thing about it,
I
he
would
doesn't
say
have
the
to believe
same
it.
thing in a debate that it actually what we perceive as morality actually does come from the cultural norms. It doesn't really come from somebody in another dimension who inspired people to write a book, because I don't believe in that.
Well,
But go ahead.
A1, that's not as connected to a book as you might think. The alternative is that again, you have to likewise. So anytime you have any sort of relativism, it's logically absurd, because he can't say that I'm wrong to impose these standards on people. Why? Because in his view, he has to accept all of these positions, including mine. And so he has to assume the negative of his own proposition. Okay, so he can't tell me you can't impose that on people. Why? Is he telling me it's wrong to impose that on people? He can't make that commitment now, can he?
No.
Hey, now you mind if I say something?
It's on you, then King J after Leandre finishes.
Yeah, so that's the problem. All relativism results in a logical absurdity and a contradiction. I don't care if it's religious relativism, if it's moral relativism, it devolves into this logical contradiction, because he can't tell me I can't impose these standards on people any more than he can tell someone that they can't grape a child. He can't tell me I can't impose this standard in the past, or that I can't impose it on people now, because that's what he's saying society does. He can't tell me I'm wrong. He has to say that I'm right. And by saying I'm right, he's wrong. It's a logical contradiction. There is no validity to relativism, period. You can't have it.
Okay.
Truth is relative.
So this is going to
Truth
be Exodus.
Hear the stupidity? You can't say truth is relative, because that's an absolute statement. Truth is relative to you. You can't say truth is relative. That is logically absurd. You're making an absolute statement about the condition and the objectivity of truth. You're making an ontological statement about what truth is. You're talking about the being of truth, what truth is. That's not a relative statement. That's an objective statement. That statement is like saying this statement is false. It is logically contradictory. Y'all do not think. Y'all don't think. You don't think. You can't tell me truth is relative. That's an objective statement. Not relative.
Hey, let me just say something to him real quick. All right. This is Exodus 21:7. It says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be freed at the end of 6 years as men are. If she does not satisfy her owner, he will allow her to be bought back again. But he is not allowed to sell her to foreigners, since he is the one who broke the contract with her. But if the slave owner arranges for her to marry his son, he may no longer treat her as a slave, but as a daughter. So I want to ask Leandre, is this appropriate?
Is what appropriate? Is there
selling your daughter off as a slave?
Yeah, that would have been appropriate. And let me explain. So in their society, so hang on, because so they had a couple different types of slavery. One type of slavery was where, like, for example, like in a famine or something like that, right? Your daughter would become like the servant of someone, right? And slaves in Roman society and in Jewish society, they had all sorts of different types of slaves. So you could be someone's secretary, you could be someone's maid in the house. You had a number of jobs. And so they would work them for a period of 6 years. They would go free in the 7th year of Jubilee. It was an employment contract, okay? And so what it's saying is that if you decide that you want her to like marry your son or something like that, then she becomes your daughter. She's no longer a slave girl. So that process right there.
It doesn't say that.
No, it does say that.
It says she will.
I'm
not
literally
be
explaining it to you.
She will not be freed at the end of the 6 years as men are.
Yes. So I'm trying to explain to you the practice that they had with their slaves in Jewish society. Are you listening?
So now just real quick, I am listening, but I want to point out.
I don't think you are.
Hypocrisy. You know what I'm saying? You were just saying that slavery was wrong a second ago.
I didn't say that.
It's okay.
I didn't say that.
Now you're saying it's okay. It's okay for you to sell your daughters into slavery.
Slavery was wrong, never came out of my mouth. I actually don't hold the position that slavery is wrong. We practice slavery right now when we imprison people. I don't think that slavery in and of itself is a moral wrong. That was an invention. That was largely something that was the position of Quakers in the 18th and 19th century. And this is all covered. There's a book called The Anti-Slavery Debate. It's a purple book. The Quakers. I'm trying to answer your question. So the idea that slavery in and of itself is a moral wrong, I don't think that's correct. I don't think slavery in itself is a moral wrong. Punishing people, right, which one of the modes of slavery was as a means of like bankruptcy support. The other one was a means of punishing people, right? So you get this in Exodus and in Deuteronomy. I think it's Deuteronomy 10, where you would go out and you would offer terms of peace to your enemies, and as you offer them terms of peace, because they had done something, you could give them lifetime enslavement, like cutting logs and that sort of thing, right? That's not a moral wrong to punish people for crime. I don't think slavery in and of itself is immoral per se. The Quakers came up with this idea that slavery was a moral wrong in and of itself. What I said is that the sort of slavery where you kidnap a person who had done nothing wrong and you just take them and you sell off their offspring after they've done nothing, that's what I said was wrong. And so you need to clean out your ears. And so if you take your son or your daughter, you say, hey, we're starving, right? And you're going to go work for this person over here. They're going to give you this money, this land, this whatever it is, a husband, and they're going to do that to take care of you. I don't think that that's a moral wrong, no. So there's no hypocrisy because I didn't say slavery was wrong. You stupid ass.
So you say it's appropriate for you to sell your daughters in slavery today?
Yes, in those situations, yes.
So it is
because in their day, it's equivalent to an employment. In their day, it was equivalent to a long-term employment contract. So like we would say today, like if I was taking my daughter, say you're going to go work for this person for 6-7 years, it's going to keep you from starving. Yeah, I would say that's appropriate. Yeah. If something like that happened today and you had to say, hey, you're gonna go work for this person over here for 6 years or for whatever length of time, and they're gonna provide for you, they're gonna feed you, they're gonna provide you a husband, that kind of thing. Yeah, I would say that's appropriate. Yeah.
So it's okay for us to beat our slaves too, right?
So as a means of punishment, depending on the crime, yeah. Similarly, how like today, like we take some of our slaves, people who are like in prison, for example, for crimes, right, and we'll take them when we do certain things, like I don't know, like electrocution, penalty, that sort of thing. Yeah, I would think that's appropriate.
So if you sold your daughter off into slavery,
yeah, have you noticed? Have you noticed that you haven't found?
If you sold your daughter off into slavery, it would be appropriate for the slave master to beat her.
So not just beat them, but let's say that there was a certain action, right? There was all sorts of things that you would do such a thing for. Yeah, I would say so. I think that's like I don't have any problem with corporal punishment. Corporal punishment, I think it would be appropriate to use on prisoners and all sorts of people today. I think it's appropriate to use corporal punishment on your kids sometimes. Age-appropriate spanking, like on the buttocks, right, as is legal right now. Yeah, I would think that sort of thing is okay. You haven't highlighted hypocrisy yet. I just want to point that out.
It's legal because it's the social norm.
See, here to say it is coming talking again. Anyway, I'm just going to ignore you now. But anyway, but yeah, you haven't highlighted hypocrisy yet, by the way.
I think I'm next, but go ahead.
There's Juicy. I just want to point out again, you didn't highlight any hypocrisy. I didn't take one position and then affirm its counter. I didn't do that once.
I just want to point out, you said it's okay for us to take your daughter into slavery if you sold her, and that's perfectly fine for you.
What? I didn't hear you.
It's perfectly fine to take your daughter into slavery.
Yeah. So the sort of slavery that they had, yes, where it was a long-term employment contract, yes, that's appropriate.
Because that's the social norm. Okay.
No, I didn't say it's because of social norm.
No, he didn't even say social norm. He said it's appropriate today.
Yeah,
because it's appropriate because it's a social norm. I'm just.
No, I didn't say it's appropriate because social norm. That's not.
Those are social norms.
No, you're arguing that it's okay because social norm. It's not. That's not what came out of my mouth, is it? I gave more reasons why it would be okay, for example, to punish someone for certain actions. I gave a moral reason. Your dumb ass keeps talking about a social norm, which is not what I said.
The moral reason is so okay. So here we go. So social norms. They are unplanned collective results of
Oh my
human
God.
interaction that emerges from shared behaviors, beliefs, and expectations within a group or society. Norms are constantly developed, maintained, and shifted through a dynamic process involving individuals, groups, institutions, and cultural and environmental factors. And norms often begin with individuals' actions. When people interact repeatedly, they develop shared expectations about what is acceptable behavior. These patterns become social norms over time.
Okay, so I don't know how much schooling or education you have. I know what a social norm is. I don't think the social norms govern the moral sphere. I don't think that if enough people get together, our point as a bandwagon counts. I don't think that enough people getting together saying something is okay makes it okay. I've already said that 100 times. I told you being tautological. I already told you you're being tautological. You don't have anything other than just
It
reading.
says here. It says
Why are you
here.
why are you doing
Social
that while I'm talking?
norms.
Why are you
It
doing that
says
while I'm
here,
talking?
but
Why are you doing that
I
while I'm
didn't cut you
talking?
off, brother.
Why are you doing that while I'm
You
talking?
just talked for
Why are
five
you doing
minutes.
that while I'm
I didn't cut
talking?
you off, brother. Why you cut
No,
me
you
off?
did cut me off. I was in the middle of
No,
talking.
now I'm responding to
No, I was in the middle
your
of talking. You
now
can't
I'm
respond until I'm in the middle of
responding to
talking.
your
I'm still in the
5 minute
middle of talking.
diatribe.
Why are
You
you
had
still
a
going?
2 minute diatribe and you
Why are you
said
talking? There
nothing.
was no, bro. You
I'll
just
bring
went
the
through.
timer out. We need a timer.
No,
Now I'm
we don't need a
responding.
timer. He
Yeah,
needs
we
to get
do,
more
because this is
content.
how we do it. Let me get my
Reading
2
all this
minutes.
nonsense. He
Because
just
he's
read a bunch
long
of stuff and
winded.
was interrupted.
He's long winded, and now I'm responding
Nobody
to it.
interrupted him when he read all of his stuff. And I was
Brother,
talking on. He just read a
I
bunch of
haven't read.
nonsense.
I just
He
started
needs to be
talking,
quiet.
brother.
He
I
needs to
was
be
reading
quiet.
for 30
I'm gonna
seconds.
put 2 minutes up so that way Leandre
Thank
can
you.
finish his time and then it will go to you, King J.
Thank you.
So as I
Hold
was
on,
saying,
hold on. Hold on, don't start just yet. Actually, go ahead. You can start now. I'm gonna share it on the screen.
the idea that again, let's talk about the examples are. If enough men get together today, ladies, and they agree, right? And let's say they get a few women, right? If they have 50.1% of the vote, that makes it okay for them to go upside your head, for them to go in there. Like if they decided to vote because they wanted to touch their own daughters, Creepy J over here says that is okay to do because of the fact that enough people agree upon it. Does that make something okay? Was slavery, antebellum slavery, was that actually okay? Chattel slavery for a person who had committed no crime, that was actually okay to kidnap people from their home country, to take them across the waters and do that. That was okay because enough people agreed upon it. That's his argument. So what he wants you to say is that, hey, like if you ever end up on Epstein Island and it happened to you, that was okay to do. Who's to say otherwise? But again, he can't make this argument without contradicting his own position. Relativism has to affirm the truth of its consequence. Okay, so he is arguing that it's okay if enough people agree on it, right? And you can't tell people that they can't say that that they can't do certain actions. Who are you to impress that situation on them? That's silly because he can't tell me I'm wrong either. So if I say that it's morally wrong to do, he has to say okay. He can't counter me on that. I'm done.
Okay, so this is going to be Numbers 31:17.
Real quick, he's got 30 seconds left, and it's actually on King J. You got a shout out from somebody named Maya Ben. He said you're a stand up brother. He's going to send you some info.
Yeah, appreciate it, brother. Shoot it over, man.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him. I guess it's his first time on the page. Shout out to you for checking us out. We got Brother Lavelle in the building. Shout out to you as well, brother. And I'm going to restart this clock. And 2 minutes starts to you, King J. And then we'll let Leandre get a 1 minute rebuttal. And then if he needs it, and then we'll go to
Well, if he gets a rebuttal, then I get a rebuttal. So I mean, I'm responding. Then we should go on to the next person after that.
Okay, let's just do that.
Let it go back and forth all
It's on
night.
you.
All right. So all I need to do is just establish how social norms are the building blocks for moral standards, which he said they're not. So it says here, social norms often serve for the building blocks for moral standards within a society, reflecting the shared values about fairness, trust, and cooperation. These norms are internalized during childhood through socialization, helping individuals develop a sense of right or wrong based on their culture's expectations. To try social harmony and enforcement, adhering to these norms promotes social harmony and group inclusion. violations often elicit social sanctions, such as disapproval, shame, and even legal punishment. But by not adhering to these social norms, or you can be banned, or not accepted into the group. It says reinforcing the perceived moral behavior within that specific context. So we see here how this the social norm is basically what determines the morality of the society. So I think that's time. Okay, yeah.
No,
So
no, you got 40 seconds. Yeah, go ahead.
okay, I thought that was time. Okay, yeah. So and that's really it. It doesn't take much. Let me see. I don't want to waste my time. I got time. I'll go back to what else we were talking about.
Hold on, let me pause your time. You said the social norms are what create the morality of the, wait, say it again?
Of the society.
Of this, so the social norms are what create the morality of society. And in what context do you say that in? Are you saying that in the context of that's what you believe it says in the Bible, or that the Bible is teaching? Or are you saying it in the context of I don't believe the Bible and this is the way that I actually think it is?
No, I don't. I don't believe any of the. This isn't based
Exactly.
off of it. Yeah, I don't believe it. It's
See,
not based off of.
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's not based off of like I think this is like Muslim or Islam or religion or. Yeah, no, not at all.
I think the confusion is with you two because his statement is an agnostic or atheist statement. But I think that we were hearing you in the terms of, or at least I was, when I was listening, I was hearing you in the terms of, muted, yeah. I was hearing you in the terms of a Bible believer. So I was in dispute with you because I was saying, that's not what the book says. That's not what. So that's why I said I actually agree with you. I do think that the social norms are what create perceived morality. Well, morality that they perceive comes from God, but it really doesn't, and that's why we see things shifting over time.
Hey, one man, we're gonna have to discuss this, man. That's crazy.
We could talk about, but see, I see the perspective he's coming from. Explain it then. So you're aware that you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe in those books.
Yeah, because it's irrelevant whether he believes in the books. He has to affirm the absurdity of the things that I said. He has to affirm that what he did, right? Because here's what you do: reductio ad absurdum, right? His argument was reduced to absurdity. One, because I pointed out that it's a logical fallacy. It's not. You can't say anything is true because enough people agree on it. I don't care what definition he's reading. Logic rules all. There's no subject where logic doesn't rule. There's no area of inquiry where logic doesn't rule. Order thinking rules it all. And so we read what a bandwagon fallacy is. He is saying that because enough people agree on it, that makes it true, that makes correct, and that makes it moral. That's a bandwagon fallacy. It's not logical. That is not anything that's persuasive to any person who wants to have order thinking.
Wait, can I slow you down real quick to interject?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see, he didn't say anything was necessarily true, because then I would have argued, or if he did, I missed that part. I was specifically focusing on his last sentence where he said it creates the morality, or AKA I put perceived in there, the perceived morality of the time.
Is he saying that an action is correct because enough people agree on it?
That's the question we need to ask him. Now that's
no. That's what
he says yes, then that makes me think he's a believer in that stuff.
Well, no. Listen. So saying that it's true, saying that it's correct, even saying that it's moral, right? So saying that whatever it is, that's the right thing to do.
Okay, so when you say moral, you mean that's why I say perceived morality.
Yeah. So you're saying perceived.
Right.
He's not saying perceived. He's saying that I can't say that. He said, and then he even talked about like a volcano. When I start talking about kids having their innocence taken from them, this brother said I can't say it's wrong because it might be like the volcano where it looks destructive, but then all of these good things come from it. Listen,
what? I know King J ain't going out like that.
Ask him. He gave the analogy. I talked about this.
That wasn't a comparison, brother. Like, come
on. Wait. Hey, I swear to God. Hey, I swear to God. If on my kids right now, I'll go back and play the analogy. If he didn't give the volcano analogy in response to that stuff, I'll shoot myself on camera. On everything I love right now.
But it wasn't in regards to.
Hey, listen. That's my example. I kept giving that example. He came back, started talking about he said, just like a volcano, like the volcano, it erupts. It may seem destructive, but then there's good that comes from it. I came back and then asked after. I asked him directly. So you're telling me that some good things can come from a child being raped. Okay? I asked that directly. If he didn't say that, I will kill myself on camera, and I'm not joking. But that's what he said.
Okay,
You
in
might,
an effort to move
you
forward and
might,
keep the conversation flowing,
A1,
can you just
A1,
re-ask the question about directly to him so I can hear him say it too?
A1, do me a favor, bro. What's this timestamp one? Because I want you right there. Because I got to come back to it. I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna find the other section. Because we're gonna
Right
play it back.
now,
Because what everybody does when I start pressing them,
4
people
hours,
start
4
saying
minutes.
they didn't say stuff that they said, bro.
brother. I definitely gave the comparison. I made the statement of a volcano erupting, but I didn't. Did I compared that to grape? It's crazy.
Did I not give that example over and over and over again? Let me ask you: would that analogy not apply to child grape?
Brother, I said
Would
a
that
lot.
analogy apply to child grape
I
or
said
not?
a lot. I said a lot of things during that analogy that I gave when I with
Oh, neighbor,
the
bro.
volcano, but
Hold on, bro.
it wasn't in regards to grape. That's crazy.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Because hold on. Hey, listen. Hey, I'm finna go on mute. I'm finna play this back. If this ain't what he said, listen. I'm finna push my shit back on camera. I ain't lying. Watch.
No, we ain't gonna let you do that, man. We need you
Uh,
out here, man. But go get that time stamp. Go back and play it. You know, he is a stickler for this. I've seen him do this a lot. He said, "I'll go back and play it." You know,
hey, I ain't gonna be able to hear y'all
saying it.
because I'm
No, he
finna
go
mute
back
this.
and get it.
I ain't gonna be able to hear. I'm gonna mute this one while I play this back. But watch this. I'm gonna play it. Hold on.
Take your time. Take your time. While you're doing that, I'm going to go ahead and re-ask that question. Do you think that it was what he was saying about moral being true? Is that how you look at it? Like it's right because enough people perceived it to be? That doesn't make sense to me. I just can't fathom that a person is saying that. Like, so I know you're not saying that.
When the brother talks about what's right and what's wrong, those are social norms. Though that is what a social norm. Who decides what's right and what's wrong? That's the question. He's still on the panel. Are you?
Yeah, he's still here, but no, but
No, so I'm
forget him
asking that
for one
question.
second. No, don't talk to him for a second. Talk to me for
Okay.
a second. You're talking to me right now. I'm trying to figure out who I'm talking to. I'm
Okay.
gonna rock with you regardless. You always help me work on one
Okay.
but so if enough people perceive having sexual relations with someone who's of a fourth grade age, if enough people perceived it to be okay, you would say it's okay too.
No.
Okay, so that's
So,
what we're trying to.
so listen. That
Hell no, cuz.
the social norm at 3000 BC, clearly that was the social norm of that time. That's what was going on. 2025, we have different social norms at this time. That is not an acceptable social norm of this day. So, what is a social norm? Social norms are continually expanding. What may be acceptable today may not be acceptable tomorrow. So then who's to say which social norm was more correct or less correct? Because we do something today is right, and the generation to come tomorrow it may not be right. It's different social norms, and they apply for the time based upon the society that sets them. Whatever moral standard that those people have within that society is what sets and dictates the social norm of that particular society. So it varies. Ours isn't like that. Mine isn't like that. But just because that's something that practice that I may not practice, that doesn't mean. So there's a lot of social norms in today's society that I don't partake in or agree with, but it's still the social norm of today's society. I just don't partake in it. I may my moral compass or may disagree with it. It's a lot of things that I don't agree with, but that doesn't change it's the day of the time. And I don't, I was outvoted, I guess. What I'm saying? Because it's not my social or my moral compass that's being exhibited in society right now. It's somebody else's. So how did that happen? Was I outvoted? Because it seems like everybody moral compass may be different.
Real quick, let's pass it to our last gracious warrior, Jesse Valdez, while Sergeant Waters gets that timestamp. I know he over there getting it. Go ahead, Jesse.
Well, my
Ain't no
comment.
timestamp.
my comment is going to be directed toward Sergeant. So I kind of I have to wait to say my response for him to get on the panel.
Okay, well, go ahead, King J. Keep expounding on that morality.
Yeah, I just didn't see a point of him even bringing it up because during what I keep saying 3000 BC, that is what that was what the practices that they did during that time. They did that. They married their sister. You know what I'm saying? They married their daughter. The daddy married, like those were practices during that time period that were acceptable during those times that clearly wouldn't be acceptable during this time. Like I don't even understand like why is he saying that? And then his very own religion is the one who does it. Like the brother, I mean, like come on now, it's like you calling the pot calling the kettle black.
Exactly.
So I understand what but so I'm just saying that's why I'm like it's a shared culture, it's a shared practice that they all were doing during this time. If the prophet married a 7-year-old, please believe in the Hebrew culture, it was just as acceptable.
Exactly.
So I would like for the
that's my
brother
whole
to
point.
I would like it's the same thing. So I would like for the brother to have to deal with that. Is like they're the same. His culture and the culture that he's talking about is the same culture.
Exactly, and that's all, and that's pretty much all I'm saying. Like
So he want me to look in the Hebrew Bible and find where they were marrying 9-year-olds.
Please, because
exactly. Like, come on. I mean, so it's like I don't even get the argument. He's debating. Now I'm finna look it up. Hold on.
But that's exactly my point. You know, it's not that I want to practice any of these things that were done in the past, but it's exactly how the brother said it. That was the cultural norm of the time, and the Prophet Muhammad had every right to do those things. Now what makes it makes it frowned upon today is because the society has deemed it wrong, and we'd almost be crazy to go against all of society. You know what I'm saying? Like you, just to prove a point. But I'm saying morally, biblically speaking, what the Prophet Muhammad's actions were correct.
Exactly. So I just looked a quick little search. It says cultural practices in the Bible. It says biblical accounts describe the cultural practice of the time which involved arranged marriages following the onset of puberty around 12 to 14 years old. These descriptions of historical practice are blah 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 blah. Emphasis on them. It says that the scriptures discuss marriage as a covenant between the man and woman. Okay, yeah, it says that in the Bible, the scripture describes a covenant, a marriage as a covenant between a man and a woman. It doesn't imply that a certain level of physical or emotional maturity needs to be had. So you can marry a 12-year-old in the Bible.
Oh my God. The reading comprehension level of some people. Saying something occurred in biblical times and saying something that was okay to do something in the Bible, those are two different things, and it means that you probably are mentally retarded and lick windows in your spare time if you just try to draw that connection. Now, A1, I am trying to share the screen because we're going to play this interaction. I found the timestamp.
Okay. And after you finish, we're gonna go back to the timer, but they were able to go for quite a while. So go ahead and get it in. Hold on, let me make this big on the screen. Sorry about that.
Let me know if y'all can hear the audio.
Why
when I play? Let's see. These according to the account. I get to say. Let me take it off double speed. Playback speed.
What are you on a Mac or something?
No. This is a custom built PC though. But anyway, that throwing children from a mountaintop is wrong because you think they're defective. This bunch of sticks, it keeps trying to tell you that if that's what they were doing at the time, that's okay.
Well, brother, you do know in the wild they do that to animals who are defective. It's called preservation of the gene. So it's like, why would in the wild we're not talking about the mother of the animal let the defected child like they're gonna die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's called exposure, but yeah, that doesn't make it okay. You're saying that
it does make it okay.
Okay.
It does.
Just a quick question. A1, if the cultural norm at the time says that it's okay, that makes the action okay. Is that what I just heard?
That's what he said. It does make it okay.
Okay. Now, yeah, let's continue.
Make it okay.
Cool.
Because,
so if I had an island,
that's your perspective of it. You're not looking at the bigger,
I have an island,
the bigger picture of it.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like, just like this. If I give you the example of a volcano eruption, right? We may look at the volcano erupting as destruction, right? But the whole time we do know that the volcano and the lava, they form new land. They form islands.
Right. A1, is the analogy that there's a volcano that erupts and forms new lands? Is that saying that like the volcano, just because it seems bad to us, that if it does good things, like, do you hear the analogy?
And what are they going to do with grape, man?
Wait,
we're talking about grape at this point.
Can you shut up?
The whole analogy has to do with the morality about that.
Exactly. But the problem is that I gave the grape analogy. I gave the grape analogy 100 times before this. Wait. I gave the grape analogy.
Talking about the grape.
Are you talking over me, bro? I gave the grape analogy 100 times.
Talking about that analogy was, remember when I gave
go back 3 minutes.
I just gave the analogy about the animals in the wild.
No, I made you go back 3 minutes. I gave that grape analogy 100 times,
about the mother animal eating her youngins. Because
A1, did I not give that analogy over and over and over again?
Because they had defects.
Wait. We're not even done.
It was in regards to Molech.
A1, can you first of all, even if it's in regards to people taking their children,
it was in regards to Molech and child worship.
Even if it was in regards to people taking their children and placing them on hot statues and burning them alive while they screamed and having sex while your child screams and offering sacrifices there while they scream to death, you are ridiculous. But even after, first of all, I gave that analogy 100 times before this. I said it 100 times before this.
Clearly that was the
bro, stop talking while I'm talking, bro. Bro, stop talking.
One mic, King J. One mic.
I gave that analogy 100 times. I can go back 2 minutes. I kept giving the analogy over and over and over and over again. I do it again after this audio. I did it over and over and over again. So what you're giving, the principle is going to apply to the specifics. This is the way the logic works. Here's my principle. Okay? If I say all humans are mortal, every example that I give after that is going to apply to. If you say like this volcano, just because of something looks bad to us, it's good stuff that happens as a result of it. Every example that we're going to give should follow that same example if it's true. And this is why you don't know what you're talking about. But I'm going to continue playing.
There are no universal truths in philosophy.
Right. Yeah, so if I'm understanding.
It's a bigger plan. There is no universal truth in philosophy.
Right. So there is no universal truth. That's a universal statement, but we're going to set the logic.
Hey, bro, can you please mute, brother? There is no universal truth.
That is false. Bro, that's false.
Why are you screaming over me? If it's false, why are you screaming?
You're lying, bro.
Philosophy, there is no universal truth.
Bro, you are lying.
And every scientific, why are you screaming?
It's a magna cum laude philosophy degree.
So what does that mean?
So stop telling me what they say in philosophy. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm trying to finish what I'm playing.
Because you have a
King J, let him finish. You cut him off.
Yeah, he's screaming. Like, go.
But he started screaming because you cut him off. He didn't want to yield.
Now listen. Now here's the thing. Don't tell me what they say in philosophy. You're literally Googling stuff as we speak. You don't know the topic. You ain't taking a sociology class. That's why you don't know the limits. You don't know the limits of social and cultural norms. You don't know the limits. And you're a moral relativist because you haven't taken any philosophy. You've never taken a bioethics course because they would point out the problems with this. You've never taken a philosophy of science course.
Philosophy is relative.
Philosophy is not relative, you dumbass. That statement in itself is not relative, and it's philosophy. You're making an ontological statement. That's not relative. You're making an objective statement. You're making an objective statement about the state of philosophy. Okay, that's called ontology. It's a branch of philosophy You stupid ass. Shut up.
Decorum,
Let me finish, man.
If all
decorum,
truth,
bro.
if
They
all
gonna mute
truth
the
is
nigga, bro.
relative,
Please.
if all
Decorum,
truth
no.
is absolute,
King
it's
Tell me
all
J,
decorum.
relative.
You keep letting him come off his mic.
I'm trying to get him on decorum, and you talking over me. You jumping on my back while I'm trying to tell him this, that we can't use that language on here. I appreciate
A1,
it.
but you letting him cut me off. Tell me I can use no language.
And then I'm about to turn around and talk to him.
Nah, bro, that's messed up.
Y'all
You
want to beat up the
first,
ref?
bro.
This is
Hey,
not how
you see how you do?
works.
You see how you do close to February?
Come on. King
All
J
right,
is
finish
going
my
to be
video.
celebrating Black History Month with you as well this February. But we need to scale back on the language. And King J, if
all right, my
we
bad.
go back to the timer.
My bad. Okay, wait, let me finish.
Allow him to finish because I let y'all get like.
Yeah, so you're telling me so if someone is graping children, that could be a good thing, right? There should be some good to come from that, right? King J, ain't that right? Like we can't just judge it off that. There could be some good that comes from that, right?
Oh my God, he's talking over it. A1, please, bro, please.
King
I know, but I'm just saying, like I think even
please, A1, please, bro, don't do this to me tonight, bro.
Let's let this man cook for a second, man. Y'all both
we
had the
gonna
floor.
get him 2 minutes.
A1, don't do this to me tonight, bro. Come on, A1.
Come on, brother.
A1, come on, man, come on.
It's King J's show, but still, we want to allot the
Yeah,
same
I'm trying
time
to play
for
King
everybody.
James.
We want a healthy dialogue, and we want to allot the same time for everybody to speak.
I'm trying to play him.
I don't have anywhere to go, and we are in no rush, gentlemen.
A1,
King J is a king at taking notes while other people speak. Usually
bullshit. He ain't taking no notes while he talking.
I mean, no, I was gonna say King J usually be taking notes.
He ain't taking notes while he talking. He forgot what he said. Listen to what his answer is. Listen.
Okay, go ahead. It's back on you.
Yeah,
And then
that's fine.
Give you the floor.
So this 2 minutes coming
out. Oh my God, A1, come on.
I'm just trying to let him finish. I'm hoping he doesn't even take that long, but okay.
No, but it will. So that's why I just give him 2 minutes. That way we know that it'll be at least 2 minutes. If he don't need his whole 2, then he ain't use his whole 2. But
oh my God, bro.
He tends to go long.
I'm not gonna use the video playing for the time. Go ahead.
Come on, man. Listen.
Just like this. If I give you an example of a volcano eruption, right? We may look at the volcano erupting as destruction, right? But the whole time we do know that the volcano and the lava, they form new land. They form islands.
Right.
It's not destruction.
Right. Yeah. So if I'm understanding,
it's a bigger plan. So it's the totality of it.
Right.
When we look at that, so
yeah. So you're telling me so if someone is graping children, that could be a good thing, right? There should be some good to come from that, right? Yeah. Ain't that right? Like we can't just judge it off that. There could be some good to come from that, right?
If that's the social norm, that's the social norm during that time.
A1, what did he just say?
If that's the social norm, that's the social norm during that time. That's what I said.
The question I asked him is his volcano analogy. Okay? There could be some good that comes from that. And what did he say in response?
That was the social norm. That you
talking about. There could be some good stuff that comes from graping a child. Am I understanding?
That's what the analogy sounds like. I wanted to just keep it going, but you.
Okay, let's but just say yes or no. There's some good that comes from that.
When you got a point, just keep nailing that baby home.
And then let's start his time because this seems like he's keep
following. He's still hey, this nigga, he just said it. I just told you. I told you. I asked him about the analogy.
And then
in reference to child rape.
Then let's let King J get 2 minutes.
We're gonna count this 3 minutes
so I can share the clock.
Hey, A1, listen. I had y'all on mute. Listen, we can stop my screen share. But
let's let him explain himself.
Okay, wait, A1. But what answer did he give? Wait. I just want to know. Here's the question I got, and when he speaks, let him answer. Does the volcano analogy of something being a cultural norm at the time that seems bad to us but good can come from it? Would that not have to, if that's the principle? If that's the analogy, if that's the logic, would that not apply to child rape? Please, I hope you answer it in this question. I asked you immediately after you said it. You said it. I said it could be some good things to come from child rape. You said if that's the social norm, what? Does that not mean yes? Please answer.
And go ahead. I'm gonna give you 2:30
because clearly this brother is pushing it. So whatever the social norm is, that is the social norm that society has set in play. Whether they elected it, however, that is the society's social norm. The behavior that's allowed what is acceptable, what is more called morality, what is moral, is decided by that society. So if things that we deem immoral during this time were deemed moral during earlier times of history, that's them. That ain't got nothing to do with us. If that's what they decided, that's what they decided. So, and when we look at Abrahamic religions and Abrahamic faiths, they all have the same shared cultures. They all have the same moral principles, whether it's child sacrifice, whether it's marrying. I believe in the Abrahamic tradition, you can marry a 12-year-old. So I believe that's the same question that the brother is alluding to. Why did Muhammad marry a 6 or 7, a 9-year-old? But his same religion believes in the same very thing. So it's he talks about the contradiction. I find that to be a contradiction in itself. So I would ask that brother, does he practice that part of his religion? And why does he not continue that practice in 2025 when clearly they practiced it during the time period when it was socially acceptable? And I yield.
Okay, A1, bro. You see, you let him do it again. He didn't answer the question that I asked. He didn't answer the question about the analogy and its connection to child grape. Okay, then he turned to a two-quote qui fallacy. Okay, so I'm going to ask again before I answer his question, I'll answer his question about my religion. But I'm asking, can he answer the question? Does the analogy about the volcano and things seeming to be destructive to us, but having some good benefits?
Oh no, the volcano analogy didn't have anything to do with the grape. I answered
that. Are there good things that can come from a child grape?
I don't subscribe to that. No.
That's not what I asked you. Yes or no? Are there good things that come from it?
I'm not that type. I don't.
A1, bro, come on,
Can you just say no, brother? What the?
I don't subscribe to it.
That's not the question. Are there good things? You gave the analogy, and I asked you after. Your answer back to it afterward was to say, he was like, if that was the cultural norms of the time, listen to the question.
That's not a cultural norm of today's society, no.
I didn't ask you this cultural norm of today. At any time, were there good things that can come from it?
You're talking about morality. You're talking about morality. I've answered the question. I'm not going to answer the way he wants me to answer it. Answer the way I want to.
A1, yes or no, bro? Come on, cuz. What's going on, bro? Hey, listen.
What do you mean what's going on?
Weirdos, bro. You niggas
you're screaming and you're hollering like you're right. You're loud and that doesn't make any.
Bro, I'm trying to figure out if you're right.
That doesn't get your point across.
Bro, answer yes or no.
That doesn't get your point across.
You gave the volcano
how to answer a question doesn't make me answer the way that you're telling me how to answer a question.
Bro, everybody can see that
you're trying to import your moral code on me, whatever it may be. Whatever your moral code may be, you're trying to impute that on me and impute it on the whole world or the whole United States. If you have a problem with rape, you do. You do.
Do you have a problem with
everybody's moral
code? You have a
moral
problem with it?
Do you know that there's people here now in America, Mormons, marrying 12-year-olds based off of your doctrine?
Mormon doctrine is not my doctrine, you dumbass.
Yes, it is.
Can you say that? Yes, marrying 12-year-old is wrong?
Yes, it is.
Is marrying a 12-year-old wrong? Is marrying a 12-year-old wrong?
No. I would never make that. That doesn't align.
I didn't ask if you would do it.
It doesn't align to my moral code.
I didn't ask that.
Someone else
it may. You were never born. Would it be okay?
It doesn't align with my moral code.
Can you ask him if it's okay to marry a 12-year-old?
Let's slow the pace of the convo down.
Yeah, because why is he? Because it seems like you know how people always are homophobic. It's like, why is he dwelling on this when his religion subscribes to this?
Wait! Did he just compare homophobia?
I don't subscribe. Listen.
Hey, he just compare homophobia to me being against pedophilia?
Listen, first of all, I don't subscribe to any of these religions that allow this. Okay, these are your religions. This is your religion that subscribes to this, not mine.
A1, did he just compare homophobia?
A1, ask the brother this question.
Let's move on to the next. He had a question for you.
Ask the brother this. I just
You
want to ask
see,
the
you got
brother
him in the
this.
corner on that one. You know, he taps.
How? How?
Yeah, he's screaming. He
A1.
screamed.
You
He
see it?
Screamed
said,
Nigga
his
threw a
lungs
right
up.
cross.
yeah, he
Nigga
said
threw a
that
right cross,
analogy was
bro.
in reference to something else. So, you know, you got him right there. King J, go ahead and pose that question to him again.
So the question to the brother is this: if he subscribes to what do you subscribe to? So I can be precise.
I already
just wanna know
answered
who I'm talking to.
Christianity.
You're Christian.
I'm a
Okay.
Reformed Baptist.
So in your text, it gives you permission to marry a 12-year-old.
No, it doesn't. You dumbass bitch. Prove it. Read
Come
it.
on, language.
You're a liar, bro.
Why?
All right, my bad.
You
My
want me to
bad.
take you this route?
Don't be so savage today, man.
Hey, A1. Do me a favor. Tell him to give me the chapter. And listen to what he just said. In my text is a Bible. That's a Christian text.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, King J.
It's a Jewish
King
text.
J, in the Bible?
It's a Jewish text.
No. See, there you go again. Where in my text?
The Christians didn't create their own text. They didn't create anything.
Listen, where in the text? Where in the biblical text? Where in the biblical text is there permission to marry a girl? Chapter and verse.
Where in the text does it give
chapter
the
verse.
age?
A1.
Why are you
Please
screaming?
get a phone. I'm aware.
Yeah. Let's see what he says. Maybe
Right,
at the end of it, there will be
the
a
brother
book chapter
can't.
verse.
Like, come on, brother. If I'm gonna have a
Let's at
dialogue
least
with
see if he
anybody,
sidesteps, if he backpedals.
A1,
if he,
A1, don't give no more time to Google.
We gotta
Tell him where.
go ahead.
A1, give him no more time. Ask him where it is. Go.
Ezekiel 16:7.
it's several, but
Okay, go ahead. Give us one. And mute Juicy. We're not talking Juicy. Where does it give that? Where did you tell me I can do that? Go.
7.
A1, can you move Juicy to the panel? Because he's trying to do something weird. Anyway.
Come on, Juicy, come on.
Yeah, come on, Juicy. Come on. Knock it off. Go ahead. Tell us where it is.
I'm pulling it up right now.
All right, we're waiting. You Googling is what you mean. Audience, pay attention.
I'm on a computer.
Oh, we wait. Go ahead.
I'm
listening. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm pulling up the verse.
Yeah, we're waiting.
Okay.
He said in my text it gives permission to marry a 12-year-old. Listen to what he said.
I haven't seen that in the Christian text.
A1.
It's the Jewish
You can't
text.
see something that's not there.
So, that's what he's saying. You're not going to find it in the Christian text. We know it's in the Jewish text. But he's not a Jewish. He's not Jewish, though.
But the Christian text is based off the Jew. It's not a different text.
It is a different text.
How?
Because what do you mean, how?
What do you mean? I mean, how is it different?
Are you genuinely confused about?
They read from the same book.
Are you genuinely confused about the new covenant and the things that
Hey, do me a favor. Do me a favor.
So you're saying
A1, do me a favor.
Are you genuinely confused about everything outside
They
of
read from the same book.
So you're saying that?
A1, do me a favor.
Brother,
A1, do me a favor.
Why are you talking over people?
You're supposed to give us a Bible verse. A1, why are you distracting them? Where's the Bible verse?
Mute,
bro. A1, don't distract him. He said he had a Bible.
Yeah. He hit me with a question. Come on, Sergeant Waters. What's that verse? I'm gonna just get the verse and then we'll let him deal with it. Let me not interject.
Go ahead. He said in my text it gives.
Go ahead, pull up the Hebrew verse that you were pulling up. Go ahead, pull that up.
Go ahead.
We're talking. First of all, you're filibustering. We're talking about the Jewish text, and so
He's
the question.
Go ahead.
But that's why we're having a conversation.
They read from the same book.
You said in my text. Oh my God, bro.
Exactly. And every time I get to the point, he keeps filibustering. Mute his mic.
A1, bro. A1, you didn't start my A1.
Let's let him go. Let's let him get 2 minutes. Go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
Go
ahead.
And give that source in this 2 minutes.
We're talking, A1. That's the whole thing. I just need you to mute his mic. So
you have 2 minutes and nobody's talking but you. Go ahead.
But I don't want that. Me and you I just want us to finish our conversation. He was interrupting.
I don't. No. Hold on. Let me stop.
Hold up, bro.
When I pull out the timer, look. When I pull out the timer, it's because we've already tried just to have a conversation and it didn't work. That's why the timer ends up coming out. If 2 people could talk, I wouldn't need this. So when I see that people are overlapping or people are getting upset about people cutting each other off, which has continued to happen up until about 15 seconds ago, we need to pull out the timer. Okay, go ahead. Okay.
You play some Jeopardy music? Where'd he go?
I don't know, man.
A1, come on, cuz.
But
A1, bro. Man, don't do this to me tonight. A1, don't do this to me tonight, bro. Where did he go, bro?
He ran him off the stage. I don't know. His phone must have died. He's getting back on his computer so he can pull that up.
A1, the nigga just A1.
That's what he's doing. I
A1,
got faith
come on,
in
bro.
King J, man.
A1.
I got faith in King J.
A1, the nigga leave this show, bro.
Tighten up. His phone might have died, you know.
A1.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
It died right at that's a convenient time, bro. But you know, I tell you what. Did the nigga say in my text that it gives me permission to marry a 12-year-old? That's what he said. Juicy came off his mic and said, it's in Ezekiel 16:7. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Juicy, the question was, well, the statement was, in my text, it gives you permission to marry a 12-year-old. I said, where? You said Ezekiel 16:7. Here's what you're going to do, bro. No time to Google, bro. No looking it up, bro. Listen. Go ahead and read Ezekiel 16:7 right now to substantiate the statement that in my text, it says you can marry a 12-year-old. Go ahead and read the text for us, bro. We listening.
Brother, you go ahead and read it for us.
Hold on. A1, put me on the big screen. A1, do me a favor. Can you pull up Ezekiel 16:7? Let's read it together. We're going to learn something about the Bible together. A1, pull it up for me, please. Share the screen. Let's read it out loud together for the audience. Remember, the statement was in my text, it says, gives me permission to marry a 12-year-old. That's what he said. I asked where? Juicy Juice, 5-day-old cold-pressed juices, oxidized juices, says that it's going to be in Ezekiel 16:7. A1, can you please pull up the text? Let's put it on the big screen. Let's let the people read it, bro. Let's see what it say. Remember, in 16:7, Ezekiel 16:7 is supposed to say you can marry a 12-year-old. Let's pull it up. It's supposed to be permission for me to marry a 12-year-old. Let's pull it up. See what it say.
That was Ezekiel 16:7.
Yep, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm typing slow. Easy E.
And this is Juicy Juice. Let's see what it say.
Okay. Am I spelling Ezekiel wrong? How you spell Ezekiel?
Ezekiel. Ezekiel.
I'll put A-L. Wow, but yeah, here we go. Share this tab instead. This is on the screen. No, you're on the big screen. Okay.
Yep.
Here. And then here.
Hey, A1, when you get a chance, circle the word 12 in here for me. I think my dogs is barking at my Tibetan Mastiff. Well, circle the word. I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
Read it out loud for me, too, real quick. Because remember, this text posted to give me the permission to marry a 12-year-old. A1.
Ezekiel 16:7.
That's verse 7. You got A1, don't play with me, bro. A1, don't do this, bro.
As don't do this. What? I have caused thee to multiply as the bud of the field, and thou hast increased and waxen great, and thou art come to excellent ornaments. Thy breasts are fashioned, and thine hair is grown, whereas thou waist naked and bare. Okay.
Hey, A1. A1.
Let's see what he's talking
A1.
about.
A1, bro, don't play with me, bro. A1, come on, bro. Come on, bro.
I knew it wasn't there.
A1, come on, bro.
I thought it would have been closer, though. I don't know. I thought he had
A1, bro, come on, bro. A1, bro. A1, you supposed to be a real nigga, bro. That nigga say Ezekiel 16:7, cuz. He was going to give me permission to marry a 12-year-old, bro.
Yeah,
Juicy.
I don't see it there.
Juicy. Man, come on.
Go ahead, Allah's gracious warrior, Mr. Valdez. It's on you to jump in there.
I'm in traffic, nigga. I'm a side swipe you, bro. I'm a side swipe your vehicle, nigga.
Come on, man. Decorum.
Hey, Juicy. I'm a side swipe you, bro.
All right, give me a second.
Hey. Intellectual.
No, don't get a second. Nigga, it's on the screen. Read it, nigga. I have caused thee to multiply as the bud of the field, and thou hast increased and waxen great, and thou art come to excellent ornaments. Thy breasts are fashioned, and thine hair is grown, whereas thou wast naked and bare. Not to mention the fact that this is an analogy, right? I mentioned this is a figure of speech. What the hell does it have to do with permission to marry a 12-year-old? You damn terrorist. You pedo sympathizer. Where does this text give me permission to marry a 12-year-old? Ezekiel 16:7. Nigga, what's going on? A1, bro.
We got King J back. I told you. It's his phone died or something, man. I told you he did.
Hey, wait. A1, don't let. Wait, hold on. Pause. Pause, King J, bro. Man, listen. Bomb threat.
Hey, A1, I ain't gonna be. This ain't his show to tell me the pause and stuff. So I'm gonna need him to have a little decorum or pause him or mute him when he's over talking and screaming and hollering. When we trying to get a point across,
You know what?
when the person who's losing the point, when they arguing, that's normally the person who's losing the point because they screaming and hollering.
Hey, I ain't trying
So you ain't gotta holler and scream if you win the argument. So that's all I'm saying. So we can let my point be clear, and I'm ready. But you can go and feed your dog because that may be the only time I'm able to get a clear point across without being interrupted.
A1. Stop trying to leave niggas off the hook.
But see, here you go.
A1, ask Juicy where it's in this verse.
I know what.
A1, don't let niggas off the hook, bro.
You're not gonna direct the conversation. I'm gonna present how I want to present. I'm gonna say what I want to say.
A1, you gonna let the Muslim off the hook, bro?
Hey, all right, no. I'm on it.
King J, we're gonna get right back to you. What's the name? He's in the middle of looking up a verse that he was about to read.
No, not looking up.
I thought he was gonna
go. On the screen right here.
I thought he was gonna go walk the dog. I came to present my source, but I was gonna read and uninterrupted.
Your sources for the question that you two were just debating?
I'm ready to present. I was kicked off or something. I don't know, but I just want to be able to present without somebody.
Can I go ahead and read, brother?
That's what I'm trying to do.
A1, please.
Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to figure out what he's trying to present. Is he trying to present the source on the debate that you two were just having?
The whole thing with the men, whatever his name is talking about right now. I'm presenting my source.
A1, bro, come on, bro. What we doing, man?
Okay.
Why is he presenting a source about me and I can't present my
I didn't present a source. This is Juicy's source.
Hold on, let me explain it to him. He's not presenting a source. This is for Jesse. Jesse asked this to be pulled up because he was.
That's not the source that I'm using. So I don't want you to think that that's what I said and that's the source that I have. I got
you. But I also don't want to let him off the hook either because he just put his foot in his mouth. Whenever you dropped off or your phone died. So right after
you can
explain your source, same question.
Okay. So you want him to go first? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna start with Ezekiel 6.
No, bro. Come on.
No. Let him go. Let him explain.
Quit cutting him off.
Let him explain.
Nobody cut you off.
You know what?
If he made a mistake, when you get your chance to respond, just point it out.
A1, you ain't right, bro. He said 16
you have to be able to let people dialogue with you. Hold
A1,
on.
he said 6. You know what, bro? That A1, that's messed up, bro. He said 16-7 like 6 times.
You gotta mute him.
Bro.
Whatever he doing this time is his time.
Can he acknowledge that it's not here before we move on?
Let him finish, and then you can say all of that.
No, bro. A1, that ain't right, bro. That's messed up, bro.
That's not messed up. You can let
that
him.
Is.
You can
he
let
said
him
it's gonna
finish.
Be here, bro. Can
you can let him. Brother, you could let him put his foot in his mouth a little bit more if that's what you think.
That's messed up, A1, bro. I can't believe you, bro.
And then you'll have more ammo when it's your time to respond. Go ahead, Jesse. What's going on with 16-7? That's what I have pulled up. And you want me to do what now?
Okay. So go ahead and pull up 6, and then I'm gonna read on through. Okay.
Pull up 6.
Yeah.
16-6.
Yeah. And I'm reading.
Which is right here, right above it, right?
Right. And then I'm reading from the New International Version. This says, Then I passed by and saw you kicking about in your blood. And as you lay there in your blood, I said to you, live. I made you grow like a plant in the field. You grew and developed and entered puberty. Your breasts had formed and your hair had grown, yet you were stark naked. Later, I passed by, and when I looked at you and saw that you were old enough, I spread the corner of my garment over you and covered your naked body. I gave you my solemn oath and entered into a covenant with you, declares the sovereign Lord. You became mine. So, what I want to point out is this verse is based off of entering puberty. The ages of puberty are usually between, I would say 9 to 12.
Mm-hmm. But let me build off of what you just said, brother. So here, right here, I'm going to. This is the Talmud. This is the Talmud, the Jewish Talmud. This is the Jewish law. It says girls.
A1, you
It
see how
You're
you're
not
says,
sharing your
not letting me
screen.
respond,
You're
bro?
not sharing your
I'm
screen.
not saying.
A1, A1, see I didn't even get to
Oh
respond?
my God,
You lied to me, A1, bro.
You can
Let
respond.
both
You
of
can
them go,
respond.
and then you can respond to both of the sources at one time.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
A1, you wrong, bro.
I'm not.
So
We're
it says,
passing it around.
You wrong, bro.
so it says here, the Talmud defines specific ages at which sexual intercourse has a legal status in Jewish law. Halakha.
You're not sharing
Girls.
anything.
No, I'm reading right now. I'm not sharing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It says girls. A girl who is
Wait, what are you reading specifically?
the Talmud,
The Talmud,
the
not
Jewish Talmud.
the Jewish Talmud. Okay.
I'm saying the Jewish Talmud. It says girls. A girl who is 3 years and 1 day old. 3 years and 1 day old is considered old enough for intercourse with her to have legal ramifications. It says such as affecting her status of virginity, making a marriage legally binding if arranged by her father, or making an adult who cohabitates with her liable for certain penalties if the act is forbidden. It says intercourse with a girl younger than this age is described as having no legal significance, like putting a finger in the eye, meaning it causes no permanent or physical or legal change. It says boys. A boy who is 9 years old, 9 years and 1 day old, is the minimum age at which his sexual act has a legal status, although he is not held criminally responsible for himself until he reaches maturity. So in the Talmud, it says a girl is 3 and the boy is 9. So when he says he's a Christian, Jesus didn't change the law; he fulfilled it. So the Christians didn't come up with their own sort of different laws. They still are adhering to the same laws that Jesus are adhering to, which was the Jewish law. He was a Jew. He was a Nazarene. So I conclude.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now
Can I respond now?
It is on you.
So to take the latter retard first, the Talmud was composed between 200 to maybe 600 years after Jesus, and after Christianity had already been going. It's a rabbinical Jewish text, okay, that took many years to put together. This dumbass punk said that he was going to give me my text. He said in my text, it gave me permission to marry.
That is your text.
No, the Talmud is not my text.
Hey, let him go. He didn't interrupt you.
Talmud is not my text. The Talmud is a rabbinical Jewish text. So you have this place, these buildings called synagogues. The synagogues were run by the Pharisees. After the destruction of the temple in AD 70, the Pharisees became the dominant group because now the Levites, the Sadducees, who were from the Levites, were no longer the dominant figures because there was no more temple. And so there became a sect of Judaism, one sect of Judaism called Rabbinical Judaism that took over. It's a post-1st century AD religion. And so they developed a text called the Talmud. The Talmud is a bunch of Jewish commentaries. As a matter of fact, the Talmud is not even a single position on anything. The commentary, the Talmud is a series of arguments between Jewish rabbis. And he doesn't know this because he's Googling everything on the fly. He's Googling everything on the fly. Google the Talmud right now. It's a bunch of Jewish arguments over text. The Talmud is not my text. My text is the Bible. I'm a Christian. The Talmud is an anti-Christian text. How the hell could an anti-Christian Jewish text from rabbinical Jews who made changes to biblical texts and made changes to their ancient doctrine and even the ancient anthologies, how could that be my text? That's what he said he was going to be giving. He didn't give that. So the Talmud is not my text. The Talmud is a rabbinical Jewish text. I'm not a rabbinical Jew. Not even all Jews are rabbinical Jews. Messianic Jews are not rabbinical Jews. Kohanim Jews are not rabbinical Jews. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's not my text. That's what he said he was going to give. It's not my text. Okay? So he's an idiot. You don't need to listen to him. Anybody can Google this right now, okay? Same thing with Ezekiel 16:7.
Is Christianity based on the law?
Hey, Johnny, go again. A1, bro. A1, bro. You wrong, bro. You wrong, bro. You wrong, A1.
Dang, as soon as I was about to go get some water, it started getting loud. I'm going to just stay right here.
You can go up to the beginning of this chapter. Not only is this not a description, yes, the Talmud is anti-Christian.
Is this timer on?
You're talking again.
You don't have a timer on. That's what I'm talking.
I'm responding to two people.
We had 2 minutes.
SYBAU. SYBAU.
Just let him cook, brother.
SYBAU.
I'm gonna go. I'm trying to let everybody cook, but it's this is supposed to be a gentleman's league.
It's only fair you put the 2 minutes up.
I do want to put the 2 minutes up, but then he would get 2 minutes to respond to each of them.
That's fine.
Anyway, I'm almost done right now. But one, I didn't get I didn't get a text. I didn't get anything from my text. I'm not a rabbinical Jew. I don't follow the Talmud. Rabbinical Jews follow the Talmud, but even the Talmud itself, it's not anything like it's a series of arguments. You're going to read the Talmud and you're going to find a bunch of statements from Jews about what they thought about this or that or that. It's a bunch of back and forth conversations. The Talmud is not the text he's even talking to. It's certainly not a Christian text. It has nothing to do with me. It's an anti-Christian text. There's literally parts of the Talmud that are anti-Christian. Lots of what they say are anti-Christian, anti-Christianity. How the hell could that possibly be my text? Juicy said in Ezekiel 16 we were going to get some statement about my ability to marry a 12-year-old. That's what he said. That's not there. In addition to the fact, you scroll up to verse 1 of it, and this is a statement. It's an analogy given about Jerusalem, which was one part of the Jewish kingdom. Has nothing to do. This is not a descriptive thing here, telling people to go marry 12-year-olds. Okay, and then he just said in your back chat yesterday, A1, that typically puberty starts at age 10. When he said age 12 is the average for puberty. Then he said that the earliest he could start is age 10. Then he turned around and said, but Muhammad married a woman at age 9, which is what he's trying to get around. None of this stuff is in my text, period. None of these dates are given in my text, period, whatsoever. So no one has established that my text says you can marry a 12-year-old, even though this is what Tardo J said he was going to prove, and this is what the other pedal sympathizer said that he had for my text. Nothing is here. Nothing in Ezekiel 16:7 says you can marry a 12-year-old. Zero. Nothing. Zero. So I'm going to yield the remaining 47 seconds now. There's nothing there. Nothing, Burke. Camera on, no Google.
Who's next? Ben, did you have something you wanted to get in here and add?
Oh, no, I'm just I just jumped back in. I'm catching up on what the conversation is about.
All right, welcome back to the panel. King J, I know you ready. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm telling. I mean, it's a rhetorical argument. We're going back and forth. It doesn't matter because this is the thing. And we brought up this same point earlier with Islam. Muhammad didn't change the religion. All the hadiths and those things, the core, they're still worshiping the Torah. Christianity goes back to the Torah. They all go back to the Torah. So, and that's what Jesus said. Jesus didn't bring a new doctrine, right? He had the books of Moses, the Tanakh. So that's what he had. He didn't add anything to it. Christianity is not a new doctrine, unless the brother is saying he's Paulinian. He's following the letters of Paul, basically, right? Who never walked with Jesus, but yet is an apostle. I mean, like, yeah, you can respond. You can respond. We can go right back. If you got something to say, say it, brother. It's
Time's still running. Time's still running. What you want me to do?
He yielded his time, 40 seconds, so I'm going to yield it. We can go back and forth. Go ahead.
A1, I got a question for you, bro. I want your time on.
Say that one more time.
I got a question for you. I want your time for you directly.
You mute out King J. Echoes. Making it hard for me to hear. Thank you.
Did you tell him he wasn't making religious arguments earlier?
I said at first I thought he was arguing.
Yes or no. Then
I realized he was arguing from the agnostic atheist.
Yeah, but right. First of all, he's now doing theology, trying to tell me what Jesus argued and about Paul not having authority, bro. You told me he wasn't making religious arguments earlier, bro. What were we doing?
Now,
we not,
now
have
he done pulled out the Talmud, and he's unmuted, so it sounds
He's
crazy.
unmuted and he's echoing. I can hear.
Yeah, whenever you unmute, it takes over the whole show.
A1, bro, you told me he wouldn't make a religious argument. Now he's making a theological argument, and he's talking about apostolic ascension and Paul. He never walked with, he can't speak for Jesus. A1, you told me he's making agnostic arguments. Why is he talking about apostolic authority, bro? A1, why you do this, bro? Why you playing?
He's making. Go ahead, deal with him. Why you?
No, I'm asking you, bro, because A1, I told you, bro, you fouled, bro. You hear what he's doing.
Now he's
you hear what he's doing, bro.
Specifically
doing, bro.
on the issue of
A1.
rape, he wasn't.
A1.
Now he's taking it somewhere else.
Bro, A1, bro. Bro, that A1, you messed up, bro. That's foul, bro. I can't believe you're doing like this, bro.
He might, you know, you two might see each other one day in the dojo or in one of the future tournaments. So.
Hopefully in the street too, because I'm pushing to figure out.
Keep your eye out for King J. He's up and coming.
He's not formidable. A1, cameras on no Google, bro. Camera on no Google, bro. He can't catch me, bro.
Let's let him go, King J.
A1, bro, I can't
he yielded his time, though.
I have no problem camming up, brother. That's never.
Then turn it on right now. Turn it on. Right now. Not now, but right now.
I don't have on a shirt right now.
Okay. I have no problem camming up, but I can't right now. Neighbor.
Brother. Anybody that knows me, my cam stays on, brother.
Not right now. You've been Googling for 2 hours.
I don't have to Google, brother.
All right, A1, bro. A1, bro.
That echo is crazy.
But I will ask you just a direct question. I'm just if we having a fair conversation, the Christian doctrine is it not based off of the books of Moses?
It's not based off the Talmud, what you reference.
Well, okay. No, I didn't say the Talmud. I said the books of.
You read the Talmud and said it was my man.
Right, I did, brother. That's not the point that I'm making right now. You like to make your own arguments.
A1, did a nigga read the Talmud to me, bro? And tell me it was my A1, bro. Come on, bro.
Hey, the hyper you get the crowd saying it looks like you lose. Hey, I don't know what they talking about. Look, Jay is quiet.
Hey, listen.
I don't see that side of it.
You know I know what's going on.
I'm trying to tell him that he's loud and wrong.
If you slow it down,
don't do that, bro. A1, don't make it down, bro. Don't do that.
Let's slow it down for the people in the audience.
Hey, we got an echo.
Yeah, the echo is King J. Unless you want to when it's when
let me say something. Let me say something while we wait on King J.
Okay, you go, and then we'll pass it back to King J, and then we'll pass it to Leandre.
So, I just want to point out that verse that I read in Ezekiel was talking about puberty. It was talking about how a woman, basically menstruates and then she becomes ready. So regardless of if he wants to declare that it's a referring to Israel, the context still applies. It's still referring to a woman reaching puberty and becoming ready. With that being said, puberty is declared to be it's maturity of a woman. When a woman reaches puberty, she reaches sexual maturity, and that same concept applies to them. I also want to go back, to Genesis. According to Genesis,
Genesis?
In Genesis, Isaac marries Rebecca. The scholar
A1.
The scholar Rashi.
Don't cut him off. I'm gonna let you actually rebuttal him right after he's finished, because I think this needs addressed. Go ahead, finish, Jesse.
So the scholar Rashi has declared that according to the books of Genesis and the story of Rebecca was 3 when Isaac was either 37 or 40, something along that lines.
Do you yield for
I yield.
Sergeant Waters, let me go ahead, do your thing.
Okay, so here's my thing. I'm gonna go directly back to him. He said according to Genesis, and then he said according to Rashi. Where in Genesis does this come from? Book, chapter, verse. Genesis, we know the book. what chapter, what verse says
All right.
says Rebecca's age. Go.
So
I'm
this
done
is
now.
I'm gonna let your time keep running so you can respond. He can go on your time. Go ahead.
You mean it? Book, chapter, verse. Go.
He's
A1's
setting
gonna
you
pull
up,
it up.
setting you up, Jay.
Go ahead.
And after
Give
he
me a
gives
second.
you that, it's still on you.
A1, man, the time's still going. He ain't said A1. Don't do this to me,
Yeah.
bro. He ain't said nothing. What we doing? Book, chapter, verse. Genesis. What book? What chapter? Where we going? What chapter? What verse? Where we going?
So
What?
first of all,
Don't fall for it, Jay.
this is going to be the commentary of Rashi.
You said in
and
Genesis.
it's
Oh my,
based off of
A1, bro. You
Genesis
know what, bro?
25:20.
A1, bro. When I see you, bro, it's gonna be misunderstanding and more than the conversation, bro. It's crazy.
So this is I'm gonna go ahead and read this.
A1, when I see you, we gotta get in the middle of the street. You gotta take your shirt off, bro. We gotta get in the middle of the street, bro. It's crazy.
You went from Genesis to the commentary. Okay.
No. So it's Rashi on Genesis 25:20. This is Rashi's
What does Genesis say?
What is Genesis say?
It says that Isaac was 40 and that she was a young damsel of marrying age. So
Now listen to what he said. He just said this in Genesis 25:20. What's the book? What's the chapter and verse? Jay? Okay, read it out loud. A1, pull it up, bro. Come on, man, bro. This is crazy. A1, bro. I can't wait. We gotta get down, bro.
So read it, brother. It says that Isaac was 40.
Can you read the verse out loud?
20 what?
25:20.
20 is
King J, don't save him.
He don't want to be saved.
Isaac was 40
And-
years old when he remarried Rebecca, daughter of Bethuel, the Aramean from and sister of it gives the rest of the
Cool. A1, what age does it say Rebecca is, bro?
It doesn't.
All right, A1,
It
bro.
doesn't.
A1, when I
It
see you,
doesn't.
bro.
That's the setup.
all right. Can y'all
Come on, when I
let
see
me
you,
let
bro.
me read?
It's up, bro. It's
Hey,
up, bro.
So look. Now
It's right there.
my response is this is Rashi's commentary on Genesis 25:20. It says 40 years old, for when Abraham came from Mount Moriah, he received the news that Rebekah was born. Isaac was then years old because at the time Sarah died from the birth of Isaac until the binding. When Sarah died, there were 37 years since she was 90 years old when Isaac was born, and 127 when she died, as it is said. And the life of Sarah was, as it is said in 23:1. And as for the life of Sarah was 127 years. Thus Isaac was then 37 years old. At that point, at that period, Rebekah was born, and he waited until she was fit for marriage, 3 years, and then married her.
A1, I have 3 questions.
So that means she was 3.
A1, can I ask you 3 questions, bro? A1, I have 3 questions for you.
That's Jewish
That's
commentary. That's late Jewish commentary.
Just like the Talmud.
A1.
They agree with the Talmud.
Brother,
Hold on. I'm trying to
It's
hear
Jewish
this question
commentary
because
over Genesis.
I know,
A1,
I already know what the point he's about to make, and it needs to be
A1, I have
made.
3
Go on
questions.
with it, Sergeant Waters.
First one, did he say according to Genesis that she was 3 years old?
Yeah. According to
A1.
Rashi on Genesis.
A1, come on,
25:20.
Nick. A1, bro, why you want to do this to me tonight?
Look. That's not Genesis. That's according to Rashi.
Okay, A1, that's the first question.
All right, but that's what I
Here's the
said.
second question.
I said it was Rashi on.
A1, no, you said according to
It's
Genesis.
Rashi's
A1, come on, bro, mute him,
It's
please.
Rashi's
Come on, A1,
commentary
come on, bro.
on
I got 3
Genesis
questions.
You know, I don't like muting grown men, man, but just let's just slow it down. If we slow it
A1,
down,
here's
we
my
don't have to
second
go through
question. Here's my second question. What's the date of Rabbi? I'm sorry, it's 4 questions, but the second question: what's the date of Rabbi Rashi's commentary on Genesis?
Yeah, we don't take interpretations, brother.
Okay. So look here, y'all.
A1, what's the date of
I'm
Rabbi
gonna reread
Rashi's
this.
commentary? Come on, Juicy,
No,
bro.
Juicy, no. Let me pass it around. Actually, before we go back to King J, Lord Benu has hit the panel. Hold
A1,
on.
but I got a couple more questions for you, bro.
For who? Me?
Well, yeah. For what's the date of Rabbi Rashi's commentaries for you?
I have no clue because I don't
Can
know
you
about
Google it for us and pull it up, please?
commentary. I don't even know what when he does that. That's his thing. But
Hey, one, but I'm asking, can you pull it up
you
for me,
know, I would
please?
dismantle that in a
I'm
debate.
begging, bro. I'm begging, bro.
Him bringing up commentary.
It's almost Black History Month, bro. What's the date of Rabbi Rashi's commentary, bro? For
I got
me,
you, man. Let's pull it up right now.
It might be
please,
like
come on, bro. Don't do this to me tonight, bro.
first, second century.
Hey, yo, peace to the chat, man. I just came up here to make sure wasn't nobody jumping on cuz, you heard?
Man, I appreciate it, bro.
Commentary, Genesis.
2520.
What's the date on that?
1065 through 1150 CE.
Okay. Hey, one. Is that the 12th century, bro?
Almost.
I'm sorry.
Not almost. It's 11 something. That's 12th century, right?
Yeah, that's what I assumed it was like.
Hey, one. So let me ask you a question, bro. If we assume Mosaic Genesis, right? If we assume that took place around the 13th century,
Hey, you gotta mute out. You're making an echo.
A1, if we assume Mosaic authorship around the 13th century BC, between the 15th and 13th century BC, right, depending on which date you give. But I go 13th century BC. We go 13th century BC, right? And then you have Rabbi Rashi's commentary, 12th century AD, right? A1, how many years do we got between those two places? 13th century BC and 12th century AD. How much time we got between those?
A lot.
Yeah, 13th century to get you to like to 0.0, right? And then you got another 12 after that. We got 2,500 years.
That's assuming authorship is 13th century, but yeah.
That's why I said I'm assuming that, but yeah, but either way,
it's looking bad.
Even if you go worst case scenario, right? If you say Mosaic authorship, let's say you got 6th century, 4th century, whatever it is. If you go Rabbi Rashi's commentary, 12th century AD, right? Is that going to be a reliable authority on the historicity of the age of Rebecca? Yes or no? Let's say we're going 1600 to 2500 years after the fact. A1, I'm asking you, bro, directly, bro. Don't duck me. Is that going to be a reliable source for the age? Age of Rebecca?
I would never use it as one.
A1.
If you brought it to me in a debate, I would demolish that.
A1, so let me ask you a
That's
question, bro.
Personally, we've been through this.
Come on, bro. A1, bro. I'm letting you know right now, bro.
Okay,
I appreciate
it's my turn.
A1, but we listen, bro. But we still got to get down, bro. When I see, bro, because I can't believe this.
Oh yeah, Lord Benu said he didn't have anything to add.
Hey, listen, man. I'm finna run, bro. This is crazy, bro. I'm finna run, but A1, bro. When I see you, bro, we got to get in the street. You got to
don't run.
We definitely put the gloves on. We gonna
put the gloves on, bro.
I appreciate
Hey, listen. We're gonna donate to the Stephanie organization for Jesse and King Joe.
Let me before this brother goes
out of here, man. Go finish your.
Wait. I have one more question. One more question for you, and I'm done.
Go.
If Rabbi Rashi is a 12th century
Hey, y'all gotta let me respond,
brother. Don't do that right now.
If he's a 12th century rabbinical Jewish commentator,
you're still doing it right now. Just wait a second.
If he's a 12th century,
one more question
make sure he don't run out.
If he's a 12th century rabbinical Jewish commentator, is that a Christian text? Yes or no?
It's over Genesis.
That was
it's over Genesis 25:20.
That's not what he asked you. He asked you if it's a 12th century Jewish
rabbinical Jewish commentary. Is that a Christian text?
The point
is, hold on, brother.
On Genesis
no. The point is that no.
Don't
Christian
be biased.
text.
Don't be biased.
No, I'm actually being completely fair.
Nigga ain't biased. What are you talking about? Nigga ain't
no Christian text actually says that, which was what the claim was.
A1, can you drop a bomb before I go? Please drop a bomb.
What you're failing to realize is
Georgia Waters now.
His commentary is over Christian text because Genesis is Christian text. So with that being said,
The commentary
Hey,
is
let
what you're
hey,
reading.
hey, let me let me
I'm
hey, let
No,
me
Genesis
agnostic,
is
so
not
I'm never
Christian
being
text.
biased to Christian.
Genesis is Christian text because
No, Genesis
Genesis
is
is in their
rabbinical.
book.
Genesis is
Doesn't make
rabbinical.
but
Well, okay.
go ahead, King James.
No, go ahead. The brother who's speaking.
Okay, so what I was trying to point out is even though Rabbi Rashi is a Jewish scholar, he's still making commentary on the same text that the Christians read from. Now I'm gonna go ahead and reread these this commentary, but this time I'm going to add like last time I didn't add talking about. But now I'm going to go in a little bit deeper and point out the verses where he's getting his information from. So it says 40 years old, for when Abraham came from Mount Menorah, he received the news that Rebekah was born. This is in Genesis 22:20. Isaac was then 37 years old because at the time Sarah died from the birth of Isaac until binding. When Sarah died, there was 37 years since she was 90 years old when Isaac was born and 127 when she died. It was said in 23:1 in Genesis 23:1, and the life of Sarah was 127 years. Thus Isaac was 37 years old. At that period, Rebekah was born, and he waited until she was fit for marriage. He married her. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page, though he provided the verses of where he got his math from. So it's not like he just came out of nowhere and made up this explanation. The verses that I mentioned in here are going to be where the numbers come from. So Rashi made his commentary based off of the math from the time that Isaac's mom passed away to the time that Rebekah was born. And with that being said, the Jews and the Christians all read from Genesis. So there should be no problem here. It's he did the math. It's not like he's just coming out of his commentary out of nowhere.
So, brother, just to have a build back and forth with you real quick, because we agree on the same page. The Old Testament, so rabbinical text, right? When we talk about the Torah, right? When we say the Old Testament is a Christian text, right? It can't be, right? It's not a Christian text. It's the Torah, right? It's still the Torah. So the rabbinical Judaism still has the authority over those texts, not Christianity, right? When I think of Christianity, I'm thinking of the New Testament, and I'm thinking of, so in rabbinical Judaism, you don't have to believe in Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it's only a tenet of the New Testament in Christianity, correct?
No.
Believing in Jesus Christ is not a tenet of the New Testament?
It is, but I'm saying the Old Testament and the New Testament apply.
That's not the point. Just rock with me. That's not the point that I'm trying to distinguish. That
okay.
So when the Greek New Testament, right? That's written in Koine Greek, right? My argument always with this New Testament is that they made that up. This is their own new Greek interpretation, because we don't see any of this in the Torah. We don't see any of this. The rabbinical Judaism doesn't. None of their texts are canon, right?
Right.
So, because I think we talked about this before. Where do these Greeks draw from their primary source corpus, or where are they for the New Testament, right? If there isn't anything existing during this time period, what do we have? We have the Sumerian Pentateuch, probably around 200 BC. And then we have the Septuagint that comes along probably about 500 BC.
Yeah.
Is that? I'm off the top of my head right now.
Wait, what?
I feel for the Septuagint.
The Septuagint is you date the Septuagint to 500 BCE.
I said I'm off the top of my head right now. Yeah, around that time
Right,
period.
right. More like around.
Hey,
When is it?
hey, you gotta exit out of something in your. I think you might have YouTube up or something.
No, I'm on YouTube. Pause.
No, I'm talking about our boy Jay. Because that'll cause that'll cause that repeat that we're hearing.
All right, I think I fixed it on my end now.
Yeah, I think you're good now. Yeah, you good. Hey, but is our boy A1? A1, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Man, shout out to you, man. That's some good work, bro.
Yep.
So I wanted to say,
Appreciate
man,
the hard work you putting in, bro.
You know it.
I think I think the situation regarding the Jewish commentary on Genesis is a fair point to bring up when we're talking to Christians, even though that they might not acknowledge scripture. Rashi broke his breakdown based off of Genesis math. So I think you were wrong when you said it didn't apply.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even.
I don't think you should.
I
I don't think you should have
okay.
sided. I don't think you should have sided with old boy on.
Hey! I'll call him back up here now.
Please. Please.
Oh damn! So Zion going against Honey next round?
No, we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Please, because I didn't give him the Genesis breakdown like I did this time. You know what I'm saying? I just read it, but Rashi breaks down the age off of the different verses. So it's Genesis 25:20 is the main one, but he also goes back to like in 22 to get the age of he does the math. So it's
That's
not
Allah's greatest warrior right there.
Yeah.
Allah's greatest warrior, gracious warrior. Jesse Valdez,
Oh, that's Jesse. The dude always be trying to have his camera on in the back, man.
You met him in the back a few days ago.
Yeah. Shout out to you, bro. Hey, I'd like to ask you a couple questions after you get through expressing yourself.
Yeah, but I just wanted to point out, like, regardless of it being a Jewish commentary, it very much applies to the Christians because he did the math. So it's not like he just gave that commentary based off of anything. His commentary is based off of the math from the point of Isaac's mother dying, the time period in which Rebecca was born, and things of that nature. So it's something that even the scriptures, if they go to each verse and do the math just like he did.
All right, Beth. Shout out to you, bro. I had came on earlier because King J was breaking down some of the his information presentation based around Islam. So he doesn't practice it. So I wanted to ask you, you do practice Islam?
Yes.
Which kind?
I just claim to be Muslim. I don't claim a sect or anything of that sort, but I'm closer to the Sunni.
Okay, understood. Why are you closer to the Sunni?
Because I believe in the Quran and the Hadiths.
Okay, so you do ride with the Hadiths. Understood. Yeah. Okay, how do you explain the Birmingham Bible?
The Birmingham Quran?
Yeah, the Birmingham Quran. I'm sorry. Thanks for the correction.
I don't think it's a valid Quran. Us Muslims, we have a universal Quran that we all follow. So like even if they were to make other Qurans, it's easy for us Muslims to disregard it because we all go by the same one.
Okay. My point is, when was the first Quran written, brother?
After the life of the Prophet Muhammad, the first Quran was compiled by the companions of the Prophet.
Was there
So
a
so
Quran
shortly
compiled before?
after, no.
Okay. So how do you explain the Birmingham Quran? Excuse me.
This is going to be a Quran that's going to be written like much later.
The Quran, the Birmingham
Let me
Quran is written
let me
much
let me
later.
let me confirm that.
Yeah, you're dead. Go ahead, Google it. You're no longer with us.
Okay, excuse me, I was wrong.
So nah, I mean, it ain't even valid to ask you the question because you're just coming into the information apparently.
No, it's still valid. Um,
Okay, so how do you explain the Birmingham Quran?
I would just declare it to be one of the Qurans that didn't get burned. There was a brother named Uthman who was in charge with burning the Qurans that did not fit the standard, and he correct Quran. The Birmingham Quran must not have gotten burned.
And what time period do you put this brother at?
It says between 568 and 65 645 AD.
Okay, that's when the brother that you talking about burnt all the Qurans.
No, that's when the Birmingham Quran was uh is supposed to have been made.
Give me one second.
No, I'm reading it. It says so. It says the Birmingham Quran manuscript did not burn in the Uthmanic standardization process. It is one of the earliest surviving Quranic fragments and is widely believed to be an early descendant or representative copy of the standard text that Caliph Uthman produced. It says during the 650 BC CE, Caliph Uthman ordered the compilation and standardization of the Quran into a single official dialect that the Quraysh tribe to resolve the differences in recitation and dialect that were causing friction across the expanding Islamic empire. So it was it's basically the same as the standard. His order was to have all other unofficial, non-standard, or fragmentary copies burned or destroyed. So that's what the brother had just said to ensure unity in the community. The Birmingham manuscript aligns very closely with the standardized version of the Quran used today, supporting the view that this was either a direct product of that standardization effort or a copy made shortly thereafter that was preserved. So yeah, it's just one of the ones that didn't get burned.
Just out of the blue, I met it today, heard of it, and guess what? It's
Mm-hmm.
one of the ones that didn't get burnt. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's how it survived today. That's
Okay,
their theory.
understood. What you think?
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
That sounds about right.
Mm-hmm.
And you heard of the Birmingham Quran when?
When you just brought it to my attention today.
And this is King J that's taking over the conversation, the non-Islam, right?
Yeah, I'm just agreeing. I mean,
The
I didn't.
closet Islam, right? The closet Muslim. This you, sir?
Hey man, the brother just read that. The brother
I
just
just
read
reading
that.
the
He didn't
source.
he didn't
It's
make
a
that
source.
up.
He just found out about the Birmingham Quran hours ago by me.
From you, yeah.
He's done no research. He
No, not
looked
on
up.
that.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. You on my sentences because you nervous.
Okay.
And that's crazy because you should have the blood of Allah or Christ or whatever you gonna make up to cover you. So what I'm saying is, where is for you, King J? I understand the delusion that brother Jesse is in, but you claim you're not a Muslim. Where did that conviction to just stand on mainstream or what you just Googled? Where did that come from?
That's the primary source. So it gives. So it says the Caliph Uthman ordered the compilation and of this. So it's a primary source.
What's the primary source?
This historical fact. It's a historical fact. So there's not. Is that not a primary source?
What's
It's
a historical? What is the primary source again? I'm sorry.
the ordering and compilation of this Quran.
Okay. So, what was the brother name? Uzman. What was it?
Uthman.
Jesse, respectfully.
Uthman. Uthman.
No, no, I'm saying calm down. King J.
Yes.
When was this brother again? When he ordered this?
It says 650 CE. Roughly between that time period.
Okay. And when did Muhammad receive the Quran from Allah?
The oral Quran.
Over the 22 years of his lifetime, and he did not compile it or write it. It was the Quran was
Is that
written
Jesse
after.
again?
Yeah, the Quran was
You want
compiled.
to talk? I'm trying to keep one conversation with one person so I don't lose my mind.
Well, the
Like
Islam conversation should be had with him because he knows more about Islam
that's
than
what
I
I
do.
thought. So mute out and let me talk to Jesse like I was asking in the first place.
Hey, but this is that brother's show, man.
I know. That's why I gave him the go ahead because he picked the conversation up. I
No, go
respected
ahead.
all
Go
of that.
ahead. I
Mute
want more
out.
dialogue. Go ahead.
All right, I appreciate it. Yeah. So when did Muhammad receive the Quran, Jesse?
The last 22 years of his life.
Jesse, I'm gonna be.
And he did not write the Quran.
What date? What date? What year?
I had to Google all that right now. I'm just going off the top.
You got Google at your fingertips?
I walked away from my phone.
Go back to your phone.
Okay, what do you?
I mean, we're only talking about your savior of the world. We're only talking about the creator, right? You walked away from your phone. Go back to your phone.
Some,
I need you to go back to your phone.
Without I might not know dates and stuff like that, but I can give you.
I got you.
Date.
It's accessible though, right? Via the internet.
Yeah. Okay. So what's your question?
Okay. When did Muhammad receive the Quran from Allah? What years? Starting and ending, because it's supposed to be like what, 22 years, 23 years, or something like that.
22. Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah.
Okay, so his first revelation was in 610 CE. It says Muhammad received his first revelation. He was 40 years old. According to Islamic tradition, the angel Jibril appeared to him in a cave of Hira on the Mount Hira near Mecca, revealing the first verses, what would become the Quran. These revelations continued over a period of approximately 23 years.
Okay. I'm gonna just ask you because you have heard of the Birmingham Quran before this, right?
I've heard of it, but I didn't look until now. I didn't look.
You didn't research it.
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. Okay. So I'm gonna leave you with that. Okay. You brought up Mount Hira. Can you show me a Mount Hira?
You want to know where it's near?
No, I want you to show me Mount Hira.
On Google? Okay.
Google Bing.
I can't pull it up on my screen or nothing like that.
Okay. You ever heard of
But Mount Hira is a mountain in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, also known as Jabal al Nur, the mountain of light. It is.
Yeah, that wasn't there at Muhammad's time. Did you know that?
No, it was.
Okay. All right. We'll pin that there. We can flick right there. I say it wasn't. You say it was. You ever heard of the city of Hira or Al Hira?
No.
No. Of course you didn't.
Can I ask a question?
This is your show, brother.
It's in reference to what you asked. So is it Mount Jabal and that Hira is a cave or in Mount Jabal?
Yeah, Jabal al Nur, the mountain of light.
And Hira is the cave, correct?
It's the name of the mountain as well.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Thank you, King J. So yeah, okay, we can flick right there. We'll pin that. You never heard of Al Hira, the city, the territory of Al Hira. You ever heard of the Lockmeads? LAKH. Don't make me lie. But the Lockmeads, you ever heard of the Lockmeads of the city of Al Hira? No. You ever heard of the Christian Jewish converts that Islam stole its culture from?
Can't say that.
Shout out to Brother Ben. You've heard of Al Hira, Ben?
Yeah.
Do you see the similarities?
Between what?
Oh, your brain just failed you. Between
I'm trying to keep up.
Lockmeads, I know, I got you. You was keeping up. The Lockmeads and Al Hira, the Christian Jewish people of Al Hira, and the Islamic culture. Do you see the similarities there?
The similarities.
Say it again, brother.
Yeah, I see similarities.
Okay. What similarities do they have?
For instance, I think the story of how Muhammad received his revelation literally comes from
No. Not their belief off of a book, because they were Christian Jews. There was no Islam.
Now all of them were Christians, so
say it again.
Let him finish. Not
all of them were Christian.
I don't know if it's the seatbelt beeping cutting off the first part of your sentence. What you say?
I said not all of them were Christian.
What were they? What was the remaining?
What the tribe that you're referring to? It was a mixture of pagans and Christian, but not all of them were Christian.
And Jews. Were there any Muslims?
No Muslims.
No, none. Right. So what belief did they have in common with Islam again?
It depends. It depends on what you ask.
No, you just tried to tell me one, and I told you, no, I'm not talking about that belief. I was talking about like the actual culture, but you just tried to show me a correlation between their culture and Islam, right? But there were no Muslims there.
Was that a question?
Yeah. So what belief was you about to tell me about? Because I'm interested in now that you admitted one of Muslims there.
I said, listen, pre-Islamic Arabian tribes were a mixture of different groups who believed various different things. You can have one tribe and they believe different things. I can give an example. I don't have my.
No, we have an example. We have a literal example. I'm talking about the people of Al Hira. You ever heard of the Syriac Orthodox Church, Jesse? Let me go back to Jesse, man. Ben,
No.
Go ahead. You was driving. No. Okay, I don't want to talk to you no more. Ben, you ever heard of the Syriac Orthodox Church?
Sir, I have entire paperwork.
I heard paperwork.
I said, yes, sir. I wrote an entire paper on it.
On it. Do you see the similarities between that and Islam?
In Islam, yeah, I think it is almost a direct correlation between Syriac Christian tradition and Islam. If you look at some of the stories in Islam, I said this earlier, They sound just like renditions of Syriac Christian stories.
Okay. Okay. So let me be. Did Allah reveal the Quran to the Christians? Ben, it's on you. I don't care if you're a Muslim or not. I don't want to talk to Jesse no more. He knows nothing.
I don't believe none of that
You're gonna
stuff.
move around. King J, you're a closet Muslim. You ever heard of this? The Eastern Syriac Church, Orthodox Church? No, he's away from his computer.
But remember, Suave, what you're saying is still under the realm of theory. It's not a consensus on this.
Which part?
If I'm assuming that you're saying that Islamic, religious traditions and theology stems from Syriac Christian theology, that in particular is still a hypothesis.
Why?
Why is it still a hypothesis? Because we are
Yes.
missing, there's too much information in between that we're missing. We can't just assume certain things. We can see stories that are similar between the Quran and Christian stories at the time. And some scholars do have consensuses on certain aspects of how the Quran developed. And I'm not a Quran scholar. I don't really know too much about the Quran itself, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no. The cultures has like the Syriac Orthodox Church. When you look at those people, they dress like Muslims. They use the same words as Muslims. They have the same traditions as Muslims in their culture. Like when we go to the Syriac Orthodox Church, they say Quran. Is it Quran? Hold on. I don't want to be incorrect, but it says, have you ever heard the phrase Pentateuch reader?
Mm-hmm.
Just Googling. My bad. Give me a second. Okay. It was the word Quran. So, okay.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So the language. Was that you,
I just
Jesse?
looked up this Syriac. Yeah, I just looked up this Syriac. I want to make sure I'm spelling it right. Sirach.
No.
How you spell it?
SYR. I think it's AIC.
It's SY, not SI. You should know this. You're Muslim.
However, I do think the Quran, the term Quran is a Syriac term. It's not an Arabic term.
That means Pentateuch reader.
That means right. That means Bible lesson.
Here's a Muslim. Oh wow, we are saved. Emmanuel Halalai.
That's wild. If you don't stop fucking playing with me, bro.
You can't expect for me to say that name, Dad. How you say it, Dad?
Man, just call me Iman, bro. Call me Iman. Or
No,
just
I'm not
say
calling you no Iman. That sounds like I'm submitting to you.
No,
are you a Muslim, really, brother?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Just say Emmanuel, bro. That means God is with us. You believe in God even if you don't believe in the God of the Bible. So just say God is with us, Emmanuel.
Nah, you ain't finna trick me into throwing up the devil horns. I'll call you man. My man. Or Will. I will call you Will. I don't know. Whichever one sound like it's not like I'm giving praises to. Okay.
What
Okay,
I
that's
missed, man.
cool.
I came in when y'all was talking about the
Nah,
seed being
man, I
cursed.
thought I was gonna be able to thump him in the forehead about Islam, but he don't even know nothing about this. I'm talking about the brother Jesse. Know nothing about the stuff that I'm talking about. King J do, but he's not Muslim. I'm doing the air quotes, right?
I think
And
Jesse said he was
Hey, look,
Christian. He only been
look, brother.
Muslim for a couple
I can
months.
look up everything that you're asking about. So I mean,
brother,
like
and then do that again for another 6 months. Okay, look it up today, and then look it up every day for the next 6 months and learn about it. Don't look it up today and then start preaching to me, telling me you receiving some knowledge from Allah. Keep looking it up. You'll get better.
How long you been a Muslim and not Christian? Because you
10
said you was
years.
Christian first, right?
Yeah, I was Christian first. I came from Christianity 10 years ago.
Okay. And how long you been actually studying the Quran?
Once I started.
So
Matter
you've been
of fact,
studying the Quran
a
10
couple
years?
years to my no, not even a couple years, probably just a year prior, because it didn't take long for me to read the Bible or the Quran.
So you've been studying the Quran 10 years?
It didn't take long.
Yeah.
And
Hey,
how long
How
motherfuckers
many
were
get
you?
pages?
saved quick, though.
How many
Motherfuckers
pages in
get
that Quran divided by how many days of the year? And how many pages you got to read a day?
hey, motherfuckers get saved quick, boy. They
So
become
I
all
mean,
they began.
He said
He
it didn't
became
take.
Allah's gracious warrior in a year. I guess if Paul can do it, you know.
You're a mess up.
nah, but it's not as long as the Bible, and believe me, I studied that too. Prior to me converted to Islam, I read the Bible from Genesis to Revelations.
How many times?
I've read it one time, but I've listened to
God
it.
damn.
I've listened to it on
You ain't got no
audiobook
felonies, huh?
a couple times.
He only read it once. Messing with you.
Man, I know you
joke,
gotta stay
man.
neutral
Y'all laugh
A1.
at the joke.
I know you gotta stay neutral A1, but
Y'all like laugh at the joke. Y'all just go, oh, it's all right.
Man,
it's sad.
how many Christian brothers have read the Bible in its entirety? A majority of
Me,
Christians don't.
I read it. I read it 3 times as a Christian, 2.5 times in it, like all the way through while I wasn't a Christian, and I've read it another 1.5 time on YouTube with other people who still believe in it. I've read the Bible in its entirety about 5-6 times.
Well, me, I've read it like reading one time, but I've listened to it a couple of times on audiobook.
On audiobook. You talking about the creator of the universe, you know that, right?
Right.
Like the purpose of man. You're talking about a reward and punishment system where people really build cultures and punish people here to avoid punishment after life. And you read that shit once. You probably read the damn instructions on a video game more than that. Like the little booklets that come with CDs. I'm showing my
I read
age.
it once, and I literally read it right before my conversion.
What's your favorite verse?
I read that, and then I read the Quran.
What's your favorite verse in the Bible?
Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie, nor is he son of man that he should repent. Has he said
Why
a
is
thing,
that your
will he not
favorite
do
verse?
it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I cut the word. I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish it. I'm sorry.
Oh, so it's Numbers 23:19. God is not a man that he should lie, nor is he son of man that he should repent. Has he said a thing, and will he not do it? So that's my favorite verse. It highlights the concept that God is not a human figure. And it also points out that God is not Jesus.
Okay. So, let me just.
God is Jesus, man. Don't do that.
So, if God is not a
God is
man,
not
why does the
Jesus.
Bible call God a he?
Out of respect. It also
For
refers to
what?
God as
Hold on. Out of respect for what or who?
for our Creator. He is a mass.
So the Bible calls the Creator a man.
No.
Out of respect when it says it's not a man.
It refers to him as he because it's a masculine term.
Okay, and masculine means man, right?
No, it just means it's.
Hold on, wait. Let's stop. You're not gonna say the word. You're not gonna say the word. Let's be sane here.
I'm gonna
So
say four
some of us,
words.
I
I want you to
refer
connect
to
them.
God
You
as
mind? You
we,
mind? You mind entertaining that?
and this is a
Hold on,
majestic
before you
we.
start preaching to me, I don't
Okay.
got no money for you. All I'm saying is, I'm gonna say four words. Can you entertain it? I'm gonna
You
say
got
four words, and
no.
I want you to connect them to each other. Okay? Feminine, masculine, man, woman. The word feminine goes with what? Man or
Woman,
woman?
the women,
Okay. And masculine goes with what? The woman or man?
the man.
Okay. He goes with masculine and man, right?
Right.
So is the Bible calling God a man?
Uh, no.
Come on. You was almost there.
But brother,
You almost freed yourself. Hold on,
it's
wait.
a masculine term. We can refer
To
to like
describe a
animals.
man, we know. To describe a
We
man.
can also
Okay.
use the same
Is
concept
a
for animals.
father a man?
I don't refer to God as the Father.
Hold on. Does the Bible refer to God as a father?
Yeah.
Is a father a man?
Yeah.
Does the Bible call God a man?
Yeah.
You're right there.
See, but the
Say it
Quran comes
again.
back and corrects
Hold on,
that.
wait. I'm sorry.
The Quran comes back and corrects that. We don't
Does
like
the
as Israelites.
Bible call God a man, brother?
You're asking biblical questions to a Muslim.
That
The
read the Bible.
Yeah.
So
So
hold
I'm
on.
saying
So hold on. Let's
I'm
come
just
back.
trying to explain
Let's
to
come
you
back. Come back. I got you.
these
I don't
father
want you to
son
teach me.
terms.
I don't want you to teach me.
The God is
You
not
don't
God
have
is
it
not a
in you.
father to
You don't
anybody.
know. Listen. You're panicking right now.
No,
That's what death look like. You're
I think you're
flailing.
panicking. I think you're flailing because you didn't
Yeah.
respond.
Because I'm trying to get you to come back here. Now, does the Bible call God a man?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. Come on, man. Yes.
Don't
Yes.
make me start. Okay. Is a father a man?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Does the Bible call God a father?
Yeah.
Okay. Does the Bible call God a man?
Yeah.
Does the Bible say God is not a man?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna leave you alone. Okay. Because life is real. And I just want you to just soak that in. And hopefully I'll see you free in the future, brother.
Yeah. So just to put some more clarity on it, that you asking a Muslim about the Bible, like he
Exactly.
said.
He read the
When
Bible.
you
He know the
say
Bible.
not yeah, when you say somebody's not a man, you have to see what's preceding that, what's proceeding that, what's coming after.
Right,
So
because most times when they say father in the Bible, they're using it as a title.
right.
Also,
So
also,
hold on,
the
Ken J.
first.
Let me
Oh,
land
you
real
back
quick.
Go ahead.
cutting people off.
Go
That
ahead.
was
Go ahead.
crazy.
Yeah, let me work out real quick, Ken J, and then I'm gonna let you jump back in. But you got to remember, if I say Suave is not a man that will slap you for no reason, I'm not saying that you're not a man. I'm saying what kind of man you're not. So it's a difference. That's why context is very, very important when reading the scriptures, which is why you should read it in infinite amount of times until you feel like you understand the whole thing, which it tells you in the scriptures that you're reading. You study to show yourself approved, and knowledge shall only increase. That's what wisdom does. That's what the Holy Spirit does. So you're never, I don't know anybody with the understanding of reading the scriptures line by line who feels like they fully understand every line in the Bible from front to back. So
I
as
do.
far as how many
I do. You can
times,
test me on it.
yeah, as far as how many, you've showed several times that you don't really understand the Bible. So, but that's neither here nor there because
I
you don't
show we
believe in it.
had
So
different
I
understanding.
wouldn't.
We have different understandings. Your understanding is different than mine, but you want to be a supremacist. I can admit my
No, I
understanding
don't
is
want to be
different
a
from yours.
supremacist. When you make
Yes, you
mistakes,
do.
when
Cause
you
you
make certain mistakes, it shows that you don't understand the scriptures. You see what I'm saying? Like a person that
yes, I agree.
understands the scriptures and read context with understanding, you won't even make the mistake like confidently saying somebody is someone else. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
Because
you talking about the story of Jesus
because
and Mary when I said it was his mother,
no,
but it
no,
was
no.
Mary and
Let
Magdalene.
me land real quick because somebody that reads the Bible on the regular and has read it several times, like myself, you have an understanding that even when you're close in context and you feel like you might be wrong, you don't even make a declarative statement because it can be that disingenuous and it can be that misleading. You see what I'm saying? And understanding the Bible is important. So once you get to the point of misleading, you're kind of outside of the understanding. You see what I'm saying? So it's easy to say, "Oh, I read the Bible so many times and I understand it." But as soon as you get to teaching and you're misleading and not speaking from a point of understanding, how much do you really understand it? You see what I'm saying? So it's easy for you to say that you understand the Bible because you've read it as many times as you've read it. But who have you broken it down to or even read it to or explained something and they say, "Oh, this brother clearly understands the Bible."
Yeah. Okay. Bad. Nice try. I understand. I understand that. You know, the doctrine that you practice is kind of unhinged and unglued, and you have this new.
I
You
don't have
have the. You have the. Hold on. It's a whole thought. It's coming, right? And you have the privilege to remix, reinterpret.
I don't at all.
You know, on that you actually do, because the people who actually wrote the Bible told you what it meant. They told you what it meant in all type
Give
of
me an
side
example.
notes and cliff notes. And
Can you give me an example?
yes, I could give you the example of God being a man, taught for thousands of years that God is not a physical man. Am I wrong?
You said who taught that?
Jews, Christians, biblical believers.
No, I'm talking about like where in the
Yeah, yeah,
Bible
yeah.
are
No,
you
wait, wait,
saying
wait,
that?
wait, wait. I'm saying for thousands of years, they're not Bible readers, Bible believers preach. God is not a physical man.
No, they preached that
Listen, brother, you talking
he
about
wasn't the
doctrine. That's what I
Messiah.
just told
That's
you. We
King
not
J.
on.
Shout out
We're
to the
not.
closet Muslim. You
Yeah,
said
we
what,
we're
brother?
not
Because
on
you just
doctrine.
want me to
That's
be
what I'm saying.
correct. Hold on. He talking over you. This is show. What'd you say, King?
Shit, you filibustered. I did. I forgot. Shit.
Shout out to your brain. It just
I
failed you.
forgot.
Now, what was
That's
you saying,
fast.
Emmanuel? Your brain failed you too? You don't remember?
Nah,
Well, shout out Islam, man. Y'all
I was
doing a
letting King
terrific job. Keep up the good
King
work.
J rock out, bro. I was letting King J rock out.
Yeah, he forgot. His brain farted. Took a
Yeah, I
dump.
had a quick point, but I did forget. But it was based off y'all dialogue. Y'all
What
was
you
having.
eating? What you eating?
Sour Patch.
Sour Patch? Is that what you said, Sour Patch Kids?
Yeah,
You know they got pork in it?
I need the sugar.
You say you need the sugar?
In
Or you
small
talking
doses,
like Siri? What did you say?
I say in small doses, I'll be needing to get my sugar up.
And you
So
can't find a non-pork product to get your sugar up with?
I like this.
Okay. That's why you ain't a Muslim. That's why that's
But you know,
that's why your shit in the closet. You can't give up pork. You like, man, hell no.
I haven't eaten, so it's what
He done studied all
maybe
that shit for nothing.
I would say probably it's been about 20, 23, 24 years. No
Since what?
beef, no
You
no
had a
beef
Sour
or
Patch Kid?
no. I don't like meat. Period. So I've never had the desire to where I was like, oh, let me see a pig or a cow and let me get hungry. I always liked their fruit. You know what I'm saying? So I never eat. I was never a meat person. I didn't
I ain't
have
mad at
anything to
that.
do
I'm
with
just poking fun at you being
Yeah,
closet
and
Muslim and openly eating Sour Patch
just to
Kids.
put
That's
clear,
all.
yeah,
hell
just to
yeah.
put clarity, there's no pork meat in candy.
The
It's
gelatin.
gelatin that's used
It's
that that
pork.
that has that has fat
It's
extra.
pork. You trying to
Hold
explain
on,
away the pork?
hold on, brother, because you understand the Bible and you
Who
read it
thought
so
it
many.
was meat in
Ho-
it's
Hold
Sour
on,
Patch
brother.
Kids?
Hold on, brother. I'm about to explain it to the person that read the Bible 8 times outside of Christianity or
Man,
however
you a
many times.
mess, man.
So listen, when you read the scriptures, do you know that it specifically says flesh, and there's times where it specifically goes into eating fat of certain animals as well. So it tells you not.
Oh
So it
man,
tells
come
you
on.
not to eat the flesh of the animal
But
to
you can
to
eat
be
the fat.
specific.
But you can
But
eat
you can
pig
make
fat. Can
gelatin.
you eat
You
pig
can make
fat?
gelatin out of the fat.
No, no. What I'm telling you,
This the
what I'm
Sour
telling
Patch
you is,
doctrine. The
what I'm
Sour
telling
Patch
you
doctrine
is,
has been born.
what I'm telling you is that's
I'm,
adding to the scriptures
I'm
when the
telling you,
scripture
man.
says, "Do not eat the flesh thereof."
Niggas is smart, man. I'm telling you, black people so smart. You get them 1,000 years, man, they get pork back in the Quran.
Come on, they
This
brought
brother
pork back in
sounds
the
like
Bible.
the Jews
I am
back in the day
impressed,
making
bro.
excuses why it's okay to eat pork.
I'm highly moved. Emmanuel, you my favorite Muslim.
Hell yeah.
How is an Israelite my favorite Muslim? Dang, that's crazy.
Everybody love Emmanuel.
Yeah, nah.
Emmanuel, you eat pork, man, based off that thinking?
Man, yeah, Israelite. He what the fuck he want?
Brother, I don't eat pork. And the understanding that I just gave is according to the scriptures, line by line. So I'm not telling somebody that you should eat pork or you should eat whatever you feel, or you can eat candy that says it has gelatin in it because
But if
it's
you
not
want
the
to,
flesh. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you what the scripture says. You see what I'm saying? I don't do doctrine. I don't say what goes along with it. If the scripture says to not eat the flesh of it,
don't eat that motherfucking fly.
okay, plain and simple.
Eat the fat. Eat the toenails. Eat the
That's what
hair.
I'm not
Eat the
saying.
eyeball.
That's not there.
Right,
You see
right.
what I'm saying? That's not there. So I'm not gonna tell you to do that.
Man, you are a sick individual, man.
No,
I
I'm
think
just
it's wickedness what you're doing with the Bible, bro. But you're trying to do it out of righteousness.
To the brother
no.
Emmanuel.
If you think that it's out of wickedness, that's cool. But according to
No,
my
I said you
understanding,
doing that out of
wickedness,
righteousness,
nah,
bro.
wickedness would actually be what you're doing, saying, nah, don't eat the flesh, but eat the eyeballs. Don't eat the flesh, but eat the fat, because that's
Man,
not
I
there.
say eat.
So that
I
would be
said
the
eat.
wickedness.
I said eat.
I know.
Yeah. If you got to eat a pig, man.
Yeah. So if you're saying don't eat the flesh but eat the eyeballs, that's not there. So I wouldn't say that. That's wickedness. That's
Does the
adding to the
Bible
scripture.
let you eat the eyeball of a pig?
Probably not. Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
Emmanuel,
based,
quick question.
based
Is
on how
that
you
flesh?
said it,
I
Is
wanna
that
I wanna
he's
flesh?
give
talking about flesh. So
Emmanuel, I
You
wanna
know, in
give
the
you
book of Maccabees,
Exactly. That's
you know, in
flesh.
the
Emmanuel, I
book
wanna
of
give you
Maccabees, that there was a people who what is that word? They didn't want to eat a pig, so they died. You know what I'm saying? Because rather than eat the pig, they chose to just pass away. So with that being said, brother, if you go by the
Is that
standards of them,
Jesse?
that's me.
Cut your camera off.
No, I'm not. Oh, my camera on. All right, there we go.
Now mute out.
Yeah, what's going on over here? The hell I miss? I wasn't even looking at the screen, man. What's going on, man?
no, let him finish. Let him finish.
He
Let
said,
him
"Oh,
finish.
my camera."
well,
Man,
no.
he an Eddie Murphy moment, man. What's going on, Jesse?
Mm-mm. Hey, real quick to Emmanuel. Corinthians 6:12. It says, "All things are lawful for me, but not all things are helpful. All things are lawful for me, but I will not be dominated by anything." That's the ESV version. What does that mean to you in Corinthians 6?
I'm trying to remember. I believe in the KJV it say, or is it Proverbs? Is that the verse that say expedient?
Yeah. All things are lawful, but may not be expedient.
Um, I
That
believe it's
shit.
I believe it's in the Proverbs as well. I believe it's telling you like just because certain things are lawful for you
Mhm.
doesn't mean abuse it. You
Mhm.
see what I'm saying? So in a sense, you got brothers that kind of look at uh drinking like that, like drinking
Mhm.
strong drink. Just because it's lawful to drink certain alcohols and certain wines doesn't mean just get drunk as fuck all the time. See what I'm saying?
Right. Mhm. It doesn't. So it doesn't mean that you can eat whatever you want to eat,
No.
or
Yeah,
or
I
does it
think
mean
that's
you
what it
can?
means.
I think because Corinthians is written by Paul, right?
It
Or,
is. It
or
is.
suppose,
It is.
yeah, and
If
Paul
if Paul
and
was a
Paul was
Pharisee,
not with the
if
Jewish.
Paul was a Pharisee, he was in the enforcer of the Mosaic law, so he wouldn't be saying that you can eat whatever you want to eat.
All right, what does Paul mean by circumcision of the heart?
There we go.
It was a commandment given to Moses as well.
That that didn't imply that in order to be saved, you didn't have to go through the Jewish law of circumcision anymore.
Um, was he telling people not to enforce it or telling people not to do it?
Let me get the verse. Give me 1 second. Y'all can finish.
Hell nah. Emmanuel done figured this shit out.
No, not yet, man. But what I do know is, as far as the instructions, I don't add to them. I don't take away from them,
So
and
I want to give you.
that's been a great foundation.
I want to give you Corinthians 10 real quick, right? It
Yeah.
says, if an unbeliever invites you to a meal and you want to go, eat whatever is put before you without raising questions of conscience. But if someone says to you, this has been offered in sacrifice, do not eat it out of consideration of the one who informed you and out of the conscience of it for the other person. Corinthians 10, 27, 28. So is that not saying that you could eat whatever you want?
No, that's saying if you pull up to a dinner of somebody's and it's clearly lawful food, you ain't you ain't necessarily got to be going and asking, hey, who made the food? Who was it sacrificed to? Because at the time there was a thing that, like how certain people now say halal or halal meat and shit like that. Israel came from a certain government of a certain tribe being over the food for a specific reason. So when you was dealing with another nation of people, they were sacrificing to idols on their altar. So Paul was saying you ain't necessarily got to be worried about who they sacrificed it to unless you clearly know that that's what was going on. Because at the time you had other nations that began to be like the Jews as well, especially after Christ.
But it says to the unbeliever, it says if an unbeliever invites you, right? So that means that somebody potentially that's eating something that's not halal, right? If an unbeliever invites you to a meal and you want to go, eat whatever is put before you.
That's what
That's
I
what
heard.
that's
Yeah.
what it says.
Yep, that's exactly how you should read it.
If
Yeah,
they put a human in front of you,
that's
Eat it.
exactly how
Yeah,
That
you
that's
should
exactly
read
how
it.
you should read it.
Exactly. That's exactly how you should read it, and that's exactly what it says. But if you understand that Paul was a Pharisee and he was an enforcer of the Mosaic law, if you feel like he just began to spoke contrary to it out of nowhere, cool. That's your understanding. That's not what I get out of it. I get that he's clearly saying he's speaking to people as if the law has already been re-put in place by him and Christ. So he's telling you, look, when you go eat, nigga, don't be worried about all the extra shit. Y'all go eat. Go be like Christ. Go sit amongst the publicans and the sinners. Let them niggas do what they do, and you do what you do. You still be holy.
I don't know, man. I don't get that out.
That's cool. I can understand that. I'm not the one to enforce it. It's already been enforced.
my man.
Which is
Hey,
why I pull up where motherfuckers at all the time and they eating unlawful shit. And I know, look, I'm still gonna go eat what I know I can eat. I'm gonna check shit out when I'm in the grocery store, etc. And you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do
Okay.
me
Yeah.
amongst other people doing them. But I
Okay.
ain't finna be, oh shit, let me Google this and make sure. Like, man, you really finna go that fucking hard? That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Hey, only saving your son.
Okay.
You're only taking directions from the man that created the whole fucking universe.
You saying you needed a little more clear than that?
That's what I wanted to ask the brother Emmanuel. That was the question I asked. So in the beginning, where in the Bible, right, where it says Bereshit bara Elohim, right? Does that Elohim allude to a duality? And if so, is that a masculine and feminine duality there at creation? What's your take on that?
Uh, from my understanding, when you go, like you say, look into the Hebrew, it's giving you an understanding that something was being created out of nothing, and then creation began. Not that something was being created out of nothing, and that was creation. That's why I believe it's even using the word that we understand, like Elohim or Elohim, which is a a plural word, a plural noun.
Mm-hmm. The plurality, right, right. So when the
Yeah.
brother was talking about basically the energy, right? When he was referring to the masculine, the masculine, there is a feminine. There's balance. Is there not balance in that in that Elohim or in that first manifestation?
I feel like the masculine created the feminine.
That's interesting because to me, I would have said the opposite just from observation and even in science. I would say that the X chromosome predates the Y, and that the Y is a mutation of the X. I probably would go along and say that even if not if until if there's no testosterone
Man,
interjected into you, you still would remain what you are in the fetus as a woman.
but
So
that's
I mean,
King J.
yeah.
Man, don't know Israelites give a damn about no chromosome.
You don't know about science? He seems like he does just more out than the
Man,
Bible.
Emmanuel finna get your man. Emmanuel, show me chromosomes in the Bible, brother.
Ain't no chromosomes. It's ribs.
Nah,
Women come from ribs in the Bible, man. Listen.
Yeah.
yeah, I think
That's where he's getting that from, the man in creation.
when we look at DNAs today,
You believe that story?
I think when we look at DNAs today, they kind of look like if you look at a DNA strand, it would look like a rib. And when you understand a rib and bone marrow, there's blood there, even in the bone. So my understanding is that
But
there
the
was.
but the Adamo is from
Let me
the
land
mud.
real
Okay.
quick, real quick. My understanding is that the story of Adam and Eve comes when there are already multiple beings on the earth. I don't feel like they were the first two human beings on the whole earth.
Well, that's what the Bible teaches.
That's what the Bible says. Absolutely.
When you read Genesis chapter 1, about verse 26 and 27, I believe. Let me go double check for clarity. I don't like.
126 talks about God and us, says, and created us and God in our image. Genesis 5 verse 2 talks about creating them in our image and calling their name Adam, male and female. He created them and called their name Adam.
First creation.
Mhm.
Now, King J, one thing I did notice is
When
that in
um,
this picture that A1 got of you,
when you
he
read,
didn't have to artificially put that lightsaber in your hand. You
So what?
actually
No,
you
it's a
actually
sword. It's a sword.
you actually own that.
Boy, stop.
I'm saying that ain't AI, that's you, right?
That's I sent him a picture, but I don't think that's not my body though.
You wouldn't wear nothing
I
like
thought
that?
no, honestly, I thought it was a baseball player at first. I was like, that a baseball guy? And then I looked.
I thought it was the lightsaber. Okay, it is a
No,
katana
yeah, then I was like, okay, it's a sword. Okay, so I got
with a
the
polo
concept.
vest.
Yeah,
Sleeveless polo sweater.
No, I was sending to him a different picture, but afterwards, I was like, no, he already did his shit with that, so I appreciated that for sure. But yeah, it's decent. Cutting
My
head.
bad. All right. My bad. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was talking about the Bible. I
when you
apologize.
read Genesis 1 and it talks about the creation, it says that Elohim created them. When you read into the understanding of the story in the Hebrews, you're reading about Yahweh and his formation. When you look up the word for created and the word for form, it's two different words. Forming man from the dust of the ground is a very, I guess if one would say, poetic phrase. I don't understand that phrase as if there were magic hands that came from out of the sky and made a clay man out of the dirt and it evolved into what we are today. I don't believe that.
You don't think that the biblical authors believed exactly that, and that's why they wrote it like that?
No, not at all. Which is
Or you
why I
think
said,
you think they was talking about chromosomes?
not necessarily chromosomes. I don't I don't want to get into my understanding too
No,
much
I got you.
because that's when you get into teaching and like shit can be considered
No,
doctrine.
let's do that.
All I
Teach,
can
brother.
all I can do is
I'm
tell
asking
you
for
straight up.
education.
Like I say, when you understand the Hebrew, it's not telling you that we were shaped and molded from dirt in the ground and we evolved into what we are today. Because that's not what the scripture says. It says the man was formed from the dust of the ground and he was placed eastward in the garden.
So the Quran says that man was made from a black clay.
And that's only that particular man, right? Because like you just said, there's already people before that happened, right?
No, he's the first man.
No. Who is that, Jesse?
I
That's
mean,
Jesse.
like I say,
Yeah, mute out.
I would
I'm, I'm,
I
I'm,
would
I'm,
be
I'm,
lying.
I'm
I would
chiming
be
in.
lying if I said I never had the understanding that y'all have. You see what I'm saying? So I get how
Because when Cain goes and finds his wife in the land of Nod, there's people there. He finds a wife, right? But
He
the
married
Bible
his
doesn't
sister.
mention that. No, he doesn't marry his sister. You making
He
that up?
married his sister.
Adam and Eve had
who are the people
Adam,
that he said would want to kill him?
His
Adam and
brothers and
Eve,
sisters.
exactly. His brothers and sisters.
Yeah, because
From
all the people.
where? From where? Where does his brothers and sisters come from? We
And that's
got
the point
we
that I'm
got
making.
Adam, we got Eve.
They all
Exactly.
came
Who
from
gave
Eve.
birth? Who gave birth to the third person?
They come from
Eve.
Genesis 1, where I'm telling you that multiple
I
beings were
know, but we want to see what the goofy say.
Yeah.
It's Eve.
Okay,
All
so
came from Adam and Eve.
Eve gave. I just want to
book that y'all say
substantiate
in
the
the Bible.
question so I can get a clear answer, brother.
Okay.
So Eve gave birth to the third person on earth.
Yes.
And who was the father?
Adam.
Shit. Okay, so
That's supposedly Seth. So it's Cain, Abel, and Seth.
But
he
Eve
got that old shit too.
Eve gave birth to all of humanity.
Eve gave birth to all humanity. Did Eve? Is Adam a part of humanity?
Except for Adam.
Adam
Eve came from Adam. Eve came from Adam.
So that's the allegorical story. You think that story's literal?
Yes.
So the serpent was actually a talking serpent. The serpent has a seed that have enmity with the seed of Eve?
I'm not sure on that one. The Quran don't talk too much about that. But I'll
Okay.
say
Do
yeah.
you know that the Quran tell you to go to the Bible for clarity?
It says go to the people of knowledge from the Bible.
No, hold on. Wait. Do you think the Quran leads you away from the Bible or to the Bible?
It leads you away from the Bible.
Oh,
wow.
Come on, man. That's nonsense.
We're not supposed to follow y'all scripture no more.
You
Allah gave
just
us
said
law.
that it said. You just said it said go to the people with knowledge of the Bible, right?
It's
So
like
how was it
if
leading
you're
you
in
away
doubt,
from the Bible? It was telling you to go to the people who read the Bible.
because if you're in doubt, go check with them to confirm.
Go to the Bible.
Nah.
And you know why I say go to the Bible? Because y'all learned it from Syriac Christians. All right,
Thank you.
I'm gonna mute out.
Shout out to the lock beans, man. That's crazy, bro. And Leandre doing what with you? Y'all got a show together or y'all facing off?
Both. The debate, face off.
Leandre, you're a very low fruit picker. I see your strategy. All right.
Brother, I'm gonna tear Leandre up, bro. I know my book and his book.
Leandre gonna make you delete your YouTube app out your phone.
I disagree with you.
You gonna be a TikTok Muslim next
Nah,
spring, nigga. That is crazy.
Oh, gosh, funny.
He gonna run you off of
we just had a
YouTube.
conversation with him today.
I know, and you died. Do you know that?
Nah, that brother ran out.
Do you know? Okay, I promise I'm not trying to take this nowhere crazy. But do you know you the pedo apologetic around here now?
Nah.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. But yeah, you died.
Nah,
Andre killed you, bro, in real life.
That brother's a hypocrite. He has the same.
He don't give a fuck.
He got the same thing in his scripture. He don't follow his scripture.
He got the same thing. I want to leave this alone, bro, because I really get unhinged about that type of shit. So back to what was the fucking what the fuck? Who was the third person on our guy? Yeah, okay, bet. Seth. Shit. Hurry up, get away from this shit. That's crazy. He said the Quran leads you away from the Bible.
Yeah, bro. What you thought? The Quran is the supreme authority over the Bible.
No, it's not. The Quran is a late book that came out of some antiquated stuff that they decided to throw away, but because y'all got into it with a war with the Romans, they gave you they put you in the game. They had the Christian hustle, the Jewish hustle, and y'all fought, so they gave y'all the Arab hustle, which is Muslim.
You asked, did the Quran lead you away or guide you to the Bible? I told you it leads you away, and I'm saying in the same sense that it does that, it also says that it's the supreme authority over all the previous scriptures.
Okay, Jesse, can I ask you something? Would you entertain something?
Yeah, I entertain whatever you want.
Would you take an IQ test live? Like the little quick Google IQ test that they got available to everybody. Would you do that live right now?
Nigga, I'm college educated, brother. My IQ is
okay.
excellent.
So that's a yes, right?
No, I'm not taking no IQ test. I'm about to appease y'all. I know.
Appease.
I know what I got.
You're sitting up here telling me about the Quran, but now all of a sudden you don't want to appease?
Okay, only if you take one too.
Yes, I will. I'll take mine. No, I won't take mine first. But yes, I will.
No, we'll take it at the same time.
No, we're gonna take it live right here. He gonna put it up, and you gonna choose the answers, and then I'm gonna do the same.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, bet.
So why you need an IQ test, man?
Me or him?
Or why you need one for him?
Because I think he has a mental illness.
Brother, I think you got a mental illness.
Okay, and I'm willing to test that.
Jesse, go to Quran Surah 568.
He don't got no Quran.
Of course I got a Quran. I got one to the internet just for the English, a modern English translation.
So what do you
So
like to
Quran
read it in?
568, modern English translation.
568.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna pull it up on both.
Man, where can you get $50 for win, losing, or drawing? Only the Coliseum arguments, man. Shout out to A1, man.
Okay, I got you. You ready?
I'm ready.
It says, "Say, O people of the book, you have nothing to stand on unless you observe the Torah, the gospel, and what has been revealed to you from your Lord. And if your Lord's revelation to you will only cause many of them to increase in wickedness and disbelief. So do not grieve for the people who disbelieve."
Now, what that mean to your heart?
Exactly.
I got you.
Real quick
So
before you answer that, give me Surah 3.
hold on. No.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, he was finna try to beat you down. He got him ready. That was crazy. He said, yep. You heard that. Oh, crap. Okay, go ahead. Jesse, explain that away. You have
Okay.
nothing to stand on.
Yep, and let me make it's O people of the book. So this is the people of. All right, I'm gonna just go ahead and explain. In 526, Moses was told not to sorrow over the rebellious people. Here, Muhammad is told not to sorrow over the people without faith. The second situation is even more trying than the first. Rebellion may be a passing phase. Want of faith is an attitude of the mind that is well nigh hopeless. Yet people patiently reasoned with them and bore their taunts and insults. If the argument runs, you don't believe in anything, even in the things you do may expect them to believe in. How can you receive in faith Allah's message that has come to in another form, and to the obstinacy of unbelief?
No, say that again, college student. Take it back a couple correct pronounced words.
It says, if the argument runs, you do not believe in anything, even in the things that you do that you may be expected to believe in. How can you receive faith in Allah's message that has come to you in another form? In fact, your jealousy adds to your obstinacy and unbelief.
So, what you reading from right now? Your book of
Yep,
explaining away.
Yeah, that's the commentary on that verse.
Okay, King J, what was your second one?
And I just want to point out, it literally says that y'all don't even believe in what y'all have. So when the Prophet Muhammad comes with this new form, y'all jealousy takes away from y'all believing in it. Now, what was your next verse that you wanted me to read?
Surah 3 through 4.
All right, Surah 3.
Hey, King J, you pray over your food before you eat? Do you bless your food?
Sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
Sometimes.
How you bless your food? What you say?
I mean, I've almost gotten out of it. I still do. I mean, I'm got some. I still might.
I just be like, bless the food we about to see. For no
I don't even do
somebody, let
that.
nobody die of starvation.
I don't even
Feed
do that.
everybody that's hungry. You don't do none of that?
Okay.
But who y'all
says,
be talking? Who y'all be talking to when y'all say that? Or y'all just be like, it's just like a chant type shit.
Whoever my
Yeah,
God is.
I'm hoping I'm talking to the creator, like
Right.
just
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying, like just to show you, even though I'm walked away from all these man-made religions, I ain't forgot about you, my nigga. You still real.
So you still hopeful as hell for something. You hopeful that it's something.
Yeah.
Ain't that what agnostic is?
Okay. So this is going to be Quran 3:3
Oh
through
shit.
3:4. It says, "He has revealed to you the book in truth, confirming what came before it, as he revealed the Torah and the Gospel previously as a guide for the people, and he also revealed the decisive authority. Surely those who reject Allah's revelations will suffer a severe torment,
So who
capable of
revealed the
punishment."
Torah and the gospel?
Allah.
Okay.
Who?
Now, I'm gonna explain. In some editions,
Allah
the
didn't
break
reveal
between verses
himself in the Torah and the gospel.
in some editions, the break between verses 3 and 4 occurs in the middle of the sentence. But in this edition of the Hafs, Uthman, followed by the Egyptian concordance, Faith of al-Rahman, the break occurs at the word for Quran. In verse divisions, our classists have mainly followed rhythm, as the word for Quran from this point of view is parallel with the word interquam, which ends the next verse. I've accepted this verse division at for Quran as more concise with the Quranic rhythm. It makes no real difference in the number, as their only question is whether the line should go into verse 3 or verse 4. So I ain't really got too much on that. It is what it is on that one.
Hey man, this is not a Titan. I'm sorry. We have been infiltrated. This is not a Titan. He is not wielding that sword right, man. He holding the sword by the blade.
Nah, but so we believe that God has revealed the Quran. We believe that He's revealed the previous scriptures. He revealed the Torah and the Gospel. But we it's just like the verse says. He revealed the decisive authority, and that decisive authority is the Quran.
All right, brother. Shout out to you, man.
Yeah, from the Quranic perspective, but it was limited on the information on that verse.
What's the
But
most authoritative thing that you think you could find in the Quran?
the most authoritative thing in the Quran is going to be that Allah is one God.
You agree, Manuel?
I meant in comparison to the Torah and the Tanakh.
It's the God of Abraham. The God of the Quran is the God of Abraham.
But
So y'all got the same
that's
God.
the same God of the Bible, according
Same
to the
God.
God of the Bible.
Well, recently I had a conversation with a Christian regarding it might not even have been a Christian, but I had a conversation with somebody who was asking, is Jesus Lord? Quran comes through and declares that there's no Lord but Him, so only Allah is Lord. Another thing is the birth of Jesus. So where Christians and Jews differ about how Jesus was created. It says that the similitude of Jesus is that of Adam, where God said be and he was, there was no male intervention. So this takes away the concept that God is the father of Jesus, but it still highlights the fact of Jesus' miraculous birth.
Okay, so you saying whatever you just said before I ask you to repeat it again? Are you saying this is the most authoritative thing in comparison to the Torah and the Tanakh?
This is one of them. I mean, there's all type of verses
Would you
that
put it
are
at the
more.
top? You gonna
Yeah,
put it?
I put it at the top.
And you said this is what
I
now?
think
The
this,
what does it say?
that the similitude of Jesus is that of Adam, where God said be and he was, there was no male intervention on his birth.
You said the Quran says that.
Yep. And that verse applies to both the Christians and the Jews, because on one end the Christians believe that Jesus is the Son of God, and then on another extreme the Jews believe that Jesus is Jesus is a false prophet, we're like right in the middle. You know what I'm saying? And a good holy belief on that.
So what about the people who have always believed that he was the son of Joseph as well as the son of God?
If you want to say that he's the son of Joseph, I mean that's fair, being that Joseph took care of him. But as long as we're clear that Joseph did not have intercourse with Mary when she gave birth to Jesus.
Yeah, so you know which doctrine is older between the two, between the miraculous birth and the teaching of Joseph actually being the father. You know which doctrine is older.
I would assume Joseph being the
I don't
father.
want to talk about what you assume.
Well then, no, brother, I don't.
Okay, we got to. I told you before, Jesse. We got to do some more studying on the Bible before you even start trying to trump your Quran over it like that. You gotta strengthen your argument up, especially if you're gonna debate somebody like Leandre. It's gonna be fun though.
Funny.
When is the debate? What date?
Oh,
It
I'm
ain't
gonna
We
gonna
be
haven't
in
even
the
happen.
set a
comments
date.
having fun.
We haven't even set a
All
topic
right,
yet.
you doing the face off.
Yeah, the face-off
Yeah.
preliminary is
I mean, but it's
December
still gonna
13th.
happen though. I understand it's stuff that hasn't happened, but it's gonna happen, all right. You ain't turning away, right?
No, I'm gonna debate him.
I
Lord
think we
willing,
should
everybody
have
live to see
in
it, man.
between round commentary from the other Titans. like it was about 5 minutes
Nah, they ain't gonna do
in
that
between
again.
each round and just drag y'all for the stupid stuff y'all say.
Nah, the
Nah,
after
bro,
show gonna
that
be
ain't gonna be none
lit.
of that.
The after show gonna be lit.
Nah, man, it's gonna be nasty. You might
Hey,
have
one, didn't you say
a
the winner get a pay-per-view or something like that? I'm tripping.
hecky nah.
I might be tripping.
No, I ain't say that. That
Uh,
sounds like
Hell nah. You
I
think he
might.
gonna get Jesse a pay-per-view?
Chill,
Jesse.
bro.
Hey y'all, man.
Chill,
Hey
bro. Jesse got real fans. What are you saying?
Jesse got real fans.
For
He
real.
might want to put out an album.
Jesse,
He
these
might want
niggas don't know you, man. You gotta put on, bro. You gotta put on, bro.
I
nah,
definitely
you
will.
some nasty
Hey,
work. You some
we need to get a topic. Are we gonna have a topic before the face off, or how does that work?
the
I
face
tell
off is to
people to
get the
come up with
topic.
the face-off is to get the topic. I tell people to try to have a couple in mind. You already chop it with him all the time, so you should know where his weaknesses are and what you want to try to pin him on. You got to go up there and do it live. I mean, he's got to agree to the topic and the wording of the title. Um,
How long is the
we're going
debate
to.
after the face off?
I generally like to do. I like 2 weeks, but a lot of
Hey,
people.
one, you mind pulling up the IQ test right quick?
Nah, we're not about to do it right now. That's good. We I already put the graph. I'm starting the graphic. I didn't finish it though
Bro,
for
you
the
you
show.
graduated
You
college?
about to do that live? So yeah,
You
we about to
graduated
have you
college,
doing
huh? The
IQ
one who's
test
asking about
live.
the IQ test?
No, I'm
Mhm.
real smart. I dropped out of high school when I got a GED and got on with my fucking life.
Yeah, bro.
Hey,
You need
one,
to
are you
just
gonna
go
make
ahead
him
and
cam up
chill
for
out, man.
the face off or no?
You just need to go ahead and stay in your
No,
lane and not even talk about IQ.
I'm sure Sergeant
Why
Mark,
not?
aka
Because
Leandre,
he talking to
will.
a college
They
educated
both
man.
usually had their cameras off,
Who is
so
that, Jesse?
I'm
Yeah,
sure
your
they
boy
will.
got a degree in
I
business
don't give a
administration,
fuck.
and I'm pretty
Whatever
sure he's familiar.
and I'm going to write
So
whatever
just
college
just based off
gave you
off of that,
accreditation.
just based off of
I'm
that,
gonna write whatever college pushed you through because you
I'm just
were a
saying, bro.
minority.
You want to talk about education or things of that
Yes, I
nature.
do, bro. You're a Muslim. You're
That's right.
you clear. You clearly
And you're a non-believer.
No, I believe. I believe
Nah,
in
you
black
ain't no.
people.
You don't
My
believe.
religion is black power. I believe every day. You just heard me say,
But
I hope for a creator. Didn't you
but
hear
that
Emmanuel
that
just
in
ask me
itself
that?
that in itself shows your lack of education. You know what I'm saying? You got a religion.
Education, yes. But sense, no. You have
Nah, bro,
no
you ain't
sense.
got no sense if your religion is black power.
Why not? I'm black.
You just you're lacking.
Please come down this road.
Hey,
You
you got to
lacking
be
something, brother.
real careful. You walking on a thin line right now,
Please
Jesse. You
come
gotta
down
be,
this street.
you gotta be real
You know how many
careful.
Black
people
power
just
is not a
crack they
religion,
dough?
Leroy.
You know how many niggas just crack they dough? Like, what's up? What
I get it. I get exactly what you were saying, but there was a real thin line.
Oh, silly
Jesse.
That
Y'all
nigga
gotta
said
y'all
you
gotta
have
give up that
no
tribalism,
sense
bro.
if your religion is Black Power.
Yeah. Hey, no, what you mean by that though?
So I want to point out, I graduated from an HBCU. You know what I'm saying? I graduated from Prairie View A&M.
Congratulations.
And I'm about Black Power just as much as the next person, but it's more in the sense of like Huey P. Newton, where you give power to all races.
I got
Okay,
you. So
wait,
you
hold on.
about Black Power and White Power type shit.
White power, power to the Asian people, power to everybody. I don't think
Okay,
nobody should
what's
be
the
superior
problem
to
with
any
Black
other
Power
people.
being my religion again though?
That ain't a religion.
How come it's not? I believe in it. It's clearly a religion. I'm right here in front of you saying I believe in black people, despite the lack of evidence that we are the greatest people on earth. That we are the greatest people on earth.
Well, that's where you lacking at. I mean, it's
Hey,
power to all people, brother. Ain't no race superior to no other race.
I didn't say I didn't want power for all people. I just said black people. Yes, our predecessor said power to the whites, power to the yellow, power to the red, power to the brown, power to the blacks. And all of those boxes have been checked off. Our grandparents sat by and watched white people get power, Asians get power, Hispanics get power, and now we're watching gays get power. Now we're watching transgenders get power. And I'm saying, yo, what happened to the black power? So yeah, all those other boxes got checked off the back of black power, except for white power. But here we are, still saying, where's the power for the blacks? Do you disagree,
What what
sir?
um what movements have you
Do
made
you
toward?
disagree? You just got
No,
received the
no,
question.
no. I don't. But what moves have you made toward making this black power?
By checking fake black powers like you online.
Nah, I see. A real person who's about black power would make positive movements toward the community
I
and,
am.
and
I'm
toward
stopping
and towards
people like
yourself.
you. I'm stopping people like you
Don't say
from
like me,
pushing
brother. I
Islam onto
graduated. I
black people
graduated
while
from a I
claiming black
graduated from
power.
an HBCU.
I'm stopping people like you from
I'm
saying
also
you're black
a
power while
political
pushing
activist.
Islam on black people, which created black people through the destruction of African people.
So
Like you
not only did I
enslaved the
graduate,
Africans, and then here you are still pushing the same teachings,
well, I
but
would say
saying that
by
you're
dropping
black
out of
power.
college or dropping out of high school, you are doing a good job of building that black power.
Okay, yeah, that's an opinion, but
I
like I
mean,
said,
like I said, brother, I graduated from an HBCU.
congratulations.
Anticipating on making my race better through being educated.
And what's your
I don't
race?
think that
What's your
black and
race?
Mexican. I'm black and Mexican.
So you black Mexican
I'm
power.
mixed. Black Mexican power.
What
I'm
is
more
that?
I'm
It's
more
so
closer being that I was raised by my mother. I'm more closer to my black side, and I also took part in political activism in my land.
what?
I'm someone that you can go see on the news. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, I'll make sure of that. But this is what I'm saying. You're pushing Islam onto black people, right?
I
Am I
am.
wrong in that?
I'm making tea. My bad, y'all.
This
Yeah,
nigga,
yeah,
man.
yeah. No,
This
you're
nigga,
not.
man.
You're
And
not
just to
pissing.
point out,
Let me make it to you.
you
They
think
make it
Islam is a problem for the black community?
Yes,
Malcolm X was Muslim.
yes. And that attribute for him was nice at the time, promising at the time. We were a very ignorant people who,
Huey P.
yes,
Newton was Muslim.
at a time, sure. And our people were very ignorant at that time. And so, yeah, for the people who didn't know how to walk up straight,
Marcus Garvey converted to Islam.
and you're going back further.
I'm just saying, brother. We're talking about
Did they so did so
great black people.
so they
You know what I'm
use that
saying?
for our
And
liberation, correct?
they're showing signs of you
They
know.
used it in an attempt for our liberation, but we were not
And I'll say
liberated.
this because this don't apply to you as well. Martin Luther King was Christian.
Understood.
So with that being said, like the great society were organized in religion. Now name someone who was not organized in religion that made a major impact for our community.
Fred Hampton.
Fred Hampton was Muslim.
Fred Hampton was not Muslim. Why did you just do that?
I'm pretty sure Fred Hampton was Muslim. I'm
Why
gonna
did
look
you
it up.
just do that?
I did that. Let me see. Let me confirm.
Anybody else heard of Fred Hampton being Muslim? Is this something we gotta really Google? What happened?
I'm looking it up.
No, I'm saying you looking it up again. Okay, you there yet? No, still no Muslim Fred Hampton, huh?
Give me a second. Religion.
Still no Muslim Fred Hampton. Well, you gotta look. What browser you gotta use? And I hope you know how to accept correction.
Man, what's up with that IQ test, man? That shit finna be cool.
I'm telling you that.
It's the battle of the letters, the HBCU versus the GED, goddamn.
Hey, yo, my life. Yes, sir. Let's go, Gary Community School Center. Let's get it. Shout out to the Gary Career Center, man. Hey, y'all did an excellent job, man. Despite funding, yeah. Did you still ain't found no Muslim Fred Hampton?
He was a Marxist Leninist.
Man, try to say it again, college boy.
Marxist Leninist.
Okay, what is that?
A political ideology blending Karl Marx's
what?
theories. A political ideology blending Karl Marx's theories on class.
Is it
struggle,
ideology or ideology?
Ideology blending Karl Marx's theories
and you went to
on class
college
and struggle with Vladimir Lenin's strategies for revolution.
Okay, was he a Muslim?
No, he was not.
Okay, do you accept correction in the name of Allah?
Correction.
Okay, all right, there you go, my boy. Yeah, bro, I don't want to be around you. Like you're like, like I want to get smarter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I really want to like test myself. I want to be sharpened. I don't want to just beat up on you all day with stuff that I'm freestyling. But you are in the Coliseum, and hopefully, you know, that ain't for too long. But you know, Muslim Fred Hampton is crazy.
Hey man, I thought he was Muslim. I thought he was rocking with us.
Muslim Fred Hampton is crazy, dog.
Heard that Fred Hampton was Muslim.
Yeah, he was hoping that was gonna last. Yo, was just gonna let it slide.
Hey yo, I had never heard that. No.
At the same time, I also didn't know he was a Marxist, so that was new.
Yeah, no, I fucks with that. When he said Huey P, look up if Huey P was a Muslim, because now I'm even doubting that. I could have figured in his early years or something. Maybe I missed that, but yeah, dog. Can you look up if Huey P was a Muslim in your Muslim phone?
Hey, what make his phone a Muslim phone?
The Google search history. I bet if you look down that search history, you're gonna be
Algorithm.
like, "Yo, it's a Muslim who own this phone."
His algorithm is just already.
Oh yeah, dog. Yeah. Did you find out if Huey P was Islam for me, Jesse? Since you put that out there to black people, Jesse.
No, he had associations with the Nation of Islam, but he was not Muslim. He actually
So
was
he
more
wasn't a
on the
Muslim
Christian.
neither.
He was
Okay,
more
you
on the
mind
Christian
dropping off
side.
the panel to tomorrow?
Nah, I'm here.
Don't do that.
Like, god damn. How we gonna let this
Man, I swore.
Mexican Muslim come in and tell
Man, hey,
us?
that brother was rocking with the Nation of Islam. I thought he was
Brother,
Muslim
because they
too.
was black. Because they was black. Did you get that? Because they was black, brother. Now that's the true religion. That see over all other religions and say, and I'm rocking with you because you black. It's crazy, fam. You know, I mean, it is season 1. You know.
Hey Jesse, you got to look it up first before you say anything. It's over here.
Oh shit, man. Black Power, man. I'm gonna holler at y'all tomorrow, bro. I'm finna get some rest. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Everybody except for Jesse, man. But yeah, I'm gone.
All right, player.
Peace, God.
All right, love.
I got swapped as a character, man.
Boy, mess, man. But now, peace to the panel, man. I'm gonna slide on off too. I got to get up early.
What you say, bro? You was breaking up.
Oh damn. No, I said peace. I'm gonna slide off too. I got to get up early.
Peace, peace. Man, Jesse, what you got for the people, man? King J dropped off. You muted if you talking.
Yeah, I got nothing but religious conversation for you. All right.
We'll do it again tomorrow, man. I gotta be able to talk Bible with you, but you gotta read it a little bit more.
Oh man, I'm not gonna be doing too much studying of the Bible, but you can tell your Bible verses or something like that, and then I can show you how the Quran applies to it.
Oh, okay.
Cause to be real, man, like don't get me wrong, I love the Bible, but we in Islam do have some like contradicting beliefs. Like I be having these conversations with Christian brothers, and they be trying to get me caught up in what the Bible believes, and then I have a Quran verse that says something totally different.
Yeah, I agree, man. Like I say,
I know what
yeah,
happened. Give me an
I,
example.
I guess just trumping it. It just trumping Quran over the Bible. I think verbally doing that, I would say have some stronger understanding of the context when even trying to reference the Bible in certain areas. That's kind of what I mean. Like, you don't even necessarily have to study it, but just for the areas that you feel like would you know contextually be some kind of contradiction or a weak area where the Quran strengthens it, etc. I think you should make sure you have a good understanding of those points.
Yeah. Well, in that sense, brother, I think like the biggest thing that you're gonna get from the Quran is like the oneness of our God. I think like there might be there's like opportunities for people to call Jesus God in the Bible. They have like there's verses that might point to that, and the Quran totally denies that concept. The Quran totally denies the Trinity. It denies the concept of God having children or being begotten. God is not begotten, nor does God beget.
I got you up.
I still want them examples though. Verses that you find that are wrong or that you think are wrong and have been corrected by Islam, like specific ones.
A specific one's going to be that one where it says, "For God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that who should ever believes in Him will get
What verse
eternal
is that?
life." Is that John 16? No, that's not John 16. That's what the Christian brother. You know that one? I don't want to be wrong. I've been made my mistake too many times today. I think it's 3:16, John 3:16. I think.
Okay.
Let me pull up my Quran verse on that. Like the
Yeah,
correction
it's
of,
John
of
3:16. There you go.
but the other brother fell off. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up this Quran verse that corrects that. So this is Quran 112 verse 3. It says he begetteth not, nor was he begotten. That's it.
That was Quran verse what?
All right, 112:3.
And it
He
said
neither begets nor is he begotten.
and that's supposed to be in reference to Jesus.
Yeah. But no, this is actually reference to Allah. This is reference to the Creator.
Oh, that he never begot a son.
Yeah, he
And that's
never
what you
begotten a
said.
son, nor was he begotten. So he's not the son of anybody. Which is actually an answer to some of those people who consider that El being the father of Yahweh and things of that nature.
So, by your understanding, you just think that Jesus was like a regular man like Adam?
I wouldn't say regular because he still has a lot of respect in the Islamic community. He's still considered like the Messiah. He's a prophet. He was born of a miraculous birth, but he's not God in the flesh or nothing like that.
Okay. I still think that it diminishes him to more of being a regular man, but
Yeah, I mean, to a sense, but I just don't want to say regular because uh he's a very like major prophet. Like there's more Quran verses about Jesus than any other. I think the number of Quran verses, yeah, there's more verses about him and Adam than there are any other prophet. And then of course we believe that Jesus was taken up to God, and he'll return in the end times as a sign of the hour. So like we believe that he's a man that's still alive. He's just not God. You know what I'm saying? Like when he comes back, he's gonna come back and live a righteous life. He'll have children, and he'll pass away. You know what I'm saying? Like a regular human being has, but it just hasn't happened for him yet.
okay.
So it just takes.
What does Allah's perfection require? Because I hear you saying, I've heard you say, I heard you talk about this before. If you gonna give me the same answer I heard you say before.
Allah's perfection as far as
Like the perfect Muslim. The ideal follower of Islam. 'Cause there's a lot of different branches, a lot of different sects, just like in Christianity. It's not a
the
trick
prophet.
question or a trap.
The Prophet Muhammad would be the perfect example for a human being. I think Jesus would too, but we just have more information on the Prophet Muhammad than we do Jesus, being that Jesus was his ministry was only 3 years. The Prophet Muhammad, he was given revelation for 23 years.
I agree.
So we just have like more information on how to be a perfect human being from the prophet. So I mean, if you turn around and believe in the Quran, a perfect human being would probably memorize the Quran from front to back, and then be very well knowledge within the hadiths. So the hadiths are going to be very significant, being that you get the religious like the Quran is like the word of God, but you get the religious teachings or how to be a perfect man from the hadith.
Feel you. No more smoke for Islam tonight, I guess. No more smoke for Islam. I'm over here about to fall asleep on you, Jesse. You giving lessons though. They gonna check you out. What day you doing your show next week?
Was
Or you
it the
doing it this
13th?
weekend on Saturday? No, that's your debate, actually.
Oh, the show.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I'll
have
probably be able to
a
do it.
debate preliminary December 13th, 8 p.m. Make sure you catch Allah's most gracious warrior, Jesse Valdez. He will be facing off against DeAndre Slim Reaper McBride. It's going to be a rumble in the jungle. What they say, what Muhammad Ali and them was talking about, man. So yeah, make sure you're there for this one. And we're gonna head out of here with a song from Connie's son. This one is called. I don't know what this one's called. Let me find it. I don't know what this song is named. Give your shout outs and your closing remarks, Jesse. And go ahead and touch on the most powerful moments you felt you had tonight, real quick.
So I think the most powerful remark that I probably had tonight is going to be regarding the Rebecca being three according to Rashi.
I think if that brother wants to go into that topic again, I will have a little more information regarding the verses in Genesis, because I think today we just did like an overview of Genesis. There are other verses where Rashi uses to come up with his math. So with that being said, like I probably have to look more into those verses so I can show the math for myself. Um, as far as let me see, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up a Quran verse. All right, give me a second. So this is Quran 24:40. It says, "Or the unbeliever's state is like the depths of darkness in a vast deep ocean, overwhelming with billow, topped by dark clouds, depth of darkness, one above another. If a man stretches his hand, he can barely see it. For any to whom Allah giveth not light, there is no light." That random verse I just opened up to it, very profound. There's actually some scientific explanation for this, as far as like the depths of the ocean and there being like waves on top of waves. Just another reason of how we know the Prophet Muhammad is a prophet. uh, Wave on top of waves is a concept that they proved in today's science, but was uh, not something that he would have been able to show in his time, because they didn't have the technology to prove concepts like this.
Okay, okay. And tell them where they can find you at. Here on Titans Debate League, most likely.
Yes, you can definitely find me on Titans Debate League. I'll be planning on coming back on Saturday to have my religious conversation. It's likely going to be regarding the concept of Islam being the religion over all religions. So tune in on that. Come feel free to chime in if you think your religion is better. Have your verses ready and bring your proofs, and we'll see whose religion is superior.
Yes, yes. All right. My computer's freezing. I can't even in the stream. Gotta restart my computer or something. All right. You can go ahead and talk until the stream ends if you want, or whatever. I gotta do it. Go ahead, give another closing remark one time until you see me pop back up.
I'll keep going, brother. Seest thou not that it's Allah whose praise all begins in the heaven and on earth? Do celebrate, and the birds of the air with wings outspread, each one knows its own mode of prayer and praise, and Allah knows well all that they do. Yeah, to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and earth, and Allah is the all. Seest thou not that Allah makes the clouds move gently, then joins them together, then makes them into a heap? Then wilt thou see rain issue forth from the mist? And he sends down from the sky mountains, masses of clouds, whereupon is hail. He strikes therewith whom he pleases, and he turns it away from whom he pleases. The vivid flash of his lightning, well nigh blinds the sight. It is Allah who alternates the night and the day. Verily, and these things are an instructive example for those who have vision. And Allah has created every animal from water. Of them are some that creep on their bellies, and some that walk on four. Allah creates what He wills, for verily Allah has the power over all things. We indeed sent down signs to make things manifest, and Allah guides whom He wills to a way that is straight. They say, believe in Allah and His Messenger, and we obey. But even after that, some of them turn away. They are not really believers. When they are summoned to Allah and His Messenger in order that He may judge between them, behold, some of them decline to come. But if the right is on their side, they come to Him with all submission. It is that there is a disease in their hearts, or do they doubt, or are they in fear that Allah and His Messenger will deal unjustly with them? Nay, it is they themselves who do wrong.
And I'm back.
All praise is due to our Lord, brother.
Hey, ended with a nice prayer. I see. That's what's up. That's what's up. And I'm about to close out with. Let's try to close out with this song by Connie's Son. Let's see if I can get it to come up. This song just froze my computer. I don't know what happened. Let's try to pull it up again. We're gonna end with this song by Connie's Son, Same Heart. And y'all have a good night. Check him out on all platforms, Spotify, YouTube, all of that.
We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never honing it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and they the one taking the aim for it, and I'm the one taking the blame for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You paid for the time that you flipped on family. Karma gon' come your way, young nigga. It can be any day, young nigga. The way that you played your hand, I forgive you, but back in that sandbox, can't forget you. Killing my mentor, tell your little brother the issue. How did we go to them pistols? Know I'm official, know that I'll try to uplift you. Kinda knowing that I miss her. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never honing it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart, and I'm the one taking the blame for it, and they the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You pay for the time that you flipped on family. One more hate, it really ain't gon' matter. More pale lips, just me, more chatter. Can't hold hands going up no ladder. I fall from up here, then my shit gon' shatter. I'm putting on for my whole family, but we on a different road, family. You told folk that I told family, but I never did fold when the folks had me 100. I never been fake in front. I told younger nigga make him something. You told younger nigga take him something, and he the one that took that from his cousin, and that there got the whole family fussing. Got big sis beefing with her brother. Even through it all, still know that I love you. But every second I think I trust you. I'm dead. I'm smart in the game. You made it hard in the game. I'm loving. I started the lane. I'm hard as they came. Melody target they brain and they draw like a martyr with flame. How far I done came. You was not part of the blame. You was just part of the strain. You was so grimy that niggas ain't wanna come fuck with me, but that's just part of it. And I'm the one taking the blame for it. They the one taking the aim for it. They ain't got no shame in the game for it, till I come back around with that pain for it. You gon' pay for the time you was hating. You gon' pay for the time you was dirty macking. You gon' pay for the time that you hit on women. You pay for the time that you flipped on family. We was together, down for whatever. How the hell did we just fall apart? You was my brother, know that I love you. I would've gave you my own heart, and I would've never honing it level. Think about letting that thing spark, knowing that we got the same heart. It's crazy we ain't got the same heart.